Well, slowly, but ever slow, surely. There it is. It's an early morning, 16 days into this Jeju festival. Ali Nishad, alongside Brian Rast, we work our way toward the conclusion of this particular Triton Super High Roller Series festival. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, from wherever it is that you might be, and thank you for joining us today. We are going to be bringing you more of the short deck streets, of course, but before we do, yesterday we did crown our first short deck champ. Rasty, you were in here for a good bit of it. It was exciting. I want to get you involved, but why don't we dive right in to the highlight package, and then on the back side of it, we can chat about what ended up being a third title for one of our Triton OGs. Here it is.
600,000.
Final table began seven-handed. Seth Davies was among those looking for his first ever Triton title. Certainly considered one of those who are due. He took ace-10 into battle against Lun Lun. Lun picked up on the turn a flush draw. Could not thwart Davies' effort.
3 million.
And Lun Lun, $64,000 for that seventh place finish. Then it was Jack Jack against Ace-8.
I like this.
Wai Kin Yong, multiple Triton titles on his resume. Was looking good, and then was looking bad as the Queen 7-7 board turned into a disaster by the time the river fell. $80,000 would go to Wai Kin Yong for the sixth place finish as Sir Watts began to emerge as the dominant figure. A bit of a runaway freight train here. Mikita Badziakowski. Nut flush draw. Still drawing live in spite of the 310s on board as Watson's sevens were full but still vulnerable. And in the end, Mikita could not find the necessary assistance in the form of the ace-8 or spade.
Snowman.
410 would have done it as well. So Mikita collected 104,000, and then it was the turn of China's Dong Chen to try to tussle with Watson. Ace-King against 8-8. Just look at all the outs that the Ace-King had 2 times and couldn't find any of them as it went runner, runner 6. And the small pairs continued to perform well for Watson. Chen, $133,000 collected for 4. 3 remained, and there was the aforementioned Davies. Ace, Jack, suited against 2 10s, 3.4 million chip pot.
Okay.
Perhaps my favorite line of the event. Hope you get second in this hand when 3 remain. Davies did some very interesting things, by the way, 3-handed. More on that shortly. King 9-6 board. King on the turn, 6 outs once, and that was not among them as Lin would end up with 10s full. And an appointment heads up with Sir Watts. Davies, on the other hand, $177,000 for the third place effort.
No snap call, please. Aye, double up.
No snap call, please, was the battle cry on so many occasions. En route to this heads-up collision, Ren with 7-7 would go up against a flush draw on the King Jack 9 board, 5.1 in the middle, and now all of a sudden he could be counterfeited. Watson saying a lot of things, and that was among them. A counterfeiting Jack on the river would leave the other member of the Chinese delegation to claim second. $273,000 for his efforts, and Mike Watson would claim first, and those 3 fingers were up for a reason. His third career Triton title. He would pick up $380,000, and he was the one-man wrecking crew at that FT, Rasty, and really approached the affair with a savvy and a confidence in the short deck kind of part of the program here that I think is rarely seen for those who play all disciplines.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think Mike Watson really showed how powerful a big stack is in short deck. You know, everybody was in ICM jail. It also, I mean, it kind of was remarkable that nobody ever woke up with the aces or kings to call him. You know, all that said, Watson implemented it with skill, you know, just accumulated chips with no showdown throughout the final table, just all in, everyone folds, all in, everyone folds. And, you know, his stat kept growing. And at some point it was just very clear early on that, you know, barring a really good run of cards, everybody was kind of playing for second place.
Yeah, it did.
And
it
there
did
was
feel
that
way.
big jump from third to second in money, almost as much as second to first, which, everybody's eyeing on. I was remarking throughout the final table, okay, Watson has more chips than everyone else. Okay, now Watson has twice as many chips as everyone else combined. Now it's 3 times as many chips as everyone else combined. It just kind of kept going like that, and he really never looked back.
No, he really didn't. And it was a lot of cobbling, too. It wasn't just showering people, pot after pot, big collisions that sent him up the board. He just kept at it, leaned. And like you said, it ended up being a war for second. Davies and Lin, that was a really interesting sort of approach that we saw from Davies. More on him momentarily. Do want to put a bow on Watson. Third final table of this Jeju Festival. Second short deck title on his Triton resume. Now over $3.3 million. Not in his Triton career, friends, but just here in Jeju. Been very nice for him. Ren Lin, of course, not to be overlooked, Rasty. This is a gentleman who is very limited in his experience in terms of short deck, really outperformed expectations.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Ren, you could tell on the first day of the tournament that he was a bit uncomfortable with spots. Kind of joking with the guys like, hey, if you guys let me cash, I'll register the next tournament. But it really felt like he came into day 2 with a lot more confidence. Maybe talked to some guys about some spots overnight. Got a few tips. Thought about things, a good night of sleep, and kind of came back. Was a lot more comfortable. Didn't seem unsure. Making some plays, and he got the mission, accepted it, and mission accomplished. He's the one who managed to come in second behind, Watson.
Yeah, the man in third, though, is one who both you and I have really, every time we dive into his Triton track record, been surprised at the fact that he hasn't yet won a Triton title because he plays as many events as he does. We know him to be an excellent player. We're talking, of course, about Seth Davies, for whom the wait goes on, unfortunately. Him, Ike Haxton, Kiat Lee, Nick Petrangelo, the guys who we feel like are very much due, the Cauldron Bubbles in terms of them. Now, let's turn briefly our attention to Wai Kin Young. We know he's going to be here for the remainder of this short deck run. He won a short deck event in London in 2023. He won another in London in 2019. Going to be a pesky adversary out there as this short deck portion of the program continues. And let's chat, though, as I bring up Wai Kin, about Makita, because I know that Makita has those multiple titles under his belt. At one point, back in Madrid in 2022, he was actually level with Jason Kuhn for most ever. Jason, of course, the God Candle, broke out last year. 6 titles, incredibly. Danny Tang, 5, not to be overshadowed. But for him, dare we call this a drought? Sometimes you run so good, you pick up so many titles or whatever, and then obviously you see Jason able to do it. Do we start to kid ourselves into thinking that maybe we're underperforming if we're Makita?
These type of things are really complicated. I mean, I would call it a drought a little bit in that, he's clearly an amazing player. You do have to start asking yourself, is my play slipping, or is it just that I'm running bad? I mean, listen, there is a lot of luck involved in tournaments overall, and sometimes when it comes to, the difference between first, second, and third, right? Like, we're counting Triton titles. If you have a run, you've had a lot of good luck to get to the final table, and then at the final table, coming in third or second, still big money, not a Triton title, right? So, has he still made money playing despite the fact that there's not Triton titles? Clearly a drought of Triton titles for him, someone of his caliber. I'll say personally, like, I played with Makita years ago in Macau. He's a crusher. He crushed online high-stakes cat. Like, to me, he's one of kind of the all-time greats who's played a couple different poker disciplines, tournament cash, crushed all of them, and been around for a really long time. So, for a player of his caliber, it's starting to become a drought. But again, there's all kinds of differentiations within that. And then, the subtext of that is it that he's playing worse or that other people have caught up? Or is he just running bad at the end of tournaments? I wasn't here last year, so I couldn't comment on that personally.
Yeah, yeah. I do love that you touched on the fact that others are getting better. That is certainly a phenomenon everybody's had to tackle with in between festivals. A little bit of coaching here and there, a little bit of discussion with some of the players with whom you forge relationships, and we can see the results. Famously, of course, Santosh Suvarna. We dubbed him Santosh 2.0 in between festivals as the uptick in terms of his talent level was so marked. So then let's turn the page away from yesterday's result in that 25K short deck with Watson claiming the victory. And with just a couple of days left in action here in Jeju, there are other titles that people have an eye on. And I'm talking, of course, about Player of the Festival. First opportunity to dive into the Triton Poker Plus app and glimpse upon who's at the top of that Player of the Festival board. It is Roman Hrabets, but he's going to be static at 1,524 points. Ido as well at 1,435. They are not participating in short deck. However, look at number 3 and number 4, Rast, Mike Watson, Ding Piao. They've got the best chance of overtaking Hrabets. Overall player of the year, let me dive right into that for us here. Danny Tang continues to rest atop that. Tang is, of course, in these short deck streets, looking to stave off the likes of Dvoris and Kuhn, who will also be nipping on his heels in terms of continued point accumulation here. Lots on offer, by the way, in terms of the short deck main. I confess I pulled out our Triton leaflets that we have, and toward the back, there's, the last time I did algebra was in high school. I took calculus as well. I'm just saying there's a lot to unpack in terms of the multipliers and all of that type of stuff. And I would imagine you're going to geek out on it a little bit, maybe sink some teeth into it at some point. But the point to be made here is that in this main event, the multipliers are hefty, so it isn't going to be impossible. And, I wonder whether or not, because we touch on the prestige pursuits, players aren't grinding a little bit of that knowledge and looking maybe to just ensure themselves the added points for Player of the Festival. Going for that Player of the Year comes with cash overlay. Not entirely significant, perhaps, in relation to the payouts here in Jeju. But these are cool wrinkles. It gamifies things beyond just the poker itself.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think that stuff definitely plays in a little bit to the calculation. I'm sure the guys involved, such as, for the Player of the Year, Danny Tang, Jason Kuhn, maybe a couple others, they're going to be aware of it. Maybe, have done the math, kind of know what place they have to get if the other person's out, if the other person's still in. Obviously at that point it's in flux. But, I think the guys know and are aware, and it's just another consideration when you're there. That said, small consideration.
Small.
Don't think it's going to affect it too much. But, if someone calculated it down to the T, which they may or may not, it definitely could in a bubble position all of a sudden make them like extremely tight in a spot they wouldn't. Because, at the end of the day, being the Triton Player of the Year, it's a kind of cool, if it just means you're a little bit tighter in a couple spots in a tournament to move up from, let's say, 7th to 6th, it's probably worth it to these guys to you kind of have that accolade on your resume for the rest of your life.
I can't wait until we're taking a feature table. And, we often see the players looking up, and someone goes, "Hey, Luca, can you put the Player of the Year points up there? I just want to get a look at that alongside the formula." So then, let us turn another page. As today, we will bring you coverage of the 50K short deck main event. Teased it moments ago. We ended up with 67 entries from 34 uniques. Being told there are 7 players who have max late reg this thing. Now, short deck, already inherently a game where we do like to get it in. When we're that shallow in particular as a max late registrant, I would imagine we're going to see chips flying early in the day here. 11 players are going to make the money. $84,000 is going to be the min cash. $922,000 for first. Want to talk about the snipers, the guys who come out here that are specialists. I would imagine not just from the standpoint of being specialists, but the added benefit of being fresh, Rasty, as opposed to those who've been grinding for a couple of weeks. I expect them to be ever present at FTs in this short deck part of the program and making waves.
Yeah, that is a good observation, Ali. I think that this is something that's really particular to individuals. But yeah, if you've been at a stop, we're pushing, 2 weeks now? If it's somebody who's played the No Limit, the Pot Limit Omaha, and this, maybe they're going to be a little more fatigued than some of the guys who just came out. Maybe not. Some of that might come down to how they've been taking care of themselves, what kind of sleep they're getting, if they're working out, you know, and also just their individual stamina.
Yeah, and some of those snipers are right there running 1-2 in this one as we're moments away from sending you into the arena. RVK, Rene van Gevelen, $2.5 million in front of him. Martin Nielsen, $2.5 million, and then Joe Chuen rounding things out. He did claim victory in the PLO streets. So we will get a look at our 2 featured tables just shortly, as we will first walk around the room and see what else is going on inside the landing casino here at Jeju Shinhwa World. Looks like Ding Biao.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes this has a flip side, though, to your question, Ali. Sometimes guys who have been here for a while might also, if they're not tired, they also could be more in form, right? Like, you've gotten 2 weeks of play every day for one of the, you know, and some of these guys are some of the poker greats. Like, here's Phil Ivey.
Sure.
You know, Phil Ivey is a guy who, you know, he sometimes might go 1 or 2 weeks without playing, but now he's here. You're playing a couple weeks. You're putting up good results. You're watching people. Focus is good. I see him in the gym working out, and he could just be in form right now, right? Like, that's how I feel during the WSOP. When I'm 2 weeks into the WSOP, you know, I'm not a full-time player as much as I used to be. I start hitting my stride. So it works both ways with that.
So perhaps some rust on the guys who are showing up here late?
I'm just
never
saying,
knows.
when you're plying your craft every day in there making decisions, when you're feeling good, it can just add to being in the zone.
Well,
you know the zone. Everybody talks about the zone.
Kiat Lee feels like he might be in the zone. 5th place stack, 1.7 million roughly. He looked good, and we did get a chance to observe his procedures for a good bit of the program yesterday. There is Seth Davies, Lun Lun. Both of them made the final table yesterday. Greenwood joins.
Kiat Lee's a name to look out for.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best short deck players, and it looked like he had a nice stack right there.
Mm-hmm. 450K in front of Lun Lun, well shy of the million chip average stack. That's 87 entries. Being told, by the way, that 450 for Lun is actually a max late reg starting stack because all 3 bullets must be redeemed. No more bullet play here. An interesting distinction that we should make with respect to today's action. There's Ike Haxton and Mikita Vadziakowski bookending Koze Ichinose, 1.1 million plus.
Looking on the chip leader chart on the Triton Poker app, which you can do yourself, it looks like there are 7 450K stacks to start the day. So out of the 29 that are still in the tournament, 7 are max late reg entries.
Mm-hmm. Bags are being opened.
Yeah, I would imagine for someone like Ivy, and it was great that it was on him when I was making that point, I would imagine that at this point, it's better for him.
In terms of having been here playing
Yes.
in the run-up to the short deck.
Yes, 100%. He's still young enough. He takes great care of himself. There's no way that like 12 days of play is exhausting him. You know, like I said, I see him in the gym. I know he's all about that disciplined life now. And he's one of these guys who 100% when he's warmed up in the zone, he just made a final table. Literally, I think he got second in the short deck final table.
Mm-hmm.
Previously, like he's, or sorry, no, it was the PLO final table, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, just the fact that he's making deep runs, he's warmed up, you know, I think for him it's definitely a positive.
Well, I don't think even when he's not warmed up.
By the way, he's 4th in chips.
Oh, excellent observations here.
Over 2 million right now, so.
The one guy out of the top 5 I don't mention somehow, as here's a look at our 2 feature tables coming into today's coverage of this 50K short deck. Day 2 of the affair. Martin Nielsen show, by the way. He's on his 2nd buy-in. First one did not go well whatsoever, and it really looked like the doom switch had been flipped on him, and then quite the inverse experience once he paid a 2nd visit to the registration desk. $2.5 million in front of him. Only one larger stack in the room, and that is the Dutchman, RVK.
These are nice short deck tables right here. You know, I mean, Kuhn, great. Danny Tang, great. Wai King Yang. You know, we got the 2 chip leaders. Listen, Zhou Xuan, that guy's been an animal so far. I mean, when I was watching him on day 1, it was the wolf in the hen house analogy that I was using. So, you know, this table looks a little bit tougher and more aggressive than who he was playing with on day 1. So let's see if he's still getting after it.
Yeah, he's got one of those snipers who showed up late here to play the short deck part of the program. Michael Zhang sitting in third, 67 annies. Midfield stacked by a nose in front of Watson, who, of course, took down yesterday's 25K.
And I mean, let's not forget Ding Biao. The guy's on a massive heater.
Oh, yeah, he's got a title under his belt already
Yeah,
here in Jeju as well.
Crushing it.
He's the one that beat Phil Ivey heads up, and Ivey was just left to say the words, okay, after being truly just ravaged. And as I put it, I don't think anybody was going to win the title sitting in Ivey's seat that day. Gave it all he had, of course, but sometimes the deck just has a preference. Danny Tang in the pink there, back to us. Don't sleep on him, of course. Chidwick, Kyut Lee, Devoris. All involved as well.
You know, my mindset with that is the deck usually has a preference, Ali. You know, my job is to go in there and take everything one hand and one decision at a time and just do the best that I can with the cards that I'm dealt. And that's really it. That's what I owe myself. And I mean, listen, hand to hand, day to day, tournament to tournament even, luck is really going to determine the majority of your results, but just the little bit of edge that you can carve out here or there, it just adds up in the long run.
You know, it's interesting for a longtime professional such as yourself to acknowledge the role that the L word does play that is not negligible, but obviously can be tampered with a little bit in terms of minimizing losses and maximizing wins based on the opportunities provided us throughout any given session. But it is something we do tussle with.
Well, listen, there is a propensity for people watching to really want to create a story about the particular tournament, and they want to believe that what they're witnessing
What's it called?
is
The
that
book?
clearly this
Bhagavad
person deserves
Gita?
to win. But the
The
truth is, tournament to
Bhagavad
tournament,
Gita.
that's
Yes.
really not the case. It's
Okay.
mostly luck.
Got
But
it,
what
yeah.
happens is, over the scope of many tournaments, many months, many years, someone who's truly great at poker will win consistently. And that's really when you see it.
Yeah, it's so interesting to actually look at all
The way that I like phrasing that is,
religions
you
and see
don't choose the tournament chooses you.
see the similarities.
Yeah.
Quite interesting because, like, I feel like we try so hard to make them all different, but they're actually, if you like, when people like I know show me like the teachings that are kind of part of the core tradition, they actually become more similar than I thought.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of obvious to me that they're all trying to convey the same concepts through
Yeah.
different cultural lenses, right?
100%. Can only be one truth.
Right.
Things getting philosophical to start the day, perhaps? Antes have been posted. Cards have not yet been dealt, though.
Yeah, a little pregnant pause at the beginning.
We're still in the first trimester. No reason to worry.
Okay.
This brewer.
Stevie's a little more serious today. We noticed the hood came on. Yesterday there was no hood. Today hood.
Yeah.
All right. It's the. I've noticed that at the final tables the hood is up. So it's like It's his modes. It's the
Does seem
Chidwick
like
modes, you
it's
know?
Well,
Day
feature,
one, no
not-
hood.
Yeah, feature not final, but
many people that
sure,
get more
maybe it's a
annoying.
day
No, but it's the
two
final
under
day.
the lights.
This tournament, it's the final day.
Yeah.
Right? It plays
Yeah.
to the end today,
But, you
so
know, I don't think Blesnick's a great player or anything.
he's
but I probably
going
wouldn't be
day
trying to
one, no
cross
hood,
him
but
in
day
field
two,
or
we're
with amateurs either.
ratcheting it up.
He's got a bit of that, like,
That's
homie with
magic
magic,
arm.
I think, that just knows how to smash dummies at his game, you know?
Right. Yeah, I can imagine having a good crossbook and busting, and then having to just like rail and anti-sweat, and just
Yeah.
like be watching him getting more and more tilted.
But that just does go to show you something that is true. You know, Chidwick is like a really high focus guy who people are regularly impressed, myself included, with the level of, you know,
I didn't see
focus
that
he
one.
brings day to day.
tried to,
But
like,
even
beat
someone
him.
like him,
Top pair on him.
right? There is a difference. Day one, day two, final
than
table.
half pot
It's like the
players.
farther you move towards that goal of winning,
Ended up
the more locked in you get.
called, and then they both
And
got
that almost
tripped, and
has
I
to
think
be
I got a
true because
kicker.
like the level of focus you have at a final table, it's pretty hard to do that for every minute of the tournament, even if you're pretty focused at the beginning. But it's just really interesting to see that, and I think it's so exemplified visually by the fact that this is a consistent pattern now. He's wearing the hood on day two and at final tables, but not on day one.
So look out when the hood goes on.
Yeah.
If Chidwick's at your table, perhaps the takeaway there. Watson wagging a finger in the face of all these limps in front of him with the ace-9 suited.
Easy
This is
game.
the equivalent of ace-5 suited in long deck. We know the solver loves it.
It's gonna be great.
It looks like Mike
Gotta set the
Is-
tone on hand one.
Yeah, of course. That was
Picking
any
up
two
where he
just
left
to,
off.
like, get the momentum going.
Sure, and speaking of which, Chidwick is just such a great example of, you know, my waxing about, you know, what it means, luck and being a great poker player. Listen, Chidwick's a person who, at this point, has consistently put up great results over a long period of time. And if you don't want to take my word,
No worries.
listen to Nacho's mom. Okay, Nacho went on this whole diatribe after needling multiple players. He then was like, no, but it's been the decade of Stevie. And then when Stevie questioned about it, my mom loves you. My mom loves you. She, you know, so his mom is a fan.
This is part of the Nacho shtick, of course. I don't think Mrs. Barbero knows who Chidwick is, but one never knows.
I actually believe him.
Do you really?
Listen, I don't know, man. He's really good at just continuing the story if it's not true. Because apparently when I was in the booth with Nick when it happened, Nick was then saying, because I talked to Nick about it, and Nick was saying that Nacho's been bringing up his mom, watching him, or this is for your mom at like other stops.
Yes,
So I guess
but
she really watches.
No,
Then
I
if you
don't know.
watch, you have other players you're going to follow too, right? Guys you see consistently.
Sure.
Who's a guy who probably is up there quite a bit?
Yeah.
He travels. He's a super hard worker. Chidwick.
On the topic of being up there, Tai Ha with the aces, limped in. One other volunteer to participate, and then Zhang with the check back from the button. King Jack 9, monotone texture, overpair, nut flush draw for Tai. Although the queen or 10 of clubs can get a little bit weird. Not in this particular exchange, as we see him fire. No callers of the 40K. Tai Ha of Vietnam, second ever Triton Festival, finished 9th in that 25K yesterday. Did have a 5th place finish in that same event in London last year. Zhang, ace jack suited. Limps into Zhou Xuan's queen 8. Oh, wolfly behavior as Chen. Oh, I thought, okay, this must have been him putting the double ante out there on a delayed basis.
Yeah,
I thought he
'cause
was raising it up there.
it was a strangely small amount of chips, right? 'Cause no white chips, so I guess he hadn't put his double ante out yet.
Right. Top pair now for Michael. More than we can say for queen 8. A reminder to those of you soaking up short deck for the first time ever, perhaps.
56.
Flushes beat full houses. The ace can play as a 5 for a wraparound straight, as the deuces through 5s have been removed from the deck. Everybody posts a small blind, so to speak, if you're looking at it through long deck lenses. And then the button is the big blind. Action starts directly to the left of the button as Watson starts in on the Chow Bowl. Chidwick blocking today's selection. That looked like it was actually above the rim level of food in terms of the bowl. That's a Chow trough at this point.
Yeah, must be hungry, you know? Brain fuel.
Yeah, but I don't mind eating at the table. But, you know, I get a little fall. You put down that much food,
Yeah, no,
you
it's
know
a
what
bad
I mean?
idea.
Yeah, but so's being really hungry. You know, there's a sweet spot in between. And this is not a sweet spot for ace 10.
Being hungry is not always the worst. I mean, yeah, really hungry, yeah, but I've gone into playing poker kind of fasted at the beginning of the day, just drinking coffee and don't eat until later in the day. And I've felt great doing it before. I don't really do it anymore, but just because I don't like intermittent fasting.
You know, it's funny, when I first heard you say it, I envisioned a Depression-era father trying to get the kids to relax. Being hungry is not that bad.
Yeah. No, but it's actually
Better. than
biologically,
overeating.
it's not bad for you at all when it comes to your body and brain function to be a little hungry. It turns out, yeah.
Joe
Overeating is way worse because now all this blood's going to your stomach and it makes you drowsy.
Joe Trent takes us to 152,000. Ace 9 suited for Tai Ha. We saw Watson wag a finger with this, but that was in the face of a bunch of limps. There is a raise in front of Tai, and he will let it go as that raise did come in behind a limper under the gun.
And
another
Watson's
one
just
behind.
got an easy jam here against anyone, really, but Zhou Xuan has a lot of chips and shown a propensity to make moves in this spot anyway, so for Watson's going to really like it, but unfortunately, he's going to be up against kings. But we can see that's... I mean, this is like the equivalent of almost the same equity difference of like ace-king suited to queens in Hold'em, right? I mean,
Okay.
that's probably like 47-53 or something like that. 6%. This is 6% only. That's how good ace-king suited is against kings.
Well, Trent does have the advantage here as he does make the call. Happy not to look over at aces. But nevertheless, chunky equity for Watson. The covering stack belongs to Zhou Xuan. Let's see if Mike's bid for a second straight short deck title will remain intact. It certainly looks that way on the ace-high board. Only one king for the time being to fade. Oh my! Somehow that lone one outer just works its way to this turn. Watson not drawing dead.
The ace of hearts is gone, though. The button folded ace-9 of hearts, Tai Ha.
And for Watson, the day was short-lived.
Yeah.
What were the two hands? King, king, and...
We might need a
Ace king.
to-go box
Okay, I didn't see you.
for Watson. You can take it with you, Mike.
It's okay.
No, I like doing that too. Listen, look at that. He's got a soup bowl.
Looks like consolidation
else.
of a curry of sorts, perhaps.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of food there. But, you know, if you're just finishing up, you take a minute or two. It's okay. Nobody needs that chair for
Are you an eat your feelings kind of guy when you're tilted? Will you just ravage something? You seem too composed for all of that.
Sometimes it's just simply about the annoyance of moving everything, although it looks like Mike consolidated.
By the
well
way,
enough.
they say the camera adds 10 pounds. I thought that bowl was 10 times as big as it is. As it comes into the foreground, I realize it's small, man. Anyway, Watson not going to pick up a second straight here. Now we pick up action at our other feature table for the first time. A couple of ace-queens. Wai Leong Chan of Malaysia. Opening to 112,000. Tang chewing on ace-queen from the button. He is the covered stack, just 347 back.
That's only 30 antes, so not too much. You know, it's six-handed.
Which means there's 7 antes in any given pot.
Yes, and he's not that deep, so.
Because generally speaking, 4 pots is the cutoff for when we consider ourselves short stacked in the same way in which 10 bigs.
Yeah, so if there's 7 pots
In
and
long
he
deck?
has about, what was it, 30?
7
So,
antes.
yeah, he's
got 31 coming in.
about like 11 or 12 big blind kind of equivalent.
Did make the call.
One of his bigger concerns is just the position where Wai Leong Chen, he was under the gun opening.
This will be chop regardless, by the way. Yeah, sure, the under the gun is always a little bit
So
scary.
I think that was giving Danny pause. And I guess he decided to call for that reason. I think maybe if it was the cutoff or the hijack, he would have just moved all in pre.
No harm, no foul, as the two will chop up modest profit. Note Jason Kuhn rocking his Triton Epic X Jacob & Co. collab watch, courtesy of a main event win. One of 10 titles that he has on his resume.
Oh, so you just said no, I didn't just now, right?
Oh, I thought you asked me if you gave it.
Oh, okay.
He too's under the hood, by the way. Rasty.
Cool.
Maybe that's a thing.
Can you read what Kuhn's hat says?
World Series of Art Poker. Jonas Wood, who collaborated with us back in 2022 on a Triton merch drop, an artist that Jason has befriended and who hosts that particular event in Southern California once a year. Jason actually posts on it on his social. It's a charity. By the way, I touched on Jason's watch. He's actually got 2 of those main event watches. And I know it might be a bit weird, but if I'm playing in a Triton main and I got 2 of them, you better believe both wrists are going to be adorned.
You're double watching it?
I'm double watching it.
That sounds a bit absurd.
Actually, I might string them together and then make like a necklace, you know.
Okay, now
Because he's
I
got
know
the
you're
chain
joking.
on. I'm not Rast. I'm a lunatic. I would do it. I might pierce both my ears and hang them off of my earlobes.
No,
Okay.
that one's no way.
Sinbad, 1992.
That would just be painful. They're heavy, man. Oof. Think about how ugly your ears would be after you were done with that. I mean, I know it's attractive maybe in a few cultures and some places in the world, but not ours.
You're probably right, Rast.
But you might wear both of them, one on each wrist, though. That was actually serious.
That I could see myself doing that. I can't see myself winning one, but I can see myself wearing 2.
I see that. See where you're going there.
Jack 7 suited.
Well, you miss every shot that you don't take.
5 seconds.
That's a good point. And let's see what kind of shot's going to get fired here. Getting after Kuhn's button, and 7-6 off is not going to do it. It's Jason Slides it over. He's 100 antes deep, by the way. That is the big stack at this table. Correction, sorry. Martin Nielsen's 223, of course. The big stack. Second biggest stack. Back over to the other feature. Zhang, pocket kings. Limping up front. Zhou Xuan with the nines. He flats. Zhou Xuan, you know the power of visualization, Rast. I'm sure you've explored some of these arts. He's dressed like he's going to make this final table.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like, look, I might as well step it up because it's happening. Time will tell, but 280 antes, certainly. Feels like he could be a favorite to be at that final table, but it all happens quickly out here in the short deck streets, especially when it's set over set. Ace, King, 9. And Zhang just crushing it. No, Greenwood does have a gut shot.
96.
Yeah, he really is dressed well. Unfortunately for him, this hand is not going to go his way.
No, he's getting undressed.
Someone folded 9-6, so he has no outs to win. You know, it's versus Under the Gun, who really is the only one that can have aces and kings. That said, so that means Zhou Xuan basically has the best hand he can have. And Michael Zhang, you know, has the nuts essentially because near impossible for Zhou Xuan to have aces. You know, maybe some players would be the guy who limps behind the under the gun limper with aces. Zhou's not really that guy because he plays so aggressively normally, takes a lot of spots with weaker hands that he's probably always or almost always raising aces behind a limper since he would also, you know, take the spot with weaker hands. Excuse me, Zhou Xuan.
There it is.
But yes. All right, and Zhang just decides to call here.
When that call comes in, after we've raised on this particular board, from a man who limped under the gun and then led into this field, do we begin to range things? We have the nines. That ace-king business could be a part of Zhang's range here?
Yeah, certainly. You would expect, if you're Zhou, that he's not folding ace-king. I mean, if you think he's folding ace-king ever, then raising would be bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. But
yeah.
But in terms of the range, is it ace-king and mostly ace-king because of the flat? Or pocket aces, pocket kings are still a concern?
Oh, aces and kings are still a concern.
Cool.
But not adequately so for the boss stack of Zhou Xuan as he announces all in and gets snapped.
I think you also wonder, you know, is he calling ace-queen, ace-jack, you know, a few hands like that as well. But I'm pretty sure, you know, you're worried about aces and kings. You're ahead of ace-king, and maybe he's going to call a few other weaker aces.
Oh, what kind of look like it? It's a diamond too as well.
Didn't build any drama there, as Rast had already pointed out that the case 9 was absent.
30, 455.
Yeah, Michael didn't know that, but
no,
yes.
Absolutely not. And I was going to say, this is not how Zhou Xuan envisioned this exchange playing out.
Yeah.
455.
Basically the chips that he had just won off Watson that he lost. So it looks, I think he's back down around where he started the day. around 2.5 range. Yeah, 2.586 it looks like.
Yep. Zhang, meanwhile, now 6th overall in chips. Fold it around. Wycan can't attack with the 10-6 offsuit. Note, by the way, that Nielsen has just been in continuous massage mode since the onset of this event. Pocket queens. He was ready.
咪咯，搣只六咪冇希望咯，我搣只傾先啊，
都冇所謂啊，人哋女嚟。
都係。原來係 run good 咗。
普通本身個10隻啫。
Wei Liang Chan there under the gun, by the way. Plays not just short deck. He played the 100K main. Played a couple of pot limit Omaha events. Finished 29th in that main, by the way, for 168,000. And he dates all the way back to 2016 in the Philippines.
知佢嚟啦。
Does Chan.
衰啲就咩文？Oh, sorry.
8 million plus in career Triton
Chan,
earnings. 14
don't
cashes,
force
no
it.
title.
Really, just don't force it. Oh, then you gotta say all in, right? Friendly game, and then you say all in. That's what happens, right?
Friendly person.
Aces
If you trap me,
for
aces.
Nielsen.
Fuck you, okay?
Wow. Somehow Danny's spidey sense about being trapped here is accurate. He flops top pair.
Pretty good flop for Danny. Right, I mean, other than, you know, 2 pair or something, but...
Yeah, the dangler interacts.
Yeah, it's... Those 3 straight, just so much more powerful in short deck because, I mean, think about how much of the deck actually makes Danny a straight draw. You know, 6 or a 10 gives him an open-ender, a jack gives him a gutter, an ace even gives him a gutter. So, you know, half the deck basically gives him a straight draw on the turn. Queen or a 9 improve him, so he improves so often.
Okay. You really trap your aces.
And you heard Danny. In the face of the 50K bet, he jams, thinking Nielsen's going to be wide enough. Not on this occasion, though. And maybe Danny prophesized this one. Far from drawing dead, though.
Yeah, it might have trapped him into a double. We'll see.
32% with 2 to come.
That's a bad card.
Horrendous as the 9 no longer helps. There is no straight draw. You see Danny irritated. Can still find a queen. 6 won't do it, though. And the GGs are issued.
Oh, the walk back to the table
Oh,
because
yeah,
you
that's
forgot
always
something.
He was out of there, by the way.
Yeah, he was none too pleased.
Are you just to quietly collect your stuff and walk out? No, you know, no chitter chatter kind of guy?
Usually in this type of spot where I bust kind of just super early day 2, like way out of the money, I'm, oh, good game. Thanks, guys. Whatever. Yeah.
I tend to be like dying in grease fire. But, you know, everybody has got their own approach. It's time for you guys to approach the online poker streets. And the only place to navigate to is the world's largest online poker room. GG Poker, where the World Series of Poker Super Circuit is running now through the end of the month. Still opportunities to get in on that. And if that doesn't tickle your fancy, of course, it is the only place to officially qualify for the Triton Super High Roller Series events. Perhaps the Cinderella story is out there somewhere waiting to be told. Head on over to GG Poker for more details.
You know, Ali, I think it's kind of all about context. Normally, this
Okay.
far out of the money, not like a horrific bad beat. Usually, I've got the presence to be a little genial and friendly on my way out. But, you know, maybe an early day two where I take like a 2-outer on the river. Maybe the walkout without the good game guys, you know, or, you know, busting on the bubble, maybe just a quick leave. It just kind of all depends.
Well, Bitcoin over 70, things can be a bit more jovial for some than Bitcoin under 20.
Yeah, here's the thing, man, is you can't just let that kind of thing dominate. Oh, I'm going to be miserable because Bitcoin's low or happy because it's high. I mean, you know.
Well, I'm here to tell you that you can. You probably shouldn't, but
Yeah, I mean, if
I
you're
hate-
tracking your happiness to Bitcoin's volatility, you might have bipolar disorder.
Rast, I'm telling you, man, I'm an insane person while
Yeah.
the stock market is open. I come into the session either on top of the world or looking to exact a measure of revenge over some trades gone wrong
Well,
for the
I'll
day.
tell you what, Bitcoin has been going down the last few days.
Oh, boy.
And the market's open right now. So,
Rasty, don't look.
yeah, no, I'm already, my phone accidentally updated me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, on the wrong direction, the bad direction.
Well, Wai Kin Yang looking to send things into the right direction. Queen, Jack. And a high muck there from Kuhn.
What is the World Series of Art Poker?
It's a friend of mine's poker tournament.
It's like a mix of art and poker?
No, it's just all artists who play it.
Oh, nice.
One could consider Jason an artist, especially here in
Are
short
you an
deck.
artist yourself?
No, I love art. My mom is a painter, but yeah, but I'm not. I've always been into all the arts, but not so talented at it.
So he's painted some people into a corner here in poker, and he has definitely taken some artistic lines in short deck. I was going to finish it off. I've seen him
Yeah.
use blockers to do heroic things in multi-way pots on the river. I saw him get a guy to fold a straight and a small boat. And,
Okay.
and he just had the two blockers to the over full house, you know.
Yeah.
Or 11.
Wai Kin Young back at it, this time from under the gun. Ace Jack, Wai Leong Chan. Tens. Shuffling those two cards around like a Badoogie draw. Lets him go. Simpler proposition for Kuhn.
你想攞咩嚟打我？
And these little pickups are
你都係諗打一七你啊！
are quite significant when we're able to raise and take down all the antes.
Certainly. They certainly are.
Just consider that each time we do it in a six-handed table, that's 6 antes outside of our own.
Yeah, that you're
profit.
picking up. I mean, for this, let's say the stacks that just bought in the tournament, that's a big pickup.
Greenwood has limped King 10 up front. Jack 10 along. Jack 6 is the 7 deuce of short deck. Chidwick pausing before checking back. King Queen 9 board. Zhang with the nuts. Gutters elsewhere. Greenwood's attached to top pair as we await his choice. Checking.
$24.
Zhang makes a pretty small bet here, quarter pot. This kind of spot on a high board where after the under the gun player checks and the dealer really doesn't have very much on this board very often at all, given his check back pre. Zhang perhaps implying that he's going to bet quite wide. And wow, and Chidwick, the somewhat surprising play here, floating this very weak wit in a spot where he's also theoretically at a big range disadvantage. So this is a very interesting play from Stevie. Let's see what Sam thinks of all this with top pair.
104.
Oh. On the strength of not just the top pair, but that 10 blocker, perhaps we respond in this way, trying to rep that Jack 10 ourselves.
Certainly. You're blocking kings up, which are the strong two pairs, king, queen, and king, nine, which definitely continue. And you're blocking the straight. A little uncomfortable to check call. And I think Greenwood perhaps picking up that, okay, Zhang's betting this wide, and maybe Chidwick is floating this pretty wide.
24.
Chidwick ushered out of there. Zhang, of course, not going anywhere. Plays it as the flat. Now the board pairs. And remember, these under-the-gun limps will be tethered to kings and queens in terms of hands that have boated up now with some frequency. But would top or middle set play the hand this way?
Top set definitely might, maybe middle set. You know, I mean, neither of the players behind have kings. They might have queens. So, I mean, the good news with kings is now they could both have queens and nines. And if you have queens, yeah, they don't have kings, but, you know, they can't have queens now. That's kind of the difference between the two hands. But I think both of them could check raise there. So we'll see if Sam wants to turn this into a multi-street bluff off just having the king blocker. He's thinking about it, but ends up checking. And we'll see what Zhang wants to do here. I mean, this is a spot where full houses, he's drawing dead. My opponent doesn't have a full house. Maybe he has hands like king or queen with a jack or a 10, maybe like ace jack, maybe like ace 10. I mean, those hands also could just call, getting 6-1 on the gutter to the nuts.
So Michael does decide to check back as things don't get further complicated on this 7 of hearts river.
Yeah, I think he's kind of deciding he's probably either way ahead or way behind. Definitely can't bet 2 streets for value, so have this be one of his strong checkbacks that isn't a slow play, and you know, see what happens on the river, but probably call versus a bet.
Obviously really enjoys seeing that Greenwood is checking again here on the end. You know, you do still have questions after it goes check, raise, check as to whether or not there's further trappiness, maybe at a lower frequency. I feel as though, I don't know, Rast, if you agree, with the kings full, top set would go check, raise, and then maybe lead more often than check, or it's so much hand that we try to induce?
You know, I think Sam is probably first, you know, maybe he just doesn't want to bluff off his whole stack hoping to get a fold. Second, it's probably better in this spot to make a big bluff with, say, if he had queen jack or queen 10 as opposed to king. Maybe there's some worlds where he ends up winning with the king or chopping at a showdown with kings and nines with the queen kicker to king jack, or versus queen jack. Those are all possible, right? We can see he even called the river, right? So
that's very extraordinary, by the way. It was 128 or 228 on the end.
228. So a healthy bet.
And maybe Michael earned that call courtesy of having kept things quiet on the turn with the check back.
Yeah, I mean, he has some hands that might check back turns, such as queen jack or ace jack, potentially, that would want to bluff the river.
Ace 9-7, meanwhile, elsewhere in the room as top and middle pair, along with a gut shot straight draw. That's what Nielsen and Wei Liang Chan have got themselves, respectively. Kuhn adrift. Checks it. Nielsen. 135 to continue.
Wow, this pot got huge. I have to imagine it went limp, and then Nielsen made a raise, and then both players flatted pre-flop. Yeah, we're not privy to the pre-flop action, but there was certainly a raise and 2 calls, and that's really the only way this could have gone down was Kuhn limping, Nielsen raising ace-8 off kind of as a bluff attack hand, and then Wei Liang Chan flatting button and Kuhn flatting. And so
How much?
Chan going to play this as a rip. All 553 being hurled forward. Yeah, and Nielsen asking for a count.
I think Nielsen probably ends up calling here. The gutter, a lot of equity if he's behind. Wei Liang Chan never has like ace king or ace queen. Probably doesn't have 7s or 9s. Probably has a lot of like flush draws, maybe ace jack or ace 10.
Yeah, he doesn't have 6-8 either. Not
Yeah.
sure how much pocket 7s, pocket 9s he has. And so you can see Nielsen does flick in the call. Pre-flop, it was a Kuhn Ding Biao limp in front of Nielsen, who made it 125. And then the button defended along with Kuhn to take that 3-way ace 9-7 2-diamond board. We saw, of course, post-flop action. Check from Kuhn, 135 jam and call. And here on the turn, Nielsen's advantage grows greater. However, the club draw obtained by Chan as he cannot improve. And this 1.5 will be slid over to Martin Nielsen, a site that is basically continuing since yesterday. He's just been out there beasting. Chan took a high variance spot there. Rast, I'm not entirely certain what I feel he would be representing. Maybe just some perceptions that Nielsen has been out there dancing. Maybe he's had a lot of bet folds. Unclear.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's counting on Nielsen having a decent amount of bet folds. I mean, there's already a lot of chips in the pot, right? I mean, I think by the time he shoved for 550, I think there was already over $500,000 in the pot after the C-bet, like 600K. So, a fold there is huge.
No.
And I think he's thinking between the pair of 9s, the gutter, and I mean, we'll throw in the backdoor flush draw, but that's real small.
Less
but
relevant.
I think he just thinks he has enough equity when called to probably make it worth it. It's kind of bad news for him that Nielsen had exactly ace-8, right? Let's say Nielsen has ace-jack, and the 8 is now a clean out, and he's not sharing the gutter. His hand has much more equity when called against like ace-jack or ace-10, for example.
416K ripped in there by Wei Kin Yong, and he's fared quite well in those situations in terms of not having to turn his cards face up and fade opposition.
And yeah, Nielsen can show up with some hands like King Queen, King Jack, etc. that just are bet folding. That's definitely a possibility. That's his, like, you know, if he's dreaming about something right there when he's moving all in, that's it.
Something's got Ding Biao smiling. Maybe it's that title earlier this week, although I'm not sure that's what he's thinking about in the moment.
Also, I mean, it seems like there's a few other things. First, you're going to defend 9-8 suited there for a pretty healthy chunk of your stack pre-flop. You hit a flop like that, it seems reasonable. Also against a player who clearly, he's the chip leader, and he's clearly playing aggressive.
Right.
I mean, we just tuned into him raising a 2 early position limps with ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, against somebody whose range is going to be a bit wider there, I think the play actually makes kind of, you know, a decent amount of sense. You could ask about the pre-flop flat, but I think once you get to the flop, I kind of think you gotta
Are you on this table, Makita?
gotta go with it.
Kuhn played his King 7 as a limp. Ding Biao checked back from the button, and facing the C bet of just 25K, he will let go of the same hand.
It's not refreshed.
Taking a look at Kuhn's results here thus far at this Jeju Festival. 9th place in the 25K Silver Main, 22nd in the 25K GG Millions, 14th in the 50K PLO. And those are the only 3 cashes that he has had in 13 attempts thus far. This is his 14th event played. 44 career cashes, $26.5 million in career Triton earnings. King Queen now for Nielsen. Limps in. Makita filling the void left behind by Danny Tang. There's Tan Xuan. He's like poker sriracha. You know, you want to spice things up, you just reach for the bottle.
Yeah,
Undo that green nozzle. Pour a little something out there.
I can see that. You know something I've noticed about Makita in pre-flop? He does a pretty good job about just in a period of, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds, always making it look like he's thinking about something. When it's like I'm watching him there, I'm like, I'm going to be kind of shocked if he does anything other than call with the 10-9 off. But if you just look at him, he does a pretty good job of the fake, like, I'm really thinking here, you know, brief period of time, whatever, balance.
Which perhaps later on down the line could be leveraged, Rasty,
yeah,
in
well,
terms
it's
of range.
really important not to give away little pre-flop timing and other tells that might let a player who's keying in on these type of things narrow down your range.
And look at this turn card. After a round of checks in a 4-way affair where Badziakuski on the coordinated board had flop top 2, he turns it into 9s full, and Wykin has 3 9s in a gutter.
Yeah, all the 9s are out. Ooh, Makita coming with check.
Oh, and Kuhn, on the strength of Queen 10, decides he'll speak up. Obviously a blocker to Queen Jack, a blocker to 10s full.
Yeah, I think at this point, probably thinks there's some chance Queen 10 is the best hand. I mean, he's not risking very much. He's only betting like 25% of the pot-ish. So clear out overcards which have equity versus him. And, you know, it's not going to work as we can see the cards that are actually out there. But he does have good blockers, as you say, to stronger hands as well.
Wykin plays it as a raise.
Wykin doesn't have very much behind.
Yeah, just 328 left. Are we not more content to flat the 33, just given the coordinated nature of the board? Or just the 9 is so strong, coupled with the queen in particular?
I think given this action, maybe Makita re-raise. We'll see what he comes with. He's really thinks through these intricate post-flop spots quite well, but I kind of think he's going to end up re-raising here.
Well, his hand's going to look very strong in the face of bet, raise, 3-bet after checking.
I mean, so does call, by the way. I mean, they both look pretty strong, but yes, re-raise would look quite strong.
Are the flats attached to spade draws?
I mean, are you really flatting too many spade draws here? Maybe like 9x of spades you end up flatting?
That is a combo, and we do see Bats does have that 9 of spades as he 3-bets it to 200,000. Kuhn never really all that interested from this point forward. He exits and leaves Wykin to deliberate. Does he want to put just shy of a third of his remaining chips in here to take a peek at a river with sub 0.5 SPR once we get there?
Yeah, I mean, against 10-9, he's in bad shape. Against 10s, he's almost dead. You know, 9-8, again, bad shape. He is doing okay against 8s. You know, could Makita have a hand like Queen Jack and play it like this? In which case, you are in a lot better shape. Any board pair or queen gives you the win. Those are maybe the kind of value hands we're looking at, a boat or Queen Jack. Does Makita have a combo draw? Something like King Jack of spades? So if he starts doing it with combo draws, then we actually could be ahead.
So you see Young making the decision to rip it in there, and now it is just a queen. That will save him. We know the Queen of Hearts is already in the bin. Believe it was that queen. It's a queen that Jason folded, which means it's a 2-outer.
But see, this was the advantage of Makita re-raising there instead of flatting. Sometimes you just get all the chips as a big favorite.
And sometimes
you flat, stuff happens, and maybe it goes check, check, right?
I was going to say, and sometimes it doesn't work out, as it hasn't here. For Wykin Young, he'll be on the outside here in the 50K main.
GG, Wykin.
GG, Wykin. GG.
22 runners remain. Only 11 of them will find the money.
Call.
Oh, and Zhang cannot win this pot.
Picking up action where with 3 players having limped in, I believe, initially. Yeah, it was a bet of 44,000 on the button from RVK. Called, and both Zhang and Chidwick's camps on the Queen 8-6 board.
Well, this,
I mean, 2 spade draws were out there. RVK with that king-queen board paired on the turn, 190 a man. And here we are at the river where the ace rolls off. And Chidwick Ace is up. Gonna
That
take this one. Go on, Rasty.
Might have been one of the only ways Zhang could have won the pot.
Happy no
I mean,
spade.
if a spade comes, he's just getting obliterated
Yeah.
by Stevie and the nut to second nut flush, which is, I mean, that's just like a huge super cooler in short deck. But really, the ace coming, and maybe Zhang now just has king high. It's a spot where, you know, he's blocking ace and king, ace king and ace jack of spades. Now he didn't bluff, but like that might have been one. I said he couldn't win. That might have been one of the only ways it's actually possible. Is like the ace comes and he decides to bluff, and then Stevie still has to make you know, not a huge, but like a big fold. But yeah, no, we didn't see that.
King Jack suited for Greenwood now. Up front. Carving out what looks like 30,000 here at the new ante level of 15.
On.
No, all in, declared off of 585. No takers.
Yeah, remember guys, flush is very hard to make, more powerful than boats in short deck. And if you think about flush over flush, the minimum required number of cards for that is 7 of the 9 cards in the suit, right? Because we're taking deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s out of the deck, so there's only 9 different ranks left. And so 2 players having flush over flush with no other cards of that suit being out is 7 of, you know, let's say it's hearts, it's 7 of the 9 hearts. So it's pretty hard, pretty rare.
Queen 10 suited. Tai Ha. Stack dilution. Moments ago, as the ante went up, he decides it's time to try to
How much?
collect some tokens. Greenwood wants a count from the button.
I think I gotta do it.
I gotta do it, declared. Dominating, holding.
Yeah. I haven't seen flush over flush yet here in Jeju. Have you?
Nope.
Yeah.
I may have only seen it once.
I think I saw it in 2022
581.
somewhere, at least one time, but not here in Jeju this year.
Yep.
Felt like king queen.
So Greenwood takes a little time to chew on it before deciding to dig in, and now Tai Ha is in a way, but has 37% equity in a 1.2 million plus chip pot.
Yeah, good news for Sam. This is about as good of a spot as he could have been in.
Now has to fade the gutter, blocking the king. Make that a two-way straight draw. As we add 8s to the problematic cards that could arrive on the end, required in order to keep Tai Ha intact, but instead, he makes the queen. And that'll be it for Tai Ha here in the main. By the way, Greenwood wasn't rocking this mask throughout the bulk of the Jeju Festival, as long days turn into long nights. Immune systems get a little compromised. It feels like he may have picked up a cold. So actually rocking the mask out of consideration for the others there at the table. I love that, by the way.
Oh, did you talk with Sam?
No, I didn't, but I can tell. And, you know, whatever it is, I may have picked it up myself, if I'm being honest. But I'm not going to rock a mask here in the booth. Rast, I apologize. I'll turn my head away from you.
I don't even. How is that even possible? You have to. You're talking nonstop. How would you even do that with a mask? Talk through the mask with the mic there, plastered to your.
sounds like you're with me on this.
Yeah.
Zhou Chuan, 2.6 million in front of him. Tops on the leaderboard at this table, still running behind Martin Nielsen, who is up and over 4 million, by the way, elsewhere in the room. RVK came in as the chip leader, but he has now slipped to 8th, just ahead of the 1.4 million average stack, which is 96 annies, Greenwood shortest stack at the table.
Yeah, that sounds like Sam right there.
And if I didn't have a mute button, it would probably sound like me most of the day as well. Zhou Chuan deep enough to limp with 10-9. He wants to play pots. And of course, given what you kind of picked up on in terms of the wolf in the hen house behaviors, others are going to be a little bit wary of getting involved against him. He's the Reaper here at this feature. Gut shot straight draw versus jacks up. 105 in the middle. Advantage Zhang. But Chuan asks the question.
Yeah, this is an interesting kind of spot where Zhang really theoretically has a lot more 7x, so a lot more of the strongest hands, whereas Zhou can have some more of the moderately strong hands like aces, kings, queens. So very interesting setup, and many players wouldn't range bet in Zhou's spot, at least in short deck.
Well, he also can't love a third 7 on the board. As now the gut shot so much less attractive. A 9 or a 10 could very well be dead. And as we can see, that's exactly where Chuan finds himself. Having checked over to Zhang, he can feel a lot more comfy. And the 7x combos are supposed to be his, but as we've observed, Rasty, there is some breadth to Chuan's willingness to participate in terms of holding.
This is an interesting play by Zhang here. So a lot of people will instinctually check back the jack, and here's some thoughts as to why, like, maybe Zhang didn't do that, right? You think, oh, you know, my opponent, maybe he's aces, kings, or queens, he's never folding. Why don't I just check back the jack myself? I'll bet when I have the quad 7s. Well, you kind of then open yourself up, you check back, then your opponent pots or bets more on the river and could have some bluffs, aces, kings, queens. You sort of face up your range quite a bit. After lead small flop, you call in position on jack 7-7, check turn, your range is significantly stronger. You have a lot of 7s full of jacks, and you have a lot of quad 7s. That's most of your range. Your opponent still could have a lot of nonsense. You make a, you know, half pot, third pot, smallish bet there with range. And then on the river, you can go big with quads or maybe a few bluffs. Check back the jack. So I really like Zhang's play, but it only makes sense in the context of his full range. And I think that's exactly the type of play that a lot of like non-top pros kind of miss, in my opinion. Anyways, we can move on.
Always love the insights, Rasty. Keep them coming.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to
RVK
try.
started this parade with King 10 offsuit. Snowball effects through Ace 9, 10-9, and then Queen Jack for Chuan, which checks back and turns into top pair up against the nuts for Zhang.
Zhang's having a pretty good day so far.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we saw that. Didn't he double early, if I'm not mistaken?
Believe he did.
Yeah.
He had that 10 Jack flop straight.
No, the kings versus the 9s.
Oh, yeah,
set over set.
That's the one. Greenwood, by the way, double gutter. RVK, just a one-way gutter. Both of them checking. And Zhang with a little sprinkle. Zhou Chuan just out of there with the Queen Jack. Jack-10 also conceding, but let's see whether or not Greenwood wants to proceed. 9 of hearts somewhat relevant as well. We can see it's covered.
It's a double gutter, right? The
Yeah.
6 and the 10. So plus the 9 of hearts, but it's covered. And there's a heart.
Yeah, straight flush draw for both parties that block one another in that regard.
And yeah, Zhang has this hand on lockdown. We can see Greenwood can't win. He ties with a 10. His heart's no good. Both have the straight flush draw, but they have each other's out in that regard. So Greenwood's just behind with his flush draw. Board pairing flush coming, a straight just got a lot weaker, but Zhang this time isn't going to check back his straight on the paired board. He's going to bet. It's going to be hard to see him betting the river if Greenwood calls, and that's another thing that's hard to see. Greenwood only has ace high here. Could he be thinking about raising? It would be a commitment to bluffing, it would.
Yeah. Maybe try to rep Jack's full. Not sure.
I mean, there's a possible flush, so the hearts are even more important as blockers almost. But maybe he'd want 2 blockers working for him there to bluff, right? Like you want, like, I don't know.
Well, he had the blocker to the straight and the blocker to the flush.
Yeah, blocker to the straight's not that big. When
Yeah, not when the board paired.
It's not the best. You're blocking, like you actually kind of want your opponent to have a straight and fold it when you check raise, right? Like if Zhang gets check raise there, he very well might fold the straight, right? There's a flush and full house on board, so you want to be blocking full houses and flushes. So yeah, Greenwood actually had a really bad hand to bluff with from a technical standpoint.
Chidwick limping Jack-9 suited as we march on. Chuen follows with King-Jack. RVK says, let's see 3.
It was the spot. He passed. Looks like the day hasn't been so kind to him. He was up there at the top of the chip counts at the beginning of the day, right?
Yes, he was.
1.4 isn't there anymore. It's
No,
right
it
around
isn't.
the average.
Top pair open-ender versus top pair with the king of diamonds lurking, and then just the open-ender for RVK. Action is on Chidwick. He'll check.
Yeah, RVK does have the ace of diamonds in his hand as well, along with that 9. Might pretty good blockers in order to bet here. Let's see if he decides to do it. It's really nice to be blocking the nut flush draw and straights, you know, and then he has the equity of the straight draw himself.
And he may have more of that 7-9, Queen-9 business as a check back on the button versus the limpers.
Certainly. Stevie might not even have a straight other than, you know, does he play Queen-9 or 7-9 suited? It's hard to say under the gun. Zhou definitely could be playing those. May or may not be playing the offsuit variants. We can see Zhou just passed King-Jack here.
That he did. In the face of the 60K. Check call out of Chidwick on the turn. RVK hits the ace. Chuen's hand has been folded, by the way, so disregard that King-Jack.
Yeah,
There we
it's
are.
not so comfortable, a 3-way pot. I know it's top pair, so it's weird to see, but in short deck, Jack 10-8, like, every card in the deck improves the board almost, like a 9, a diamond, a ace, king, queen. I mean, that's most of the deck. So, you know, just how, if top pair is good here, how is it holding up? If somehow it does hold up in a three-way pot, how am I not going to get bluffed either on the turn or the river? It's just so many variables. You can see he just gave it up right away, even with the king of diamonds.
Board pairing 8 on the river. Chidwick a bit adrift.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a hand like 10-9 would definitely want to bluff, and Jack-9 maybe not. That said, Chidwick has, in these kind of spots, not been afraid to push his cutoff for bluffing in short deck up pretty high, so wouldn't be shocked to see him bluff here, but again, he's also now chopping with Queen, Jack, and King, Queen. I'm sorry, Queen, Jack, and King, Jack, so that gives less incentive with the 8 pairing. I remember specifically a hand from yesterday where Chidwick went for a very thin value bet and got the next worst hand. It actually folded.
No thin value here out of either party as RVK able to pick this pot up, something that he hasn't been doing a whole lot of thus far. As you touched on, Rast coming in as the chip leader was the Dutchman on the day, now sitting around the average, working his way back up 134,000 in career Triton earnings. All came in a 50K short deck ante only in Madrid. I said ante only like that was some sort of further delineator about that particular event, but only plays short deck. You know of any online short deck that gets played, Rast? I would imagine it's out there.
I'm sure guys are playing on apps, but I don't know how popular it is on like sites. Right? Like the official site as opposed to apps. You know what I wonder in those spots, Ollie? Where you corrected because you knew that it wasn't official, but I bet it's like, what % of the audience, if you just let it go uncorrected, would really know to make that differentiation that what you said didn't matter? Because I'm here, I'm in the booth, I do this all the time as well. The decision to let it go or not, like, what do you think about that?
I let a lot go. If I didn't, I don't know if I could sleep at night. The number of things I mess up in here. Ace 9 board, 3-way limp pot, Chidwick, best of what's around.
I try to tell myself to let more things go. That's why I was bringing.
Oh, listen, I'm not saying outside of the booth I do a good job of letting things go. I just don't know that I'd be able to get through a day in the booth if I hung on to every little misstep.
No, you do a great job, Ollie.
Thank you, bro. You as well. You want to hug it out?
All right, Zhang. Zhang has a curious hand here to check. Feels like a spot he's going to bet a lot. Ace, king, and a jack. Nice backdoor flush draw. He has the propensity of good ace-x hands. Given that he checked flop, will he bet now on the turn? Board is pretty dry. There is some incentive to check hands like ace jack or ace 10 on the flop, going for 2 streets. He has a jack in his hand. He's got spades now.
Zhang ponders and ultimately settles on 40,000. Third pot sizing. Not sure RVK cares much about a 7, especially with the player left to act behind, although it was checked around on the flop.
Yeah, this is a pretty gross spot.
Oh, thought perhaps. Let's see for Chidwick. Obviously, trip aces don't need to go betting. for Zhang. Out of position if he had limped with that sort of kit.
RVK does have to worry about Chidwick behind him, which, yes, Chidwick usually has nothing, but it's not it's not nothing that there's another player. Chidwick now has no other player to worry about, and a 9 instead of a 7. So let's see what he decides. Yeah, call seems quite reasonable. Let's see if Zhang bluffs a blank.
Queen on the river. No improvement for Michael. And let's see if he continues the storytelling. Do we safely remove ace-x from Chidwick's range most of the time, given button check back on the flop, just flat on the turn? It feels like a hand that could be targeted, could it not?
Certainly. I think Chidwick can have
135.
3 aces, but definitely doesn't need to and can easily have a hand like a 9. And, you know, when Zhang bluffs here, he's definitely targeting the 9s. Like, you're assuming Chidwick isn't going to fold 3 aces as played, right? I mean, you check back flop, you call 1/3, and, you know, now if you're Chidwick and you have an ace, it's such a great blocker. Even if your hand's like ace-6, you know, you're blocking half the aces left in the deck. It's like a easy call. But yeah, with a 9, it's a different story. And this is exactly the type of hand that Zhang is targeting here. And the play just makes a lot of sense. Zhang can have, by the way, doesn't even need 3 aces. He could have 9s full, queens full, pocket kings, in my opinion, as well.
Sure.
Pocket kings being maybe like the thinnest hand that he's value betting.
And Chidwick might have incidentally run into like a 10-8 open-ender that he was maybe willing at that price that Zhang laid on the turn, kind of take a swing. And also, you know, maybe it gets checked to us on the end, unimproved. We have a chance to pick up the pot with a bet.
Yeah, I think if Chidwick has 3 aces or a straight, Chidwick's calling there. He's not going to lay those down.
No, not on the river. I'm talking about on the in terms of on the end, Zhang's perceptions of what Chidwick may have called the turn with.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Certainly. Yes. He could have 3 aces, could have a straight.
Straight draw.
Straight draw. No.
Well, 6-8.
No, the queen came on the river. 6-8 was already a straight on the turn.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
But
maybe
he could be
he's just
flatting with
calling.
6-8.
Yeah, you know, is he going to raise or call? Hard to say. But definitely could be calling with 6-8.
Meanwhile, back over to the Martin Nielsen show. He makes it 140.
But yeah, if you're just doing some basic hand counting, and let's say you made it 3 aces that weren't good enough to raise pre-flop, also checked back flop, so let's discount some of those combos, plus there's only 2 aces on the board. And let's say Stevie has some 6-8 that gets there, doesn't raise turn, but then has all the 9x with 3 possible 9s and all those crappy combos of this offsuit, whatever, on the button that checked back. Like, he probably has a 9 most of the time, and he's not even bluffing pot. So like a bluff there, if you're getting a 9 to fold at any kind of decent frequency, makes a bunch of sense.
Sure.
Like, you should almost always be bluffing on the Queen River versus the 9x combos, assuming that they fold at a decent frequency.
Well, Kuhn, not bluffing per se, but just leveraging the power of 10-9 suited for all of his chips, 827,000 over the top of the Nielsen Open, and that is enough added heat to put his king-queen into the bin.
And that's something you're going to see quite a bit here. The 10-9 suited specifically being one of the best plays when you get pretty deep to do that with. Because, right, let's say Nielsen opens, Kuhn all in 10-9 suited. Let's say Nielsen calls him with aces, kings, ace-king, and you say, like, maybe queens, maybe ace-queen. 10-9 suited's like the best hand against that very top of range. Literally has the most equity. So that's why you see Kuhn doing that.
Yeah.
It's like the hand to fight where when you get called, you're going to see, you know, very top of range from your opponent.
And obviously a hand that performs very well against top of range.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're a dog against that range, but not that much in short deck, you know.
Four-way affair to the King 10-9 board. Top pair and a gutter for Tan Xuan. Best of what's around. Action on bads. Ace of clubs. Broadway gutty.
Seems like a natural combo to bluff with the queen being a pure out towards the nuts, and we're blocking nut flush draws with the ace of clubs. Tan never one to back down from putting money in the pot.
35,000, all that was required. 2 unders and the bad-looking gutty, which could, of course, be dead for Nielsen.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he hasn't folded already, to be honest.
I mean, we're just dead against Queen Jack.
Wow, is he?
Yes, yes, he is, Rast.
He's coming. This is what it is.
And how about this turn card? Problems for Tan Xuan as he's made the king high straight. Bads, though, with Broadway. And let's see if Makita will barrel once more or look to trap someone.
You know, yes, you're dead to Queen Jack. He's getting a big price. I would say clearly Martin's got some plans to bluff in maybe some different kind of runouts. You would hope, not just calling for a 7. Could this be one of the cards he was potentially going to bluff?
It's not a given that just because 2 parties are checking in front of them that they don't have a jack, as we can see both do.
Yes.
I'm very surprised, though, by the check from Tan in particular, Rast. Maybe not so much bads as he can lay the trap. Now Nielsen steps right in said trap as he bets 150 into 240 with a hand that both of us anticipated he would have been mucking.
But we can see that part of his plan was to, you know, bluff on some non-7 turn cards. And that's exactly what happened. And it's like Makita and Tan coordinated this in order to get 150K out of 8 high somehow on the turn, because they both check a straight over to Martin, no pair Nielsen, who fires away. Wow, and Makita is playing this almost like he can see everyone's cards. Fade's raising here in a spot where nobody can beat him. He's might have knocked Tan out by raising, but is now keeping Tan in the pot, who also has a jack.
Tan can't go getting crazy having a jack here. At this point, he has to suspect one of these 2 share a jack at a minimum.
Sure, of course, but you know, if Makita raises, maybe he folds, and now he's keeping him in. I'm just saying that not raising for Makita, you know, was not obvious at all, and who knows theoretically right or wrong, but it was the perfect way to play his hand in this spot.
And this could be an action freezer on the end, maybe one that allows Tan Xuan to convert his hand?
Well, one of the curiosities of this is, does Tan make a move here to try to get somebody to fold the chop?
Right.
Right, because now he has 3 kings, so if other people have 10 jack or 9 jack or queen jack, can he get them to fold?
And by the way, in terms of the line, he limped behind Bads, who was up front.
70.
He then just flatted the 35K out of Makita on the flop, and then check overcalled on this turn Now faces this cutesy 70K block bet from Makita. It certainly feels like an opportunity here, Rast, for Schwen, who we know was very capable of it, to put some real heat on.
Yeah, and he has the best, you know, king high straight combo to bluff with, blocking, you know, kings full. And he can definitely have boats. I mean, the way he played this, it's almost, you know, just as likely that he has a boat as that he has a straight, right?
Yeah, that's
you know,
what I was getting at in terms
exactly.
of the credibility of his
agree.
line being tethered to king's full here if he activates.
So let's see. I mean, if he makes a raise to fold out a chop, and then that'll put Makita in an interesting position because he's beating hands that would make this play and then losing to boats, right? Like maybe he does get chops to fold, but Makita's not chopping. Makita has the ace-jack.
There it is. This is such a nice spot for Tan Schwen. Now we know Nielsen's all done. And this would be so incredibly gutsy for Bads to dig in for virtually all of his chips. And yeah, lets it go. I'm not sure it plays out differently, though.
Bluff, bluff.
If Bads checks.
They can't call. They can't call. Pocket 10 4, pocket 9 4.
Schwen you know, there's a few guys out there, Rast, that we've played with throughout the years who we know would way sooner prefer to bluff you off of one than to make the nuts all night. And Tan Schwen's cut from that cloth. That's his DNA. Give the nuts to the other guys, all right? Give me the spot where I get to move them off of second and third nuts. That's what I'm about. That was a really nicely played hand.
Yeah. I wonder what happens if Makita checks instead of blocking.
Sure. How big can he go and how...
Like, how big does he go, and does Makita end up check calling there or not? Or does it change anything?
The check overcall on the turn for me is what really begins to narrow Schwen into a lot of that king's full, you know, maybe not king's full, but a boat.
Yeah, no, he can certainly have a lot of boats. I mean, he can also certainly have king jack and maybe even goes to queen jack or whatever to start bluffing. Really, really gutsy play, though, there by Tan.
Ding Biao.
All in.
Tries to limp into Bads' button. He says no. Looking around the room, current overall shortest stack is Arthur Yap. 357,000 in front of him. That's 24 antes. Ding Biao, mind you, finds themselves down in a similar spot, having been bullied off of that limp moments ago by Makita. Ren Lin also down there. Boss Palpua still in the field. 18th overall, 21 runners remaining. Schwen now second in chips with almost 3 million, Rasty. Ahead of Phil Ivey and Joe Schwen, respectively.
Yeah, that was a nice pot.
Nielsen continues to be at the top of the chip counts, despite having polished off a little bit. 10-9 suited, played as a rip by Jason. I would love to have an opportunity to play a cash game against Tan Xuan. Not because I think he wouldn't put me in an absolute blender, but there are certain characters that whenever you add them to a game, the game gets good. Doesn't even really matter who the rest of the people are there. They just drive action, become a bit of a focal point, and make it interesting. They create spots.
Yeah. Yeah. Tan makes for some interesting poker hands.
Oh, for sure. King Queen makes for an all-in. And Ace King, Nielsen with medicine right behind. He'll be going nowhere.
Nielsen does have Tan Xuan with 3 million behind him, so wonder what he comes with here. Whether it's, wow, he's just ripping it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I saw his hand. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm folding, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So here we are. Ding Biao realizes he's got issues.
I maybe could have called. After seeing his hand, I maybe could have called, honestly. Yeah. He had ace-9 of spades. I had a suited Broadway.
Call.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm gonna fucking make it,
Ayo.
make it straight every time. Ay, yeah.
Oh no, it's diamond.
Not drawing dead.
One odds.
I think Tan Xuan alluding to his own holding the ace-9 suited, which he binned. And now, Ding Biao, who needed a queen, could add a 10 to the mix. Xuan would have had quad 9s instead. It is Nielsen, who never improves on the ace-king suited in spite of flopping that flush draw, and never needed to.
Now it's not a secret anymore.
No secrets.
And then there were 20.
Good game, bro.
1个半小时，在这。不打了。
Back over to the other feature table, one in progress, a flop of King, Jack 9, five-way affair. 2 checks in front of Zhang with King, Queen, he barrels.
So just took a look, and it looks like there's 11 players that cash with 20 remaining. So we are sort of getting down to, you know, where part of the tournament where maybe guys will consider making the money. Only 9 more need to bust to get paid. The min cash being 84,000.
We could get there in a hurry just based on short deck and short stacks. Greenwood the only caller. Neither player with the flush draws the 9 pairs. Greenwood checks the turn. Zhang content to check back, and now the queen turns into a straight. 4 hearts on board.
I mean, I think Greenwood check called the flop, right? We don't have the action here, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened, and then check, check. I actually think Greenwood probably has the absolute worst hand he can have at this point. Jacks and 9s. No queen, no heart. I wonder if he decides to bluff just because he's at the stone bottom of range. Yeah, so.
Yeah, ace-jack does decide to play as a bluff.
I think versus this small of a sizing, Zhang probably feels compelled to call with a straight.
But
King 10. Okay. King 10.
thank you.
Look at him work through the bluffs.
Oh no, you have ace 10. Yeah, I can't fold. Cool.
That's never fun. As your man goes through it all out loud right beside you and then clicks call and takes it down. Zhang, so solid in the short deck streets. You'd be well served to buy a piece of him if he were posting, and where else would he post but at our official staking partners over at Poker Stake, bringing you our coverage here in part, the ultimate platform for staking and pro players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. Support your favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victory at pokerstake.com.
And with Ding Biao out, that's 19 remaining. And in other news, cracking the top 5 is Seth Davies.
Okay. Davies got down there in the 25K.
Yeah.
Ultimately bowed out in third. Renlin then falling to Mike Watson in the 25K. Ace 10 and Queen 10 book a table for 2 on the King Jack 6 board. Schwen with the open ender.
Nielsen over 4 million. Stack just keeps growing. Despite this being a pretty tough table.
The toughness of that table always softened a little bit
This
when we've got a big, huge stack like Nielsen does.
I know he's versus Tan, but this guy seems pretty tough to win pots off also. I mean, he did just overcall 8-6 on King 10-9 and bluff the queen in a 3-way pot. So, you know, these two guys always could be fireworks.
No doubt.
Here. Ooh.
9 comes in, no waiting for Tan Schwen after the flat of 60K from Nielsen.
It's a firework card. Tan has the nuts, and Nielsen has a hand that might bet again here. We've got no pair, got a gutter to the nuts, ace of clubs. Won't work out well if he puts money in the pot, clearly, and finds the check.
Yeah.
Finds the check. Will it just be the check fold? I mean, just check fold here. Maybe we see why Nielsen has all these chips.
See what kind of price Tan wants to charge. Is it half potish? A little north, 135.
So it's a lot to put in.
Yeah, the Broadway gutter. Ace of clubs a little relevant in terms of bluffing opportunities in the event a club rolls off, but
certainly.
Not
But we
sure.
can see that probably won't work out well because Tan has the straight already with a club himself. Yeah.
So Nielsen does lay it down. That's Schwen. On his feet.
Sign of respect there almost. Like won the pot and like, look,
Yeah.
I had it, man. Not messing around.
Positive reinforcement for the fold. Maybe he'll leverage that later on down the streets as 2 massive stacks have developed. They run 1-2 overall as it's the tale of 2 depths out there at this particular feature. Ante will be going up to 20K with a button double ante of 40K. That glimpse brought to you by betacr.eu. Unclear whether or not we're going to be swapping out that particular feature table. My guess is we will be, right? Producer James? Maybe, maybe not. These mysteries do loom, and they'll be solved on the back end of the upcoming break, where I will be conceding this seat to Will Jaffe. But Rasty, obviously the coolest pot I think that we saw in that first frame was the one that Tan Schwan activated on the strength of the king blocker. He just had a real world of hurt against the ace-jack of Badziakuski, and then the board development gave him an opportunity, and he seized it.
Yeah, no, that was a fascinating pot for a couple different reasons. I mean, let's start with Martin Nielsen's decision to float overcall pre-flop with 8-6.
Surprised us both.
Both players with a straight checking the turn. Martin going ahead and bluffing. You know, Badziakowski check raise call, comes with call, keeps in king jack, king pairs after kind of the donk lead by Badziakowski, just massive raise. I mean, really fascinating pot, and you know, seemed hard to think how Badziakowski was going to lose the pot on the turn, but Tan found a way, as he often does.
Well, we are going to find only 11 players in the money, 19 left, and we're going to find our way back here to continuing coverage of day 2 of the 50K Short Deck Main here in Jeju after this.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Playing poker kind of fasted at the beginning of the day, just drinking coffee and don't eat until later in the day. And I felt great doing it before. I don't really do it anymore, but just because I don't like intermittent fasting.
You know, it's funny, when I first heard you say it, I envisioned a Depression-era father trying to get the kids to relax. Being hungry is not that bad.
Yeah. No, but it's actually,
better.
Biologically,
overeating.
it's not bad for you at all when it comes to your body and brain function to be a little hungry. It turns out, yeah. Overeating is way worse because now all this blood's going to your stomach and it makes you drowsy.
Joe Chuen takes us to 152,000. Ace-9 suited for Tai Ha. We saw Watson wag a finger with this, but that was in the face of a bunch of limps. There is a raise in front of Tai, and he will let it go as that raise did come in behind a limper under the gun.
And Watson's just got an easy jam here against anyone, really, but Zhou Xuan has a lot of chips and shown a propensity to make moves in this spot anyway, so for Watson's going to really like it, but unfortunately, he's going to be up against kings. But we can see that's... I mean, this is like the equivalent of almost the same equity difference of like ace-king suited to queens in Hold'em, right? I mean, that's probably like 47-53 or something like that. 6%. This is 6% only. That's how good ace-king suited is against kings.
Well, Chuen does have the advantage here as he does make the call. Happy not to look over at aces. But nevertheless, chunky equity for Watson. The covering stack belongs to Joe Chuen. Let's see if Mike's bid for a second straight short deck title will remain intact. It certainly looks that way on the ace-high board. Only one king for the time being to fade. Oh my! Somehow that lone one outer just works its way to this turn. Watson not drawing dead.
The ace of hearts is gone, though. The button folded ace-9 of hearts, Tai Ha.
And for Watson, the day was short-lived.
Yeah.
What were the two hands? King, king, and...
We might need a to-go box.
Okay, I didn't see you.
For Watson. You can take it with you, Mike.
It's okay.
No, I like doing that too. Listen, look at that. He's got a soup bowl.
Looks like consolidation of a curry of sorts, perhaps.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of food there. But, you know, if you're just finishing up, you take a minute or two. It's okay. Nobody needs that chair for
Are you an eat your feelings kind of guy when you're tilted? Will you just ravage something? You seem too composed for all of that.
Sometimes it's just simply about the annoyance of moving everything, although it looks like Mike consolidated.
By the way, they say the camera adds 10 pounds. I thought that bowl was 10 times as big as it is. As it comes into the foreground, I realize it's small, man. Anyway, Watson not going to pick up a second straight here. Now we pick up action at our other feature table for the first time. A couple of ace-queens. Wai Leong Chan of Malaysia. Opening to 112,000. Tang chewing on ace-queen from the button. He is the covered stack, just 347 back.
That's only 30 antes, so not too much. You know, it's six-handed.
Which means there's 7 antes in any given pot?
Yes, and he's not that deep, so...
Because generally speaking, 4 pots is the cutoff for when we consider ourselves short stacked in the same way in which 10 bigs?
Yeah, so if there's 7 pots and he has about, 30?
7
so,
antes.
Yeah, he's
got 31 coming in.
About like 11 or 12 big blind kind of equivalent.
Did make the call.
One of his bigger concerns is just the position where Wai Leong Chen, he was under the gun opening.
This will be chopped regardless, by the way. Yeah, sure, the under the gun is always a little bit scary.
So I think that was giving Danny pause. And I guess he decided to call for that reason. I think maybe if it was the cutoff or the hijack, he would have just moved all in pre.
Another day, another dollar. And by dollar, I mean $50,000 short deck main event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series at Jeju Shinhwa World. Will Jaffe, Brian Rast, getting down to the meat and bones here, Brian. And as we near the money, what are you looking for in this short deck main event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to see if anybody can really start separating themselves from the pack. You know, we've already witnessed here at Triton how powerful the chip lead can be. I mean, you remember Mad Dog, as you like to call him. I like to call him Sir Watts, first of his name, king of the value bet, but that was from a Hold'em hand. Anyway, in that tournament, he really displayed the power of the chip lead and how you can just wield it and everybody folds and you just, you know, just shove your way to a title. So, I mean, we're at this part right now. Okay, the bubble's coming up. Some of the shorter stacks might start folding a bunch to try to make it. Can anyone separate themselves on the top end?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that top end, let's take a look at these feature tables here. We've got Martin Nielsen leading the way with 4.1 million, the short deck sniper. Also, Bads and Kuhn at that table with Tan Xuan, great short deck player. Then at our blue table, no shortage of star power. Phil Ivey, Lady Gaga, Ren Lin, Daniel DeVoris ran that last bullet up, it looks like. Arthur Yap and Mr. P. So, yeah, I mean, I know we've talked about this, but in short deck, almost even more, I think, than PLO, than No Limit, you can really leverage the close equities and put a lot of pressure on your opponents in these close ICM spots.
Yeah, because it's like, imagine PLO, right, where you have a lot of hands that are closer in equity pre-flop, but now all of a sudden you're not limited by just being able to bet the pot. You can bet all in, and there's even more out there in terms, you know, to win at a full-handed table in short deck. So, you know, it kind of makes sense if you think about it. And just looking at these two tables, if you think about it, I mean, Ivy, who doesn't have a ton of chips for the tournament, third place, but again, average is 1.6 million, so above average, but really smashing his table with 3 short stacks, only DeVoris there around average. You know, sharp contrast to the other table where Ivy would actually be in third at the red table.
Yeah, great spot for him being here. It can really pressure these guys.
You're taking me too much.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. That's reasonable.
Very nice.
And DeVoris, we saw him bust 2 bullets late last night, fired a third, basically with a few minutes left, and has spun it up.
Yeah, and he's in an interesting spot. Has just over an average stack in the tournament, but here he is at a table with 3 short stacks, and then Phil Ivey, who covers him and is quite deep.
Double.
I tried to do it for you, man.
Oh. So.
You win first.
Hmm?
You win first.
I win flush?
You win first and double for me?
I think it's going to be hard for me to win with a flush. Hearts, maybe, you think?
60.
50-50.
Yes, 50-50. Okay, everything 50-50.
It is actually pretty close to 50-50,
Everything
which is
50.
interesting.
Wow. Still 50-50.
50-50.
That's 50-50. No, 48-52. 100-0. Oh, no. 50-50. Always 50-50.
What, 255?
Win or lose to result, so 50-50.
280?
Yeah, you see Dan pressuring the short stacks. Arthur woke up with a hand. Big double for him. He was our short stack. Still going to be pretty short, but
对啊，10万的你打吗？
不知道。
我看一下这场能走多远。这场要是再让我这场进前圈我就打，反正都 free 了，我就不会转牌。我第一场不是拿了个第2名，刚好够这后面几场败。
哦。
本来就没想打，根本就不会打。但现在我知道，因为你跟我说 50-50。Everything is 50-50. Impossible.
And after the double, just slides it right in. Very next hand.
Phil Ivey, you mentioned,
Wow.
very good short stack player.
50-50.
Yeah, no, short deck, it's, you know, I remember a moment.
Can I get a catch?
Actually, it's one of the, very clearly, it's from 2022. I believe it was at Cyprus. I'm heading over from, you know, to the place where the tournament is. Phil's leaving at the same time. So I get in, we're in the same car heading over, talking a little bit about here, you know, what's going on. I'm there, he's
640?
there. You know, both kind of from Vegas. He just mentions to me very briefly, he's like, looks at me like, short deck, you know, I've done a little work. Just, you know, I like this game. So I think he really likes short deck.
I was looking at this. 4 of his Triton titles are in short deck.
Yes. I mean, so
he's also got a couple of really big scores. 3rd in the 100K short deck in London for almost 900,000. 3rd in the short deck in Montenegro for 13 million HKD.
And you know, Will, let me say this. I actually haven't told that story, even though that whole year I didn't say anything. Now it's like 2 years later, and he's won a bunch of money in short deck. I feel like it's okay
now. Yeah,
it's okay now, Phil. We all know you're great at short deck. It's no secret anymore. I finally spilled the beans, buddy.
Devoris now.
All in.
Oh, I thought my welcome.
Arthur only shoving for about 32 annies. Devoris can afford to make this call, but you can see he's in bad shape.
Ace jack.
It does make the good fold there.
Yes.
Yeah, ace jack.
Professional looking. No way you fold ace queen, right? No.
No way I fold ace queen.
I mean, to me, stuff like that, it's a differentiating factor if we're going to talk about who the greatest poker players of all time are. You know, I get it. A guy who only plays no limit hold'em, super crusher. I mean, that's obviously massively impressive, and you're a great poker player, but it is a slightly differentiating thing if another guy has learned a couple more games. You know, it's just that extra little notch of difficulty on the belts. You know, poker's not just one game, even though obviously No Limit Hold'em is the most popular poker game.
Yeah, that's always been a calling card for Ivey. Really good at all the games.
I mean, he really is.
Bad's going to defend his button here with the Jack-10 versus Tan. Also a really good short deck player. Great flop for Tan.
Really nothing to speak of for Mikita, who started the day healthy, but his chip stack sliding down there now. Probably going to fold this, and he's down in the under the 20, or what is that? Sorry, he's under the 40 ante range now.
Yeah, getting close to that danger zone. Did come in 5th place in the 25K short deck. And I'm very interested to see this dynamic between Tan and Martin Nielsen. Obviously, Martin has a chip lead, but we've seen Tan. He's completely fearless. Can't imagine he's going to be too afraid of this money bubble.
Oh, he had a really big bluff, not that, like in 15 minutes before we went on break or something. Yeah, it was, I mean, it was probably the most fascinating pot of the last stretch where Martin Nielsen, it was King 10-9 with 2 clubs. Mikita led with ace jack, ace of clubs. By the way, scan that QR code, download the Triton Poker Plus app, back to the hand. Tan flats king jack. Martin Nielsen overcalls 8-6 offsuit with a club. Okay, on the flop, this is bet 33. Turn, queen, so ace jack and king jack make a straight. Check, check. Martin Nielsen takes the bait, bets 150K. With 8 high, drawing stone dead. They both call. River pairs the king. Mikita donk leads 70K, and then Tang goes in the tank. Remember how he did that hand yesterday where it was like he was acting and had it?
Yeah.
Well, he was kind of acting, but
he
really
didn't have it.
thinking.
Yeah.
Really thinking this time. Makes it $1 million, and they both fold.
Wow,
and then
so-
right after the hand, he's like, Doji! Which is like, you know, it's Chinese for bluff. So Doji, like really happy, like standing up. He didn't show his hand, but I mean, nobody screams with that kind of enthusiasm unless they actually bluffed. Like, so yeah. So he got Makita off the better straight. I mean, it was a pretty sweet hand for all kinds of reasons.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see some more Phil Ivey, Devoris, Loon, Arthur, Mr. P, and Ren Lin now very much in that danger zone. And ace king off for Mr. P.
Okay.
There it goes.
Let's go 50-50. 加油 ！Fold to heads up。10多年前我也有过梦想。
Fold.
100% now.
Yeah, it's good.
Ren Lin folded to heads up in the 25K. It's going to be a lot harder here.
It's
down to 14 antes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were trying to fold the heads up in the 25K, but
Seth
Ren
Davies
Lin's,
almost did it.
Ren Lin's the one who accomplished the mission. Ren Lin does just kind of have a pretty happy attitude at the table, pretty chatty, and he seems to really consistently be in form.
Yeah, he's got the good balance of like this type of stuff, but he's also very locked in.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good assessment.
No snap call, please. Yes.
Jack 10 off. Time to start the spin for him.
Roland Bosch. Please take it 5 seconds.
Fold.
Yes.
Oh, 13 antes. No follow.
Call double up.
Yeah.
10多年前我也有过梦想。
推人。
call 不好多个 ND。
啊
？call 不好多个 ND。
你有多少个？
没有讲get
也没有讲，其实也不是讲什么，就 fold 到都 cut off，都直接推咯，一定推了嘛，Queen King。get 30个吧嘛，然后get 一样少过没？嗯，他一手输掉了，然后端嘛。
We're down to 18. 11 cash, by the way. Kiat Lee, really great short deck player. Haven't seen him on stream yet today, and we won't see him because he's out.
Professional action. Wow.
Ren Lin there, by the way, the shortest stack in the tournament by quite a bit. He's down to 19 antes, and the next player after him has 34, so.
All in.
Wow, and Danny's going to rip with the King Jack of Hearts. He's got plenty of chips, putting pressure on those short stacks, but has to get through Ivy, too.
最长就是可以推一下咯。到这边推出来最差
Game
的。
so much, you get that much owing. You play like me.
Yeah,
I
Ivy.
play exactly like you.
對我就係執佢一推。開手頭。
That's a little dig at Ren, I think, by Daniel.
Ivy can't call him too light.
Oh.
I mean, not that he's going to call him light, but I mean, Ivy's not going to call him at chip EV.
Yeah.
Right? Because, yeah, it's still a good chunk of Ivy's chips, like almost 80%, you know. No, sorry. More than 60%.
Yeah, it's a.
It'll leave Ivy with less than $1 million, so Ivy would be down to being kind of a short stack if he calls and loses. So he can afford to make the call. He's not going to be super tight, but I mean, maybe Ivy's only calling him there with like kings, aces, and ace king, for example.
Mr. P getting in a little short. Can't imagine he's going to go here.
No.
I wonder if he makes it to the final table, if we'll be able to pronounce his first name.
I like Mr. P.
Very smooth. And Ivy now. Look, the shove got through last time. I don't know if this one's going to work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. It's a big commitment for Ivy. Like, he might think this is close chip EV, like maybe it's winning, maybe it's break even, but he still might not call. Like,
how many annies?
Oh,
let's see. It's about 80 annies.
Yeah, this is really close for Ivy.
My guess is he doesn't call ace queen off. That's what I was saying. I'm saying it's ace king for the unpaired hands. But let's see.
I think he's going to go with this.
This one? This one.
Yeah.
Very close spot.
All the numbers, they fade away when Ivy's thinking.
Outer table action here. Rene von Krevlin. We saw him limp a bunch of big pairs. Look at this. He limps with the aces. Davies rips with the ace-9. And Krevlin going to get a huge double up here, taking a lot of Davies' stack. The snipers are here, Rasty.
Yeah. I mean, if Ivy calls and wins this, though, he launches into...
Yeah, this is a really pivotal pot in the tournament.
Yeah.
Could be nothing, obviously, if he folds, but if he calls, will be for a chip lead.
Yeah.
Oh, he does fold it, you're right,
See?
yeah. Nice call, right?
Ace king, aces kings, I think. It's close, though. I mean, ace queen cut off, maybe, you know, ace queen suited, maybe.
See the power of the shove here.
That's why sometimes in short deck it's actually better to be out of position, oddly enough, because it's like, it's, you know, you can just go all in, and the bigger stack, yeah, they can bust you, but now, you know, it's not like they really want to call off.
Von Krevlin up to third place. And Loon Loon now with ace queen. And it's time to go.
Loon Loon boss. Double me
And
one
Ren's
time.
going to give him a spin. Cowboys.
Steady.
Queen, queen?
No, it's queen.
50, 50, 50.
Kings? Yes, 50, 50.
Well, this is what we like to call a pseudo flip. Oh.
Still 50, 50.
Still 50, 50?
You have 6 out, so it's fine. 40, 40. 40.
Wow.
Okay.
And the win bars just flip back and forth and back and nope, no. Fourth there on the river.
Big double for Ren Lin. 7 off the money.
New short deck expert, Ren Lin.
Very comfortable out there. I believe Loon Loon will be our short stack now.
我昨天也是一把 AQ 打 JJ 也是这样，也是开了 AQ 10，然后吞掉 K，AQ 打勾勾。
3 tables here. Both of our features in that outer table you just
要
saw.
努力加油，拉屎要用力喽。
Now I can fold to final table.
Yes.
double 2把哈。
可以。
About 4:30 in the afternoon here in Jeju. Let us know where you guys are sweating from.
King Gaga one more time.
Did you know the pocket kings are the king gagas, Rasty?
Oh, really? There's king gagas?
Yeah, queens are the lady gagas. And Arthur's going to be all in here.
Like a dialogue. 起飞 Yes. Solana going to moon.
Ace queen for divorce. I think he's going to give this a spin.
Yeah. Just going to respond to someone in chat who said if he can only call ace king in kings plus, then shoving any two is profitable. Dvorak shoved with like 5 people behind him.
Well, he's not shoving any two.
By the way, the odds of Ivy, aces, kings, and ace king, he probably has like 4% of the time. But then he's got 4 other people to fade who all have less chips and will call lighter than that. So definitely he's getting called much more often than that. Nothing is as simple as you chat pros like to think.
Big all in here for Arthur. Nothing on the flop. Divorce well ahead now.
A lot of outs.
Yeah, and Arthur picks up a bunch of straight outs now, but Divorce has a flush draw. And that's going to do it. Arthur Yap will be our 18th place finisher.
10 is terrible. 10 if it's 10 diamonds.
Good game, sir.
I expect that this is going to slow down a little bit.
50-50.
And the reason why is because, I mean, the average stack is pretty high in terms of number of antes.
40%他有 open ender 吗 ？open ender 很多哦。
There are a good amount of players, though, in that 40, you know, to 50 ante range.
不要生气了，狗狗。
Arthur almost took a spill on his way out there. We got Boston, Philippines, Houston, Texas, Morocco.
No, yeah, listen, 40 antes isn't a ton, but like, let's say the average is 6-handed, right? 40 antes, you know, 7 antes around. So 40 is, 7 goes into 40, what, like 6 times? So that's 6 pots, 6 times 2.5. This is like 15-ish. So we're talking, that's like a 15 big blinds. If you want to roughly equivalent to pot shares or number of orbits you have, you know, that's pretty decent.
Look, when you're on the money bubble of a no-limit tournament, 15 big blinds, you're not, like, panicking.
No, exactly. That's my point. Like, these guys aren't panicking with 40 blinds. And getting up to 11th, because we need to get to 11th. I mean, the 11th player right now, or let's say the 12th player, because the 12th player would be the person who wouldn't make it. That's Makita. He has 55 antes. So, you know, I mean, they're kind of deep enough that some of these kind of middle-ish short stacks, they can start waiting a bit, right? Waiting. And so some of this that we're seeing right now, at some point, I think it'll slow down unless it's like the perfect hand setups. But
3 of the big stacks playing a pot here. 10 for Yap, but a better 10 for Martin. Martin's still our chip leader.
Yeah, this is a really interesting bubble too, because I mean the bubble is over 1.5. I mean it's like 1.65 buy-ins, so decent. Normally after a bubble, you know, you have to go away to get to the final table, but this is a pretty small field tournament. Like we only got.
Yeah, no, this is one where when you get to the money, you're very close to the final table.
You're already almost at the final table, so there's actually only. Basically, there's only 2 spots that are the same payout, 11th and 10th, and then from there it starts laddering up. Like normally, you know, at these Tritons, it's been, you know, it'll pay out 20 or 30, and you have a slew of flat payouts, but it kind of isn't like that here. So the bubble, oddly enough, I mean, it's important, but it's also important to accumulate chips, and it might affect these guys' decision-making. Let's see. It might make some of the mid-stacks a little bit less tight because there's still incentive. Yeah, you want to bubble, but you also want to build up chips, and you're not going to have too much an opportunity afterwards. It's very curious. So see how these guys respond.
Tan is in there. He wants to see flops. Definitely the most entertaining player I've seen so far in these short deck events has been Tan. And I mean, he's clearly very good, but he just plays a very gambly style. Very pretty hand for Martin. May want to start applying some pressure.
Yeah, and this makes sense. It's a nice playable hand. He's in position. You know,
and yeah, this would be really, I was going to say, if Tan gets in there with the 8-7 off against the chip leader here, that's just like.
And it's also, if Tan's limping too wide, we just win the pot a lot when Tan has to limp fold. You know, the hand is just nice suited one gapper, plays really well. nice find by Martin. Nothing special, but good play.
We are playing down to a winner today. First place, 922,000. So almost $1 million up top in this last short deck event. Look, when we started this, there were like 2 tables. You know what I mean? I wasn't sure how many players we were going to get.
Yeah, it ended up not being a disappointment. Let's put it that way.
I mean, 67 for a 50K is never a disappointment.
Yeah, no, but it looked like, it might have been for a minute. I remember walking through the poker room, and it was like
12, it felt dead in there. It felt a little
people,
dead, yeah.
12 people playing on 3 tables.
Boss man picks up the aces, and he's going to shove. And Makita has queens.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get away.
Disaster for Bads here. Dan just looks like he never wants to fold. Like, it wouldn't really surprise me if he gambled here, to be honest with you.
Winner. Winner for sure. Yes, call.
Paul's going to be in a great spot to double here.
Winner.
And Makita will be crippled if he loses.
Where's 2 fall?
Cash, call. Yeah? Cash.
Black 10?
No. 8, 10, 2.
Ah, it's a nice hand.
Twins.
Ooh, 10-8 suited, doing pretty well here. Just has to fade a club, basically.
Terrible flop for Makita. Needs one of those last 2 ladies, or he's going to be crippled. Huge double for the boss man.
Cash, call.
Then call, you have so much.
现金还不扣啊，2个推。这个就没必要了嘛。
Dan would have scooped there, had the double elimination if he called.
Would have knocked both of them out. That would have been massive.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason Makita can never get away is, like, I think Paul will be limping some aces or kings there.
Yeah.
You know, and the shove looks more like ace-king, maybe ace-queen.
You're not excited about ace-king, but pretty much everything else you are.
Yeah.
Right? I think Paul probably open jams kings quite a bit at the bubble, but you have to think aces he traps sometimes, right? Kings really being the only hand you're objectively behind. So, yeah, and he's definitely going to have hands like ace-jack, ace-queen, maybe even king-queen.
Jacks, potentially?
Yeah, potentially. So, he's doing pretty well against that shoving range. But, Paul with a nice play, finding a spot to actually just ship aces. You know, I think there's a good chance that Paul does not win that pot if he limps. I think Makita, some chance he just limps queens behind, like pretty high actually, goes to the flop and probably ends up losing to 10, who just checks back 10-8 suited on the button. So
TV tables are so big.
Makita going to be all in now. Only about 14 annies, and Tan's definitely going to look him up here.
We need the basketball.
yeah, just go ahead and put Jason all in too. It's only a mil.
How much?
He's actually trying to induce Jason here to maybe get out of line with the weaker ace, I think. That would be my read. Jason has nothing, though, and Big flip here from Makita. 6 off the money.
Yeah, the interesting thing about call is like you do let Jason in with some hands like 10-9 suited.
Tan is just not scared to gamble in these spots at all, man. Like he wants to gamble.
Yeah. Like you let Jason in with hands that you kind of don't want him to continue with, that he folds to jams, I think. Very interesting play.
Dead flip here. King in the window. Some backdoors working for Makita, though.
Yeah, and you can see the power of those backdoors. It's 25% equity.
That's not one of them. Just the 10 now, or we will lose bads. Good game, sir. Great player, bows out in 17th.
Now only 5 left to go to get in the money, but 5 is a significant number out of 16.
10 Schwinn.
这个运气很重要的，看这冠军就知道了。
Someone in chat asking how much added value is the Jacob & Co. watch. I'm going to go ahead and say a lot.
Yeah, I don't really know how much watches are worth, but like, could it be like 100K or something?
It's a good chunk.
Yeah.
These are really nice special watches that the winner gets. I'm not sure if that's a winner's watch on Tamsworth. He's got a crazy watch collection. Now he's got Queen Jack, and I think the pressure is going to start to come from Tan now. Even more
if he
chips.
just jams here.
No, he limps, man. He's such an unpredictable player.
Kuhn and Paul in spots where I don't think they could really call him with King Jack or maybe even King Queen. But yeah, he likes to play unpredictably.
And he likes to see flops.
Yeah. And so we're going to get a flop now, 3 ways. A lot of board coverage here. Probably will be an ace or king. I don't think we've seen any of them yet. Ooh.
Great flop for Tan. Danger for Kuhn. Tan setting the trap here.
Yeah, Kuhn really almost can't win this hand. A 7 would be a terrible card for Tan. Now,
yeah, Tan picks up a flush draw now.
Just playing this as a trap. He's, in addition to 3 jacks, I mean, he's got a good heart, so he's protected against a heart coming.
And he's going to keep trapping.
Everyone else has 2 pairs, so they're not bluffing.
Terrible river for Paul. Makes the flush, but Tan has the second nut flush.
And I think Tan, at this point, probably value bets. Wow, he checks again. He does have some bluffs at this point that he could rep for sure, but goes ahead and checks it. And now will Paul try to value bet? No.
腿都蹲麻了，腿都蹲麻了。
啊，这逼
麻了，麻了。
Listen, Jason and Paul had a feeling what was going on there.
Yeah.
Tan's checking felt a little suspicious to them. And Paul wasn't talking in English there, but I did just hear check as part of it. Oh, checking something not in English. Probably saying this, oh, suspicious checking.
Yeah, these guys have played a lot together.
Oh, for sure. All 3 of those guys in cash games, not just here on the tournaments you see. Paul Flaw, another guy who, like, always in a good mood, like kind of win or lose when he's gambling. Which I know it's easy to say, oh yeah, you know, he's really rich. Obviously, you know, he doesn't care. Let me tell you, some of the people who I've gambled with who have some of the worst losers can be really, really wealthy people. It doesn't necessarily mean you like losing, you know. So it's you know, maybe it makes it easier, but a lot of wealthy people hate losing. So, but no, Paul's, you know, you see him win, he's smiling. I've seen him lose pots, and he kind of smiles too if it's a funny poker situation, for sure.
He has a lot of fun out there.
Yeah.
And that's not like just because you're wealthy and the boss. There's plenty of people who have a ton of money and are miserable at the table.
No, he clearly loves poker. I mean, like, he started Triton as a way to, like, celebrate and, you know, play tournaments and get something going kind of for his, you know, this game that he loves. So, you know, he really loves the game, and what we're here doing is kind of an expression of that. But you can see it when he plays.
It's kind of an insane story when you think about it, right? That Triton really was, in a lot of ways, started out of Paul and Richard's love for poker.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of the biggest series. I mean, I think it is the biggest series in poker.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's in terms of high stakes poker, it's the biggest name, right? I mean, there's nothing that comes close when it comes to, like, the biggest tournaments in the high stakes poker scene.
Jack's here for Kuhn, kind of a weird spot. He may just want to rip it.
Both. Both. He's hitting a spot right now. And
Jason Kuhn. 10 Triton titles.
Then you probably had a big hand.
Pretty big. Not as big as aces, but pretty big. Not like Paul.
Loon, our short stack. Ren Lin down there. Now King Queen of Spades here for Jason.
Another pretty big hand. I wonder if he comes with limp here, or he just ships it. Two aces gone. Great news for Kuhn. That much harder for the other players to have ace king or aces.
10-8 suited. If you had 10-9 suited, we were 50-50.
Ivy's all business today. Divorce is chipped up nicely. And Loon, this is going to be sailing in here.
All in? Thank you.
Now Ivy's going to have a little bit of a decision here on the button.
Yeah, it's for 40 annies. Loon, though.
Almost 800.
You know, he's got a stack. It's got to win chips, but not going to be shoving too wide. Does Ivy want to gamble with King Queen? Looks like it's going in, and he's going to get the bad news.
Yeah, Loon is pretty aggressive. Not surprised to see Ivy look him up there. Great
Wow.
flop for Ivy. Loon wants to see an ace or a club. There it is. Ace of spades. The old suck and resuck. Now Ivy just needs a king, or Loon's going to double. A big double for Loon Loon.
老板太吓人啊！
Actually, we'll have more chips than Phil now. I would imagine from that position, Loon will be shoving the queen jack suiteds, the king jack suiteds.
Yeah, no, certainly, and that had to be a factor in Ivy's calling, as well as the fact that, you know, Ivy's doing fine against hands like ace 9, ace 10, ace jack, etc. I mean, king queen really, you know, mid to high 40s versus a lot of those hands.
There's our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Beautiful watches. Winner of this will get a custom edition. Incredible timepieces. They're not just about the diamonds and the sapphires and the rubies, Rast. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, there's just one perfect watch brand to check out. They're embedding a playful spirit into the watch functions. They got one with like a roulette table in there. Not exactly sure how that works logistically, but you ever build like those ships inside of a bottle, Rasty? I can see you doing that.
No, I was never into that.
Too busy doing math in the schoolyard? Were you like the kid inside doing just like equations on the chalkboard while all the other kids were playing?
No, no. No, that wasn't me. I would definitely go out to recess. I like playing sports and hanging out at recess, whatever.
Ren is dominated here. Does not want to see a king.
Oh.
Unless there's a 10 with it. What a flop.
I mean, this SBR, I guess it's just going in on the flop.
Yeah, Ren's going to be in a great spot to double here. 5 off the money. And remember, he just doubled, so things looking up for Mr. Lin.
All in.
Welcome to my company.
Good luck.
Just needs to fade a jack now.
Another thing noticed just briefly about Ren's kind of, let's call it antics. Like you notice this time as a favorite, he didn't start staying stuff like 50-50 or whatever, because that would maybe be tilting to Divorce and people in Divorce's shoes. Refrained in this spot. So, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like Ren, I like that vibe.
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
he's got
look,
his shtick.
I've talked to some players. It can get a little tilting when things aren't going your way, but he doesn't go over the line. You know,
No,
he's
like,
not.
Like that spot, like you notice in a couple different all-ins previously, he was saying 50-50.
Yeah, he's not saying 50-50 there, coin flip, fold to the final table. You know, he's just winning the pot in peace.
Yes.
He's got some. He's
like
got
where
some,
he's as a solid favorite, it's definitely not 50-50, but he's like saying it almost, you know, it's kind of a needle almost.
We
at
talk
that point.
about it like, obviously you don't want to be a bad loser, but you also don't want to be a bad winner.
Yeah. No, bad winners are the worst, in my opinion. I mean, like a bad loser, you're just like, okay.
Yeah, you're kind of expected to be a bad loser in some senses, but
you know,
yeah.
you get leeway for it.
Yes.
You're losing.
Winning,
you're probably
winning,
tilting.
Yeah, and Mr. P is going to go for it here.
But bad winners, no, they're just not good people. If you're a bad winner, I'm sorry.
And look at this Ren with kings now, and he just had about 300K not long ago. It's going to be an amazing spot here.
Yeah, look at him go.
Look how
1.2.
serious he just got there. This is the most serious I've ever seen him. You can't believe it.
I would just double, and all of a sudden the guy's a pretty big favorite to have. Well, not big.
50-50?
He's a favorite to have 2 million.
Oh, okay. 50-50.
You see the equity, though, for Mr. P.
9 and an ace. No diamond for Ren.
Great flop. Just needs to fade one of those last two cowboys. And for Ren, basically back to where he started.
Yeah, just when you think it's going to be easy. Nope, you just got to keep winning the all-ins. And, you know, just getting back to the discussion I had with Ali a couple hours ago at the opening, where I waxed on and about luck and how it's expressed in poker.
As long as
It's just part of it. I mean, it just goes to prove my point. I'm not saying any played good or bad there, but just, you know, winning all-ins is mostly luck. And really, your skill in poker is expressed over the long term. If I'm going to go math, and I will go math now that Will's in the booth, just to prove that that's actually why I'm here. It's really called the law of large numbers. It's a rule in probability that over the long run, you know, what happens tends towards what the EV is, so to speak, in poker terms, towards the actual probability. But you need a large enough number of situations in order for the probability to tend there. And so, you know, just a few hands, a poker tournament, a couple tournaments, it's just not enough. But, you know, over months, over years, etc., if you're a winning player, that's expressed, and you'll see someone just consistently win or have good results. But in any one tournament, you know, honestly, it's mostly luck. Even though people, again, they want to create the narrative. You want to believe that the guy that just won because he played the best. And maybe he did play great, but that's not most of the reason why whoever wins, wins. And I'm not saying that to be a hater, because I've won quite a few tournaments myself, and I could sit here and go, you know what, I'm a 3-time 50K PPC champion because I'm the best mixed game player, but that's not really how it works. You know, I fortunately got pretty lucky and more than my fair share in that tournament, and it is what it is, even though I do think I'm a very good mixed game player. But, yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, it's like what I tell my wife when there's no money for groceries, you know. I can't guarantee a win in a day or a week or a month, but over the long term, those groceries will get paid for.
Yeah.
Just give me a year.
She sounds quite understanding.
She's a great woman.
How much do you have now?
Listen, as a poker player, you got to find a great woman.
I mean, more than 80
it's
people.
not necessarily. There are many aspects
20, so
about being a poker player that can make it hard on a woman. You don't find the right one. Makes it tough to do your job, that's for sure.
So you lost again, honey? Can't believe it.
What are you doing out there? I was watching you. I can't believe you folded that hand.
Oh, that would be... I'm so grateful that my wife doesn't even know hand rankings.
Yeah, my wife doesn't play either.
Can't believe you folded ace-queen.
There's so many pitfalls, I feel like, in that situation. There's that end of it, or the aspect of, it's like with poker, you know, you teach someone enough to lose, but not enough. You know, winning can be tough. So that's always been, you know, oh, teach your kid how to play poker. Yeah, I will if they want to learn. If they have some passion. You know, if you've got money and you want to play as a hobby, and whether you win or lose a little bit, that's fine. But teach someone without any money to play, better hope they keep on learning.
$16 left. Ren Lin the short stack now, and actually considerable short stack. 19 antes. Seth Davies in 15th has 50 antes, so danger zone for Ren, riding the roller coaster.
Lun Loon gonna try to see a cheap one. 6 is the lowest pocket pair in short deck. Ivy happy to play post flop. Mr. P, the only player who really hit any of this board with the gutter. That's going to be enough to take this down, one would think. Although Ivy's gotten serious here.
Look, he put on the hat. He's kind of going into like Raiden mode or something, you know. Looks like
he's floating here with some imagination. And this really wasn't the... We'll see what happens. Probably the best is if no one has anything. Ivy probably wins this by trying to bluff. Maybe he still does, though. The 10 can win at showdown. This was just a limped pot, small bet. But yeah, Ivy doesn't think it wins enough at showdown and turns his 10 into a bluff. And goes for a big sizing. It's going to be hard for anything less than a king to call here as Mr. P, and even a king is pretty damn uncomfortable with a straight on board 3 9s. I mean, feels like he probably lets this one go. And Ivy with a just nice post-flop play here. Ooh, Mr. P is, yeah.
And this is just like the raw instinct. This is why a lot of people think he's the GOAT. It's just, that's not the book. The book does not say to call the 10-8 there.
On the flop, yeah, but he's just floating in position, had the right feel. Nice bet size choice on the turn. We could see why Ivy wants to go post flop with everybody with big SPR. If you look hard, short deck does provide some really good post flop bluffing opportunities in a lot of spots.
Yeah, there have been a lot of cool stories at this Triton series in Jeju, but for me, certainly one of the big ones really feels like Phil Ivy's back. But Mr. P with the aces here.
Yeah, how does he play it? Rip? Does he ever 3-bet less than all in?
All in.
And Ren is really short. He's going to be really tempted to gamble with his stack.
Yeah, I mean, he has 50. He has a 1/7 of his chips in the pot.
I would imagine he just goes with this.
That rip there is like really strong. His hand isn't doing very well against that range, right?
No.
He'd almost prefer it to be. He'd prefer it to be like Jack 10 suited,
I better just
right?
fold to final table.
Yeah.
Wow, he does make the good fold though.
I'm not sure because he is getting a good price, especially with the Voris's open.
AA?
Yeah, but I think what you said is key, right? It's not the hand you want. King Jack could have kings, could have ace king. You know, had aces.
Yeah. So I think against like ace king, aces, kings, maybe queens. I mean, queens obviously King Jack wants to call, but the other 3 hands he's just in bad shape, and you just want to be lower, I think.
而且筹码1比3，赔率太好了。Typo, king.
Okay. I believe you.
Yeah, like with 10-9 suited, probably would be a bad fold.
Oh, yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think 10-9 suited definitely has to go for it. All right, Ren's. I mean, this is his chance here. He really can't be folding much of anything.
This might be his last stand.
How much is it?
Not much.
I have a pretty bad hand, but I don't think I'm folding.
205.
I mean, getting 250 here.
7, please.
I don't know if Daniel can fold much of anything, much less an ace suited ace.
7, natural 8.
50-50.
50-50. I think I'm favorite.
No,
100%.
he's favorite.
Maybe favorite 5%.
100%.
It just goes to show you how bad sixes are in this game, that 10-8 is a favorite versus ace-6.
Oh, wow.
Well, long run, guys.
Okay.
I just got done talking about the long run.
加油加油加油
Well, and the roller coaster is going to come to an end for Ren Lin.
不会，
我不是，因为我这个每次放在这边的，然后我在朋友撞下去了，
Good run, sir. We lose a very good, very entertaining player in 16th place. 4 off the money now. Ivy, I think he's having some trouble with the lights there, Rasty.
Yeah, there's probably a light that's...
It gets really bright out there. I know you haven't been on a feature table in a while, back here in the booth.
Listen, guys, Will's making a joke, but all the chip counts are up there because they don't really want guys on the phone all the time and during hands. So when people look up, they're looking at chip counts. So there's probably a light that's kind of in a bad spot there for Ivy. So he's trying to block it out while seeing the chip counts.
A little rebalancing here. Daniel DeVoris and Ivy now. All these guys in the middle of the pack kind of sandwiched together.
Yeah, it looks like we're at 15, so going to 3 tables of 5. And yeah, no one's separated themselves up top yet. Still Martin Nielsen and Tan Xuan for 4 million. And
and this could, like you said, potentially drag on. Davies our short stack, but he's got 38 Andes. You know, Kuhn 39, Greenwood 40. This is not like a danger zone, desperation shove type of spot for these guys.
No, and Davies, Kuhn, and Greenwood, I expect to be 3 guys who will have a healthy respect for ICM when they're short. So, you know, that said, they aren't so short that the only value of their stack is making the money, right? Like, think about it. If you double, I mean, Seth has 960K. If he doubles, he's an average stack. Average stack is 2 million now. So it's a really weird zone where I think they're not incentivized to like gamble for single raise pots, but they might shove some, which then if they run into a big hand.
Looks like we got action here on our outer tables. Mike Zhang gonna bet. We'll come back to that, Brian. He's gonna take it down here. Michael Zhang, very good short deck player. Yeah, so what you were saying kind of, right, like, it's not just these guys, even though they can fold to the money, they have to, with their stacks, be conscious of still playing for the win, right?
Yeah, there's so many nuances to the whole ICM thing. It's not so easy as, oh, it's the bubble. If you're short, you must play tight, right? Small field tournament. You're already almost at the final table, already almost at the pay jumps once you cash. Plus, you know, let's say you're right on the bubble and there's a couple really short stacks. Well, then they're just, the biggest value for them is making the money. Let's say they have to double 3 times to be an average stack. Doubling's not worth that much. But that's not what's going on here because no one's really that short right now and we're not right on the bubble. So without getting any more into the exact nuances to move on, there's always nuances. So, you know, the shortest stacks right now, we're 4 off, and the shortest stacks still have quite a bit of value in maybe in doubling.
Yeah, the feature tables helps. Huh? Dries out my contacts too. I mean, different thing, but.
You see RVK, Rene Van Krevelen moved one of these short deck snipers.
I have around 2.
Very healthy stack. Yeah, and he's at the point where he can start pressuring these guys. Has the entire table covered.
Yeah, and I like this adjustment because when you have a lot of chips here, a lot of the kind of shortish stacks, they don't really want to play large contested single raise pots. They're going to want to play tight, you know, move all in some to try to pick up the pot. So we can even see, like, Dvorak folded king queen off, right? He didn't even flat it.
We talk about this, the game within the game, right? Early in the tournament, these stack sizes, probably just a limp. Complete.
You have like 2.7.
Yeah, a lot of people were just only limping up front. But now with ICM pressure and the fact that people aren't going to play as wide in kind of single raise pots, now you might see a lot more opening, especially from a big stack. I think the shortest stacks might not be doing that, or probably won't be doing that. But guys with 2, 3, 4 million, different story.
We'll see how much RVK wants to lean on these guys.
Looks like quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a spot versus limp. His raise range, they're going to be very polar, so he's taking some of his real garbage and attacking.
$150.
150.
Wow, Lun Loon with the same hand, ace queen. What's he going to decide to do here?
All in?
Yeah.
There's a really nice find from Loon Loon.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping that Dvorak has one of his weaker raise folds, but Dvorak is in a tough spot here. He can't afford to make this call in the sense of he won't be out, but he'll be really short if he calls and loses.
1.39.
Yeah.
Ace queen?
Yeah.
Cool.
Good for both.
Yeah. You have diamond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have diamonds?
I have 2 flush draws.
Yeah, that may or may not be a problem. Appears to be a potential problem.
Loon Loon looking for another spade.
Okay.
Cool.
Chop it up, boys.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're doing some type of hand for hand now. Maybe waiting for the other tables to finish. We are still 4 off the money here.
Yeah, but it is a part of the tournament where you don't want one table to, or 2 tables to playing way more hands than the others. So could be that. Could be they're letting them catch up.
In the meantime, check out GTO Wizard. Never mind. Check out the action instead. And download that little Triton Poker Plus app if you haven't. Scan the QR code.
One of 2 things will happen. Red pill.
Blue pill.
Blue pill. The red pill. You'll have the greatest poker app made by man ever. Or blue
We
pill.
don't need to get into the red pill here. We got action, it
The
looks
world
like.
will explode. One of those 2 things is true.
Stevie.
Don't you want to gamble?
Stevie looks like he wants to gamble here with Greenwood. And this is a spot he can apply a lot of pressure. Here it comes.
Certainly can.
He's just going to put Sam in.
Sam was squeezing right there.
Looks like the squeeze is good enough. And Stevie has Queen 9
off.
Yeah.
They're both live against Ace King? No, it's Ace Queen.
Yeah, so
Ooh.
Greenwood in a great spot to double here.
Yeah, Stevie's in trouble.
There's the ace on the flop. Stevie in dire straits here.
10, I guess.
925.
Sam Greenwood going to get a big double here. 4 off the money.
Stevie not doing so well in all-ins when the camera's been on him. Continuing that streak.
Is it hand for hand?
No, I don't think so.
No, but it's soft hand for hand, so.
And DeForest just answered the question and removed all doubt. It's soft hand for hand, so this table was waiting for the others to catch up. That's basically what soft hand for hand means. Hard hand for hand means literally after the hand, you wait for the other table. Soft means the floor is kind of counting, and if one table gets ahead, then they wait. But it's not a hard count where you wait after every hand.
And that is what we call the math. RVK looking to lean a little more on these guys. He's just going to rip here.
Yeah, got that ugly 6, but the beautiful ace and a lot of chips.
Yeah, and he's got some separation from these players now. Almost a 2-to-1 lead on the next closest stack, so he can kind of afford it.
And they're middling stacks, which don't really want to call off. So they can afford to fold and make the money, so he's going to lean on them. And he's going to show the ace and not the 6, you know, the classic.
you know he's got dust when he does that, though. Whenever they show the 1 ace, it's like the classic old guy shoves your small blind, you know, and he shows the ace of spades, and you know he's just doing that because the other card's like a 7.
Yeah, and you're like, all right, buddy.
You think Phil Ivey's falling for that?
Ace 7, it's a shove. It's all good. I want to see someone do that when they have aces. Just show the ace and just muck it. You know, got to balance. Haven't really seen it yet.
And we're going to see a lot of this as the bubble gears up. A lot of pressure, like we said, Rasty. This is what you can do in short deck more than PLO, more than no limit, is just apply max pressure with hands that have a lot of equity if you do get called.
Yeah, no doubt. No one separated themselves really yet. I mean, these 2 chip leaders are still at 4 million, and that's well within reach of the rest of the pack.
And I would expect RVK to keep doing the same here. Mr. P with big slick.
Yeah, it might be time, though, to gamble. I know it sucks, but again, I think, to me, based on the ICM analysis, this is a play. Because it's so huge to get 3 million in chips. The bubble, the payouts aren't that flat afterwards. So, yeah, there's a risk premium, but it's not so high that I think, like, Ace-King is doing great against the guy who's just shipping any suited ace, you know? And, like, a bunch of other hands, so... Yeah. I like this. Good decision, Mr. P. I agree.
Yeah, this is a... You're playing for the win here.
Yeah.
Oh, only one ace.
I mean, we're still 4 off the money.
50-50.
Yeah, like 3.2 million. This is a comfortable stack deep into this tournament.
Yeah, he's going to be third. Third in chips, actually.
Does have to fade, though.
Oh, no, sorry. Second in... No, third, yeah, because Rene is fourth. He's not one of the top 2.
That's not the flop Mr. P wanted.
8 for the chop, though.
Dire straits for Mr. P here. Oh. Wow, saved. He's going to be really relieved there. The ace is a 5 also in this game. Another one of the cool little interesting dynamics about short deck. Mr. P stays alive.
Is queen your fault?
No.
I think yes.
I know you got a lot of
RVK
one. That's ace
trying to extract the information there. You fold ace
Yes,
queen.
he fold kings to me. Pre-flop.
Yes. I can fold kings, but no ace king.
I've been really going under the hood here.
All in?
Nope.
The lean coming, and that's way too much.
Yeah, we see this a lot, right? The stacks that have the other stacks covered, leaning on them very heavily here.
Yeah.
With the bubble implications. And Tan Xuan up to second in chips. My guess is he's going to do some leaning himself. Does have to be very conscious of the other big stack, though. Martin Nielsen on the button, the chip leader.
It's a pretty dusty one by Kuhn with 3 players behind. Yeah, he's thinking maybe Tan's protecting it, hit the limp, but don't blame him for folding, save the 25K. Tan's not going to perform very well in a multi-way pot. Plus, you do got to fade somebody raising behind you still, which looks like is what's going to happen. Martin wakes up with a big one here on the button.
$250.
Yeah, we've seen Tan does not like letting go.
Yeah, Queen 9 suited and 2 limpers behind him. This would be a pretty brave call.
The limper's obviously making it extra dicey because they can be trapping with big hands, although...
Definitely could be. Like, if he just calls here, if one of the limpers has queens, like let's say Yap Junhwa, like Yap Junhwa maybe goes with queens in that spot.
And Tan continuing to just keep his foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah,
Limp raises to 1 million. This is pretty, it's pretty wild, Brian.
Super wild. Let's see what Martin does with ace-king here. I mean, he has a big hand. He wasn't just making a move, so you have to think. I mean, he does cover. Like, you would think he probably goes with it, but it's scary. Oh
Look
my
at
goodness,
this.
he lays it down.
This is just looks so strong. I mean, this guy's really fun to watch.
He's a sicko.
He really is. Tan Schwinn. And also, I do think he diagnosed maybe Paul and Junhwa not the type of players to limp trap as much as some others there.
Yeah, no, sure. And maybe not with a hand. Like, let's say one of them had queens. I mean, they're folding after that action,
yeah,
100%. So, you know, queens or ace queen or something like that.
White guy order fried rice, he give to the yellow guy.
Yeah, Paul really never looks like he's having a bad time at the table.
Oh, that was nasty.
Yeah, Tan with the tricks on display here. What does he do if Nielsen rips on him there?
I mean, fold.
Just fold?
Yeah. for sure. But that was...
Top pair for Paul, but an open-ender for Martin. Paul does have the strongest range here. And I mean, at this point, Brian, Martin is going to need like top 5 just to pay for that massage.
Yeah, it just never ends. But he's looking all right at the moment to make it super deep. I mean, the 7, not even the nuts. Yeah, we could see that if he continued and a 7 came, it would be a terrible card for him because he's losing to 10-9.
That is a great card for Martin. Makes the straight, but it's a really scary card for Paul.
Yeah, if you're Paul, it's hard to see how you're winning right now.
It's got to be like the worst card in the deck, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, probably the only hand you're ahead of really is Queen 10. So Paul with a pretty easy give up, in my opinion.
300.
Martin going to keep chipping up. The pride of the Faroe Islands, Martin Nielsen. Play definitely has slowed down here with these stack sizes, 4 off the money. Kuhn is now our short stack, but again, like we said, he has plenty of antes. That was, I mean, that was such a crazy play from Tan there.
Yeah, it really was.
One of the things I like about him is you see these guys kind of tank in certain spots, and you just know they're doing something. And with Tan, it's not the case.
Yes. No, for sure.
Like, these are legitimate, like that was, he just put in 1 million chips under the gun.
Yeah,
against the chip leader with Queen 9 of clubs.
Yeah.
He's going to put Kuhn to the test here, and yeah, Kuhn's going to go with it. King Queen just too good to fold, especially against Tan. And Kuhn going to be flipping here. He's a slight favorite.
Again, just proving the point of how bad sixes are.
Jason looking for a double. Not a good start for him. Plenty of outs, but Tan has his hearts covered. Great card on the turn for Jason. Big double for the 10-time Triton title winner. We got some outer table action. Look at this.
Jack 10 gonna win. Looks like Stevie did win an all-in.
Wow, Stevie and Greenwood going back to it. Stevie here rips with the Jack 10. Greenwood calls with the Ace 9 of spades. And Stevie, finally some good fortune for Mr. Chidwick. I mean, we've seen him on the wrong side of variance basically all trip. It's got to turn around eventually, doesn't it?
Well, maybe it just did. Yeah, I mean, I think it's impossible at this point for him to be on the right side of variance, at least in the sense of all-in EV, given that massive ace-queen, ace-4 bubble hand and how much that pot was worth.
No, he could win every all-in for the rest of this tournament and still have a lot of work to do in that department.
Yeah, but, you know, that pot was a good start.
Yeah, you'd love to see it for Stevie. Bubbled the final table of the main event in just disgusting fashion.
Yeah, that pot was worth more than first place in this tournament.
Rast did the numbers. 1.6 million in equity stolen from Stephen Chidwick in just brutal fashion. Very familiar foes here, Tan Xuan and the boss man. Things starting to rev up in chat too. Thank you guys for sweating with us, especially if you've been here since the beginning. Long series, but a lot of great sweats. And if you're in there and you haven't already, make sure to do the hardest thing you've done all month and just gently tap that like button. Maybe hit subscribe too. I know it hurts the ego, but helps me and Rasty make the big bucks over here. Another hand for Tan.
Yeah, he's definitely going to play. Let's see how he proceeds. The stacks behind him, no one's over 1 point. Kuhn's the most with 1.7.
We've also seen Tan with more of like a kind of limping strategy, right, than some of these other guys. He likes to see flops.
Yeah, he hasn't just been ripping it. You know?
Chips in your hand, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Suited ace for Paul.
He's got that ugly 6, though.
Yeah, the 6 really just not a card you want to see in short deck.
Yeah, we can see Tan really likes playing post-flop. Despite having a lot of chips now, he's not taking the same pre-flop strategy. You know, definitely missing out some fold EV with it, but we can see how effective that's been for some of the other guys.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own comfort zone.
Yeah.
Tan continues to chip up, second in chips. Really good short deck player.
Here.
Yeah.
now with ace-7 off in the cutoff. Don't blame him there. We did just see Renee, right, with the 8-6 off in a similar spot, put him in. Renee very healthy. Third in chips. Trying to make sure you can see the full amount of Mr. P's stack there. And Zhou Xuan up to 4th. So we got some beasts in here, Brian. We haven't seen what Zhou Xuan has been doing either. We need to get him on a feature table.
On me?
Yeah, he's managed to chip back up.
A lot of wolves lurking in the short deck main.
Cool.
Loon Loon gonna limp the 8s here. And I would imagine this is just going in.
Yeah. RVK just gonna rip it.
And this is such a great feeling, right? You're close to the bubble. You just have a pile. You're the one doing the punishing.
Yeah.
The short deck specialist, Renee Van Crevelen.
我不想看牌，没有意义。
Full. Same hand.
Best hand in short deck.
What's the worst hand in short deck, Rusty?
Jack 6 off. That's why he showed it.
First place, almost $1 million, not quite 922,000. And then our final 11 players all will be guaranteed 84,000. Does Kuhn want to proceed? Yeah, just folds. Ladies, it's time to go.
Ships it in. There it is, the deuce 7 of short deck.
Bounty.
Shinhwa with 2 cashes at Triton. Did cash in the 25K short deck back in London in 2019. 13th place. Another good hand for him, and yeah, it's going in again.
2 in a row, big pickups.
Yeah, but this one is not going to get through. Jason laying in wait with the ace-king.
Big spot for Kuhn here.
Yeah, big spot for both players. Kuhn will shoot all the way up to, I believe, 5th in chips if he can hold. Great start so far. Even better turn. Just needs to fade a black queen.
Ace or a 6 chop. Nope.
Good game, man.
Good game, sir. The Malaysian going to hit the rail in 15th. And Kuhn very healthy now. Looking for that 11th Triton title.
So easy.
So easy.
Also player of the year implications, right? I think he's second behind Danny Tang.
Yeah. Danny's out, so I mean it's not still one more stop, but
yeah, but in a
sure
good spot
if
to
he-
pick up ground here.
Yeah, I don't think he's very far behind either. I think if he does pretty well, he'll
这几
pass.
个在传奇是真的很旺，这个 Run Kelly、小张这几个。
14 left now, 3 off the money. Seth Davies, our short stack, getting down there, 26 annies. Michael Zhang. Martin still our chip leader. Finally takes a break from that massage. Tan gonna get back in the mix.
Oh yeah, actually, Daniel DeVoris is number 2 right now, and he's still in. So it looks like Kuhn is about 360 points behind Danny, but and DeVoris is like 210 points behind Danny for the Player of the Year race. Ivy's up there in 6th as well.
Oh, so interesting, yeah.
So those are
Kuhn,
the people in the top 10 who are still in this tournament is DeVoris, Kuhn, and Ivy. So just 3 guys to watch for the Triton Player of the Year as this shakes out. Obviously no points to be gained yet because we're still out of the money. The Ali opened up the brochure and I haven't taken a look yet, but it looks like advanced linear algebra in order to figure out exactly how many points you get, but you know, I'm sure these guys are on top of it.
oh, that's what you're here for, Brian.
Purportedly.
Just a little advanced linear algebra.
It's just math, Will.
Speaking of the Matrix, the new Matrix, one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Did you catch any of that? Like the remake they made a few years ago.
Yeah, a few years ago, right? Yeah, I did see it, but I saw it closer to when it came out. So, yeah, I don't remember being very impressed. That's for sure. I mean, I thought that 2 and 3 were not as good as the original.
They
either.
were, I thought, entertaining, but
Yeah.
huge drop-offs. Like, I thought the first one was like kind of an all-time movie, and then
Yes.
just really disappointing when you consider that.
Yeah, they were solid movies, but not on the level of the first
I mean,
one.
you had the 2 guys with the dreads, you know, like they're like it was just, I don't know what happened. The architect, some questionable characters thrown in there. Martin going to keep on the aggression here. See how sticky Tan wants to get.
You know, it could be an aspect of the problem of really they made that this wasn't ported over from another story, right? They just made the first movie and it was such a big success that they then expanded out upon it. That's more or less what happened, right? And I think that's sometimes the issue when, you know, you have these great, you know, multi-movie or multi-season things, but they come from books where it's been planned out. But then this was a great movie, but then, you know, they expanded on it, but it kind of wasn't planned to be that way. So some faults or cracks in the storytelling happen, I think, when that's the way that you get the sequels.
Some faults for Martin in his storytelling here is Tan basically hits the best card in the deck, and Martin is going to keep bluffing. 2 of the chip leaders going to war here near the bubble.
Yeah. Tan probably looks this up, having hit his best card here. So really make him earn it.
I'll give you my bankroll if he folds here, Rast. It's not much, but you can have it.
No, the real question on this hand is what's going to happen on the river, right? You know, Martin doesn't have a diamond in his hand. You would think maybe he would give up. Does he? And, you know, he obviously can't win it. Well, never mind. There's the straight.
And that changes everything. Martin gets paid off for his aggression.
You know, now he's going to be pretty happy to show this
Tan's
down.
not going to be happy to see this one.
Touchy.
Why?
Martin looked pretty pleased there.
I do think Martin was probably shutting it down, but who knows?
Yeah, probably you would think.
Martin Nielsen, the short deck sniper, well out in front here, over 5 million. Paul, one of our short stacks, 14 players left here in the 50K short deck main event. Anyone's game, really, but Tan Schwen, Rene Van Krevelen, Zhou Schwen, Jason Kuhn, very healthy. And yeah, I mean, we've seen it, Rasty. Nobody's in that danger zone yet, so things could kind of drag on here.
Yeah, like I was saying, I mean, we're far enough off the money and the stacks are deep enough that this could take a while. You know, these guys are respecting ICM and haven't gotten enough of the setup hands. We could be in for at least another level before we make the money.
Yeah, and because of that, Rasty's going to go meditate for a bit. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Ali Najad hopping in. Get that little Triton app up there. Yeah, there it is. Make sure to scan that if you haven't yet. But we'll be back real soon, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
You know, see what happens on the river, but probably call versus a bet.
Obviously really enjoys seeing that Greenwood is checking again here on the end. You know, you do still have questions after it goes check, raise, check as to whether or not there's further trappiness, maybe at a lower frequency. I feel as though, I don't know, Rast, if you agree, with the kings full, top set would go check, raise, and then maybe lead more often than check, or it's so much hand that we try to induce?
You know, I think Sam is probably first, you know, maybe he just doesn't want to bluff off his whole stack hoping to get a fold. Second, it's probably better in this spot to make a big bluff with, say, if he had queen jack or queen 10 as opposed to king. Maybe there's some worlds where he ends up winning with the king or chopping at a showdown with kings and nines with the queen kicker to king jack, or, you know, versus queen jack. Those are all possible, right? We can see he even called the river, right? So
that's very extraordinary, by the way. It was 128 or 228 on the end?
228, so a healthy bet.
And maybe Michael earned that call courtesy of having kept things quiet on the turn with the check back.
Yeah, I mean, he has some hands that might check back turns, such as queen jack or ace jack, potentially, that would want to bluff the river.
Ace 9-7, meanwhile, elsewhere in the room as top and middle pair, along with the gut shot straight draw. That's what Nielsen and Wei Liang Chan have got themselves, respectively. Kuhn adrift. Checks it. Nielsen. 135 to continue.
Wow, this pot got huge. I have to imagine it went limp, and then Nielsen made a raise, and then both players flatted pre-flop. Yeah, we're not privy to the pre-flop action, but there was certainly a raise and two calls, and that's really the only way this could have gone down was Kuhn limping, Nielsen raising ace-8 off kind of as a bluff attack hand, and then Wei Liang Chan flatting button and Kuhn flatting. And so
how much?
Chan going to play this as a rip. All 553 being hurled forward. Yeah, and Nielsen asking for a count.
I think Nielsen probably ends up calling here. The gutter, a lot of equity if he's behind. You know, Wei Liang Chang never has like ace-king or ace-queen. Probably doesn't have sevens or nines. Probably has a lot of like flush draws, maybe ace-jack or ace-10.
Yeah, he doesn't have 6-8 either. Not
Yeah.
sure how much pocket sevens, pocket nines he has. And so you can see Nielsen does flick in the call. Pre-flop, it was a Kuhn Ding Biao limp in front of Nielsen, who made it 125. And then the button defended along with Kuhn to take that three-way ace-9-7 two-diamond board. We saw, of course, post-flop action. Check from Kuhn, 135, jam and call. And here on the turn, Nielsen's advantage grows greater. However, the club draw obtained by Chan as he cannot improve. And this 1.5 will be slid over to Martin Nielsen, a site that is basically continuing since yesterday. He's just been out there beast. King Queen now for Nielsen.
limps in. Makita filling the void left behind by Danny Tang. There's Tan Xuan. He's like poker sriracha. You know, you want to spice things up, you just reach for the bottle.
Yeah,
Undo that green nozzle. Pour a little something out there.
I can see that. You know something I've noticed about Makita in pre-flop? He does a pretty good job about just in a period of, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds, always making it look like he's thinking about something. When it's like I'm watching him there, I'm like, I'm going to be kind of shocked if he does anything other than call with the 10-9 off. But if you just look at him, he does a pretty good job of the fake, like, I'm really thinking here, you know, brief period of time, whatever, balance.
Which perhaps later on down the line could be leveraged, Rasty,
yeah,
in
well,
terms
it's
of range.
really important not to give away little pre-flop timing and other tells that might let a player who's keying in on these type of things narrow down your range.
And look at this turn card. After a round of checks in a four-way affair where Badziakuski on the coordinated board had flop top 2, he turns it into 9s full, and Wykin has 3 9s in a gutter.
Yeah, all the 9s are out. Ooh, Makita coming with check.
Oh, Kuhn, on the strength of Queen 10, decides he'll speak up. Obviously a blocker to Queen Jack, a blocker to 10s full.
Yeah, I think at this point, he probably thinks there's some chance Queen 10 is the best hand. I mean, he's not risking very much. He's only betting like 25% of the pot-ish. So clear out overcards which have equity versus him. And, you know, it's not going to work as we can see the cards that are actually out there. But he does have good blockers, as you say, to stronger hands as well.
Wykin plays it as a raise.
Wykin doesn't have very much behind.
Yeah, just 328 left. Are we not more content to flat the 33, just giving it? Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the back portion of this Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju Island, South Korea. Ali Najad back in alongside Will Jaffe as we continue coverage. Second day of our $50,000 main event, and we will be crowning a champion tonight. Who will that champion be? Well, obviously, only time will tell, but it's going to be one of the following 14 players. Will, you got a chance to look at them up top. Martin Nielsen, the sniper. This is the lexicon that we're going with in terms of the guys that come especially to play short deck. Chip leader coming in was RVK, Rene van Kevelen, and there he is, back up toward the top of that leaderboard, along with the spicy Zhou Chuen. This one is shaping up to be rather special. Yeah, I mean, the snipers have dominated so far, basically wire to wire since Martin fired that second bullet. Rene has done very well, but also Tan Xuan, some incredible plays. I mean, we saw one of the craziest plays Rast and I saw. He limp raised the chip leader, 4 from the money, 2 of the big stacks with Queen 9 of clubs, got him to fold Ace King. So wow. Obviously Jason Kuhn chipping up there. It's a cool mix of snipers, really good short deck players, and then obviously someone like Kuhn looking for that 11th Triton title. Average stack right now, Will, 2.2 million, 72 antes as we look at the payouts and remind you, it's not quite 7 figures, but it's nothing to scoff at. $922,000 is going to go to the champ. We slide all the way down and we find that min cash, $84,000 as only the top 11 will find the money. We're 3 away, so the bubble
untold how thick it's going to be. Shortest stack right now belongs to Seth Davies. Just 22 antes in front of him, and we'll see how he fares as we get back into the arena and resume cards in the air. Zhou Chuen presiding over the red table. RVK over the blue as we have 2 features and 1 outer with the ante at 30,000 and the button double ante at 60,000. That glimpse brought to you by betacr.eu. And a lot of the excitement has been brought to you by the aforementioned snipers as well as Tan Chuen, Zhou Chuen. I'm sure Jason Kuhn has been doing some frisky things, perhaps off cam. Lun Lun plays them all. And there is RVK. King, queen suited. It's good ammo.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this from him with much weaker hands as well.
Who wants some? Big stack effects on display. Ivy concedes. You know, he touched yesterday upon the idea that being at a feature table is a little bit exhausting. What with the lights, a lot of the other things that you kind of got to pay attention to. I see he's gone to shades in the bucket hat today.
No, he's mentioned he's had a headache. The lights have been bothering him. He's really under the weather a little.
Doing what he needs to do, though, as currently Ivy runs in 10th of these 14 runners. Chidwick now at the other feature table has opened under the gun to 210,000. Michael Zhang, another one of the sniper ilk. Ace, queen suited, deliberating. Going to use the time bank to chew on it.
All in.
Zhang going to play this one as a jam. 975 in total. Nobody wakes up.
Yeah, and Stevie.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
He's the covering stack.
9, 7, 5.
Unclear how he's going to feel about this King Jack suited one gapper against this size.
It's not the type of hand you want. You'd rather have a Jack 10 suited, a 10-9 suited. But Stevie may want to gamble. Can afford to.
So precise is Chidwick in all situations. And if he's thinking about it, it's close. Contemplating what Zhang's range would be off of 1 million at this new level, and he deems it enough for King Jack suited to step away from. So then, Zhang with a little pickup.
Yeah, Rast and I touched on this. You really want a 10-9 suited, a Jack 10 suited, because the type of hands that Zhang is shoving with, the ace-kings, the aces, those hands actually perform much better against that strong range, whereas King Jack very much dominated. Nice pickup for Zhang.
There is a lot of nuance to short deck, but some of these concepts are a little bit simpler, easier to grasp, in particular for those who are less familiar to, pardon me, the short deck streets.
And we haven't seen Zhou Chuen on these feature tables. We've been very curious about how he's been chipping up, because when we saw him on day one was very creative.
Could I ask how long the stream
He's got some gears in the transmission too, though. He knows that when everybody's playing super deep, you can afford to be a touch splashier.
Davies now, the real short stack, 20 antes, well behind everyone, but can't do anything there.
Yeah, Jack 8 in the cutoff lets Stevie take a walk.
$75.
Button slides over. Chuen, by the way, is the chip leader, as I mentioned, here at this table. Not overall. He is third when it comes to that. All three of the chip leaders, by the way, are at their own tables, and that is obviously of tremendous benefit to them as they don't need to battle one another. King, Queen, perking up.
And I think Davies may go with this.
Ace, Jack.
It's pretty uncomfortable, though.
Nevertheless, in comes 570. I would imagine King, Queen will be ready to go as Chuen does not hesitate and is only behind by 7% in a $1.25 million chip pot that needs to go Davies' ways. So far, so good, but those are famous last words when it comes to the short deck streets. Turn is also good for Davies. Keep it king and queen free, dealer. That's his mantra. And compliance on the end.
Yeah, big double for Seth. And we talked about this. Nobody really in that extreme danger zone. So this bubble could take a while.
Okay.
Nice.
Although, this could speed it up rapidly. Look at this.
Queens for Ivy. All in against RVK's ace-8 offsuit. RVK jammed this one. Got snapped by the button. Does have himself a gutter. 9 would do the trick. Board pairing on the turn. Ace would be a problem also, and instead it's a 10, so the queens will hold. And Ivy will take a double of his own at our other feature.
Huge double for Phil. Came in as one of the chip leaders, has been very quiet. Now gets healthy through the sniper.
It's 1 million for 65.
Little accounting being done.
1 million.
Rash shared a cool story about Ivy. I believe it was Cyprus, one of these Triton series a few years ago, and they were sharing a cab together to get to the venue. And
okay.
There was a short deck event going on, and Ivy said, you know, I think I got this one. I got this game. Rash said it's okay. The secret's out now. It's okay to reveal it. Ivy's been in the short deck lab.
到我们两个了。
Up to third in chips now. Loon there, down at the bottom.
King 10 off for RVK. Back end of that bite taken out.
Yeah, with this shift, oh, Mr. P all in with the ace queen. I was going to say, with this shift in chips, RVK kind of goes from the hunter to the hunted, with Ivy covering him, 2 to his left.
Yeah, I didn't realize just how significant the swing of the pendulum was. RVK no longer in the top 3. Ivy now occupying third overall in chips. It can get real swingy out there, in particular as we, enter the less deep portion of the program, dare I say, and we're working the bubble. All those big stacks are looking to leverage the ICM as always.
aces for RVK, and he's got redemption on his mind.
275.
And would happily claim it from anybody, not just Ivy. $275 to go. Jack 10 suited for Dvoris. He comes in 54 annies deep. This could be trouble.
All in.
There's those two words. And we know he'll be beaten into the pot by RVK, who looks up at the kind of hand he really doesn't want to be scrapping with. 36% equity for the Jack 10. Spade coverage somewhat relevant. Flushes seldom occur, just in case. Jack 8-8. Dvoris hunting a hook for the time being in a 3.3 million chip pot that needs to go his way. Now he picks up the gut shot on the turn. 6 outs in total. But that's not one of them. 8's full of aces for the Dutchman.
What? Do I have oh, fuck. I don't have a straight. I thought I had a straight. Okay.
Wow. To make things even more brutal, Dvoris thought he was a winner there until he looked up and realized that there is no 9 on the board. So the GGs are issued, and boy, it didn't take long for RVK's roller coaster ride to hit the upswing. Dvoris leaving behind 13 as we are 2 away from the money here in the 50K main. Flipping back over to the other crew. No doubt word has come down, phones in hand, taking a look at all that's happening at those other 2 tables as they seek to make informed approaches.
$200.
Zhang's going to go for the raise, and Davies now similar spot to Dvoris. Ace 10 made it 200K from under the gun, mind you. Bubble factor is a thing, and we saw Davies do some very interesting stuff three-handed as he jockeyed for what seemed to be second and no better with Ren Lin against the runaway freight train that was Mike Watson in the 25K yesterday. Watson emerging victorious. Seth was forced to take third. Folded ace-king on 2 separate occasions pre. This time, though, jams the Jack 10 suited and will get through.
With the slow table. It's kind of crazy that we're the slow table.
No, we're not.
Much better timing than Dvoris.
We're waiting for them to catch up.
They said. I thought they said we will.
We are in soft hand for hand now. Word coming down from Sonny of the tournament staff. As you see what's afoot. Zhang, 865, shortest stack behind Davies. 29 annies, and he's not afraid to get him in motion, bubble or not. But obviously he is going to be mindful of what's taking place elsewhere in the room as we flip to elsewhere in the room. And we find Martin Nielsen and Tan Xuan involved here. Action is on the turn.
Pre-flop. It was a limp from Schwen. Nielsen checked back the button. It came king, queen, 10, 2 hearts. Schwen bet 60,000. Nielsen made the call. 6 on the turn. The board was two-tone. Looks like a bet of 280,000 out of Schwen, and that's where we find ourselves now. Suddenly, this pot growing. Martin says call. And the river, backdoor clubs get there. 4 to a straight on board. You got a glimpse. Tan also one of those characters that gave us a very cool spot where with King Jack he activated and took a pot all to himself against Mikita Batsiukuski and Martin Nielsen.
5 seconds. About 700.
Deep into the time allotment before announcing 700,000 is Schwen. They're playing some big pots on the bubble here. Nielsen, overall chip leader. Schwen, 100 plus antes coming in. Third. Martin knows the story that's being told, whether or not it's an honest tale. That is what's on his mind, that we don't know what he has. That too becomes relevant. Clubs available, ace jack would be troublesome for any jack X that has a king high straight.
How much was it?
700. Cool.
Call flicked in. What do we have?
It is yours.
Schwen, as advertised, the ace jack. And we'll never know with respect to Nielsen. So 3 streets of value for Tan Schwen, a big bite out of Nielsen's stack. And given that he was third coming into that exchange, he will very much be narrowing the gap between the two.
And you have to wonder how the previous dynamics played into that. We've seen Tan steal a few from Martin earlier on. Martin might have had enough there.
Because of you, you always know. You know more than them.
Who I believe offering Tan Schwen more time banks, accusing him of being slow, which is why this table is being forced to catch up to the action now, as the pause button appears to be pressed elsewhere in the room here in a soft hand-for-hand portion of the program. So we'll stick with things. Nielsen says call.
He's still the chip leader, but just barely. Tan and Rene also right in that 4 million chip mark.
Jack 9-7, 2 spades after the button check back from Schwen.
Bet 90,000.
Martin swinging. Undaunted by the prior exchange. Schwen getting sticky. Third spade and a king on the end. Queen 10 is there. Flushes as well.
Bet 250,000.
So Schwen folded that like he lost that last pot. Will, did you catch that?
Yeah, he's a really entertaining player to watch. Just the little mannerisms.
Oh, yeah. He'll stay on you out there for sure.
Boss man getting pretty short. 25 antes.
Grinding that Triton Poker Plus app right now just to see how far away from the money we are, how short the other stacks in the room are. And sad news is there are no shorter than Pua, who's got 25 antes.
5 seconds. Call.
I would love to see a statistic, Will, that tracks the VPIP on our players out there in the field, because I would imagine that Nielsen and, for that matter, Schwen are very high up.
Yeah, we've seen Schwen play very unconventionally. He's really in there battling.
80,000. Call.
I mean, generally speaking, you're not going to be able to spin up the kinds of stacks that these guys have if you're just sitting back. You've got to be willing to get in there with a wide variety of hands, and in doing so, find yourself getting paid off in spots where maybe others who have tighter preflop ranges, lower VPIPs, might not.
These guys not afraid to take it to the streets.
Hands getting dirty again as Schwen took us to 280. Nielsen gonna hang in and take a peek at Ace King King. Upper crust.
Check. Check.
Neither player wants to put chips in post-flop so far. Jack on the turn. Straight's now possible. Not sure how much Queen 10 is going to be a part of the equation here.
Check.
The interesting thing about this raise from Schwen, given the limp from Nielsen in front of him, who still has Schwen covered, is that Tan understands, not unlike in small blind versus big blind collisions in long deck, Will, that cards that we don't want to see a flop with can sometimes be the ones that will activate in these situations. Now, Nielsen is supposed to have some limp traps, but Tan's also not afraid to put a foot wrong.
Yeah, this is just a better board for Tan's range, and these two are going back and forth.
Better.
$200K on the turn after Nielsen checked a second time over to him, and Schwen continues to feast on the Faroe Islander. Now then, cards back in the air at the features. Now, I know we've been calling him Mr. P. During the break, I sought out our very well-cultured tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. And I said, hey, listen, with respect to Mr. P, how do we pronounce that first name? And he said, Arogelle. And he said it and looked at me in a way that suggested I was weird for asking. But I'm glad that I did, because now we have another option. That said, I'm still sticking with Mr. P.
I'm glad you asked too, Ali, because if I thought I was going to get stuck with that one, and that's like in the Conquistador range for you.
Conquistador is a personal favorite, of course.
I could see that one getting a lot of emphasis if Mr. P makes a big run. I'm going to stick with Mr. P, but I think you got some potential there, Ali.
He has my word that if he gets into that deep final table setup, I'll come hard at the first name.
And Ivy going to come hard with the ace-9 here, putting some pressure on these shorter stacks. And Loon Loon has ace-jack. Can't face the heat, though.
Ace-9 is the ace-5 equivalent in long deck.
我们玩的太快了。
他们会赶上来的，我们停的时候就等他们。没办法，我们短码嘛，比较简单，深码就不行了。
And we see this in the short deck, these big stacks with the ace-9 offsuit. We saw Mad Dog in the 25K, ace-8. How many better hands did he get to fold with that?
Mad Dog was downright rabid at that final table of the 25K short deck. If you missed it, we certainly encourage you to go back, as each and every one of the events that have taken place here in Jeju are available in our archives on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, and worth a look, certainly. The PLO final table, 50K, I believe, was very entertaining. The 30K was also pretty sweet. As a suited one-gapper for RVK, somewhat dusty, but just leveraging this money bubble and the massive stack. Nobody waking up.
Mr. P was interested, but knows he can't do anything. Bunch of shorter stacks. Paul down to 24 antes. Michael Zhang, 26. Don't want to bust now, just 2 from the money.
Will, I've got some breaking news. This is the 16th of 17 events here in Jeju. My tank is running, admittedly, a little lean. 15th event. Producer James, because there is no 4th event. Is that right? Anyway, Producer James, I'm doing a bit.
Yeah, let the man riff a little, Producer James.
As I was saying, Will, the tank runs a bit empty, and so for those that had the over 1.5 Red Bulls for Ali here in Jeju, cheers. The over is in.
Congrats to anyone who fired that on BetACR.
And also, really, look in the mirror and ask yourself, what's going on in your life if you took over 1.5 Red Bulls out of all the available options?
I mean, all we need to know is, do Red Bulls and vodkas count towards that tally, or are those separate?
There's never going to be any vodka. I hate to break it to you.
No Tito's?
Nope. There's just not going to be any alcohol.
A little
really.
Smirnoff?
I did do a little at the Charles H. Speakeasy at the Four Seasons Hotel in Seoul with our man Nick Schulman, who is hours away from a flight back to Las Vegas. An espresso martini, which really left him breathless. And then I asked for Bailey's in it too. What do I know? I don't drink. I just wanted to be a part of whatever we were doing down there. And then I made the bartender take a photo of us, and he said, and I quote on Twitter, if God would have struck him down in that moment, he would have gone peacefully.
Wow.
I had offended him so deeply. Not the first nor the last time, Will.
You're a habitual line stepper, as they say, Ali.
Well, you don't know where the line is unless you're doing a little tap dance out there.
Savion Glover in the booth over here.
I don't think Ivy packed that hat.
Looks like you might be doing some crocodile hunting out here, Ali.
That seems to me like a local scoop. One that's going to pay for itself if he can work his way into the top 11 here. Fighting with Queen Jack and RVK, Ace Queen suited. How does he want to approach? Flat call. Mindful of the depth of Ivy's stack. Table for two. 10-7-6 is what's on the menu, and I don't think either of these guys ordered it. 490 in the middle.
Yeah, interesting spot. Not really a great flop for either player's range, which should be pretty strong here. RBK going to have a stab.
I wonder how capped Ivy thinks he is, and I wonder whether or not bottom of range interacts with this board in Ivy's mind. Irrelevant, as the Queen Jack simply lets it go. Jaffe, I have an honest question. You just did a frame with Raston here. Did he feel any different than he did when BTC was over 70?
No, he kept his game face on in the booth, but as soon as we got out, he crumbled a little.
Did he?
Yeah.
Does feel like some fairly red candles have been plunging into his fiscal abdomen.
780.
Our boy Rasty's deep in the BTC streets, as Loon Loon is deep in the short deck ones with King Jack offsuit, ripping the 780. No takers. And we flip back over to one in progress. Paul Pua, who was the short stack coming in, was all in here, and his chips are being pushed forward. Looks like it was a jam from Pua into Nielsen's button. Nielsen made the call. Paul had Queen Jack against Ace Queen, flopped a gut shot on the King 9-6 board. Then it came 8-6 after that. An ace high beat Queen high and brings us one step closer to the money as the Nielsen chip graph continues to be erratic. GG's to boss.
Yeah, Nielsen continues to snipe.
Word coming down then. Now that we are down to 12, you see Sonny coming over to let the dealers know it's time for the redraw. Don't get any cards in the air. 2 tables of 6 will be assembled. And we'll get a peek at exactly what it all looks like when we come back with continuing coverage of the 50K short deck main event from here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, Jeju. Stay close.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And we're back with 2 tables of 6 players. 50K short deck main event action from here in Jeju. Ali Najad, Will Jaffe, glad to have you with us wherever it is that you're streaming us from. Triton Poker Plus, Twitch, YouTube, the latter of which we encourage you to click, like, and or subscribe. Although really, why wouldn't you do them both if you're at it? Whether you actually like or want to subscribe, just do it. And I'll tell you why. Because it guarantees that Will, myself, Rasty, Shulman, the whole crew, Nano Noko, we're going to be up here bringing you each and every one of these Triton Super High Roller Series as we have significant action on whether or not we'll reach a certain threshold on that like. And if we don't win that bet, it'll be curtains for the entire tour. I'm only kidding. That's not a real thing. But wouldn't it be something, though? Do you think that they would try to sabotage us? That the viewers would be like, hey, listen, this is my wallet address. If you want this like,
let's not give the chat that much power, Ali.
I know. I love the chat, though. Shout out, chat.
Loading.
Shout out, King Jack Suited.
Did he say all in?
I thought he did, yes, and confirm. It was weird because he said it, then he turned away as though somebody was going to put the chips in for him. Verbal is binding, though.
Direct bubble now. So next player out gets 0.
The way you said it made it so sad, Will. How about the players that don't bust will be guaranteed 84,000? I'm going to look at it half full.
Look at you, Ali.
This is definitely not a habit. Let's not get used to it.
Positivity over here.
9s
Maybe
in
not,
the muck.
buddy. Maybe not for him.
Yeah.
Mr. Sunshine, Ali Najad.
Thought you were talking about Zhang for a second, as he's not looking like he's enjoying himself all that much. And for good reason, Will, as you look at the chip counts, he is the shortest in the room.
Yeah, not a good spot to be in.
No. Schwen's one of those guys when you give him a big stack. I could see him, as Nick likes to put it, turning on you. Being a little bit unbearable just in terms of the glee and revelry, you know? No menace. He's just in his own world doing his thing. But I'm sick. I look over and I think it's all personally directed somehow at my plight. If I'm in Zhang's seat, for example, I'm like, oh, it must be nice. 156 antes. How's everything going for you over there today? Everything all right?
You big chip envy guy?
Listen, every sort of emotion on the spectrum that is of the unhealthy variety, I am apt to go through in any given poker session. Win, lose, or draw. Mostly on the lose, though.
Look at this. Martin is going to lean on Joe on the bubble here.
Yeah, Chuen having to open into Nielsen is obviously uncomfortable, but with ace-jack, he's prepared and dominating. So it goes limp call, 300 ahead. That was an awkward time to cut away from the flop. There it is, king, king 10, 2 spades. Broadway gutter against the king high gutter, and I don't need to tell you what card would be problems on the turn for Nielsen.
And I would imagine Martin is going to start barreling. And put a lot of pressure on Joe here. Joe going nowhere, though. Look at that turn. Kind of one of the best cards in the deck for Martin.
He's got the flush draw. When we get check called for the 175, we know, especially on the heels of the limp call, that interactions with that King-King-10 board are real. We do have that key Jack of Spades.
Definitely expect Martin to keep barreling this, and not much Joe can do. This will be really just like a soul read type of call.
475,000 already invested. Tough to walk away from it. Will, but direct money bubble also leaning.
Joe has been really impressive so far.
He's watched Nielsen operate long enough. He knows that ace-jack doesn't have to be no good. The trouble is, Nielsen doesn't have to check back if we make this call and then are unimproved on the end. Don't expect cheap showdown here. And then if we don't find the queen, but we hit like a jack or even an ace offsuit, how proud are we? Yeah. Out of there. There's Nielsen. I'm willing to guess. I might even be willing to bet that Nielsen is one more pots than anybody else in the event so far. Now, this isn't necessarily the hottest take, right? When you are the chip leader, that rates to be the case. But, you know, it doesn't always have to happen in terms of spots like that. Pre-flop jam, take it down. One barrel, take it down, which is a slower process. You could win some very big deep stack versus deep stack spot and then find yourself up there. But with him, he just has that V-pip, and he has that all over you sort of feel once he gets that chip lead going, the snowball effect. And yeah, he's certainly got to be in the conversation.
Oh, I know what you mean, Ollie. He's really been chipping up without showdown. And Zhang is going to need to make a stand at some point.
Yeah, he's been chipping down, unfortunately. And unlike in Hold'em, there are no free hands. You can't wait until you go through the blinds again. It's an ante every time, two of them when you hit the button. Hence, Zhang deciding here, ace-7, let's go. Most but not all in. Nobody home. Oh. 8-6. I thought maybe.
Hey.
That's a call that would have been personal, by the way. That would have been like, hey, Zhang, remember when you showered me in the 25K?
In this game.
There's Mr. Sunshine.
He's a generally positive character. I've had the privilege of getting into some discussions with Michael away from the felt and the arena.
Very nice guy.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, at his age, I didn't have it together like he does. And in fact, at my age now, I probably don't either.
Yeah, well said.
No rebuttal there from Will, huh? You're just on board with that.
I mean, we have to agree on something in here, right? Tens now for Zhang.
$340,000.
He's going to go for this.
340. Can he string back-to-back pickups together?
No? Cock tease. Ace of hearts in the door. They kill my dreams.
Kuhn can't defend. And now, those two pots moving Michael Zhang up and past Lun Lun, who sits alone on the short stack. Well, if you are going to sit around alone, do so in some Triton gear. Why not? We're trying to give some of it away. Scan that QR code on your screen to find out how you can get in on the most recent collection that debuted here in Jeju. You've seen so many of the players wearing it. Martin Nielsen rocking that white hoodie. Came in a few different colors.
Nice for Zhang to pick up those pots. Moves ahead of Lun Lun.
Decent bit of breathing room between the two of them in the form of 6 antes.
Thank you.
Lun 25 antes all alone in the doldrums now.
Pretty precarious position here for Zhou, but he's been really fearless, so I do expect him to keep getting in there.
Here we are.
Although with Nielsen and then Tan on his direct left.
Yeah, this is a very poor seat. I'm glad that you pointed out not one but 2 guys who, not just based on their chips, but also based on their approach to the game, are really pesky to be out of position against. Gets through this time, however. Flipping back over to the other feature. That's where we find the shortest stack in the room. Lun Lun, right of your screen.
Phil's just going to rip here with the King 10 suited.
Lun.
And Lun Lun has the Ace King.
He's going to be in here.
All in.
All in.
No reason to stall, as if somebody else were to bust on this hand, the two of them would share the 84K min cash. Hence the quick call.
Ivy looking to burst the bubble.
And the Lun Lun lets cash the main dream. We will hold the action there while we wait for developments at the other table. Nielsen, limped 6s. Schwen staying in line with King Queen. He understands the current state of affairs. Zhang gets a free pull at Queen 7-7. Schwen. Best hand.
Great flop for 10. Zhang definitely will have the most 7s here.
$50K bet. This is raggedy board texture for a short deck. Nielsen, I mean, surely even his level of ambition. We can step away, but you know he's got so much fight in him. That's not Hollywooding. He wants to do things out there.
No, I said the same thing about Tan. A lot of these times, these guys, they have a spot, they're tanking. Tan always looks like he's ready to go.
Yep.
Big spot here for Loon Loon.
So, authorization to reveal the holdings, and Loon will see that he's about a 3-2 favorite. In a 1.6 million chip pot on the direct money bubble. Can we find 84,000 across 11 players? It would take a bad beat for Loon Loon to get there. Ace, queen, 8. Gut shot for Ivy. Spades work. Members of the other feature coming over to soak it up.
Great turn for Loon Loon.
Anything but a jack. And he will find the double through Ivy. And he's done it. Loon Loon's such a character. Well,
yeah, he really is. Great player, too.
On form. You know, you talk about him being a great player. First event here in Jeju was the 15K 8 max won by Fedor Holz. He was 6th at that FT for 182,000. 20K 8 max 33rd, back-to-back cashes. Didn't cash the 25K silver main as we dive further into his Triton track record, but then back at an FT in the 30K 8 max for 145 dimes. Didn't cash the 25K GG millions. Then 24th in the 50K 7 max. Fanned the 50K turbo bounty and the 100K main long deck edition. Then in the 25K short deck, he would FT and finish 7th for 64,000. Looking for a back-to-back cash in these streets as synchronized mug replacement there from Nielsen and Schwen.
Tens for Nielsen. He's in a really good spot to lean on these guys. Although, 10 is going to make it much more interesting than it normally would be.
$250 from under the gun. And the 7s.
Jacks, though, for Kuhn.
Yeah, unlike that little pair before him, unclear. Yep, this is money bubble behavior, I would imagine, more so than anything else.
Yeah, but you see the power of aggression, getting the better hand to fold.
No callers, and these are the portions of the program where the big stacks did most of the accumulating during yesterday's 25K. Schwen. Limping in, Kuhn's ready to dance. And note that he's going to play his hand as a limp, not looking to get involved in inflated situations for the time being. If someone were to try to speak up behind him, maybe he goes with it then. But for now, caution the order of the day, not because he fears monsters under the bed. He just fears not cashing when he's sitting on a stack of over 2 million coming in. And look at the two he's booked a date with here. 7-8 off, Queen 8 off for Schwen and Nielsen. And it comes Jack 7-7. Trips for Schwen.
Disastrous flop for Kuhn. Schwen should not have many 7s in his range, even though we know how splashy he likes to get pre-flop.
So does Kuhn, by the way. So it isn't as though he's going to go down with some sinking ship here as he faces this 60K bet. Will Peel.
Nielsen, conscious of range, understands that he's the one with the most sevens here.
Excellent point. Although Jason's willingness to proceed here.
Yeah, but
he doesn't think Jason has sevens, but, you know, something to be a little mindful of. He's actually leveraging it as he takes us to 250K. Now, mind you, these two guys know, Nielsen knows, he's supposed to have the most sevens. In fact, Schwen's choice to lead could be considered inductive in that sense.
Very much so. And now Jason's in an awful spot. Yeah, he's going to get saved here by Nielsen.
Yeah. Sort of lets him off the hook. I'm not sure how much romance there was between Jason and Aces in that spot anyway, without the raise, but if he found this turn and the board became double paired, I don't think there's a lot of worlds in which he's going to lose more chips. And this is a card, obviously, that for Nielsen, Tan is supposed to have more often.
Yeah, this is a really interesting turn. In a weird way, yeah. Nielsen's still trying to rep a 7 with that small bet sizing. It's not the card Tan wanted to see.
But I mean, for Tan to lead and then call the raise, with Jason still left to act behind him at that point, mind you, Will.
Yeah, but Tan can have hands like ace, you know, ace, king, aces, kings that he limped in with preflop. Even a hand like queens.
Does make the call. And now this is just stone air for Nielsen on the river. Not that he was drawing at anything. And he's built this one up to 1.1 million. He could really put Tan Xuan in prison. Backdoor clubs have arrived, though.
I mean, when you get here like this and you have the 8 of clubs, it's really tempting to fire another barrel.
He ain't waving no white flags.
No, they don't have those in the Faroe Islands.
You know? This is where you grab one of those helmets with the horns on them, rip a horn off, blow into it.
He's grabbing the horns here.
Oh, just look at this. What's the best case scenario here for Xuan? In his mind, maybe a chop with 7s full? I mean,
something like this, just stone air balls, really.
I'm going to tell you this, though. If there's a guy that can find this full pot virtually sized call on the end, you're staring at him on your screen.
Very good point. The 8 is relevant, blocking some 10-8s, although with those value bet here.
You win.
And he does make the call, Ali. Wow, soul read from Tan Xuan there.
I got 3 words. I'm going back fairly deep into somewhat obscure hip-hop streets, but you don't need to know who JT the Bigafigure is in order to be with me here, Jaffe. That was a function of game recognized game.
Absolutely.
Xuan knows what he was working with over there. That's a call he's not making against just anybody.
Nope.
But here, Stone Money Bubble, Nielsen got some data points. Scouting report was in. And he found it. You could see blood pressure raised.
Yeah, I mean,
that was a cool pot.
Yeah,
man.
Tan Xuan rockets up to chip leader now. And he's really gotten the best of Nielsen so far in this tournament. Very interesting hand. Just two animals in the wild, engaging in battle.
Yeah, that was generally you got to go to Rwandan mountainside to find silverbacks colliding like that. Look at Kuhn, willing to just sit it out with the queens.
Zhang, again, the short stack. This might be it.
Yeah, courtesy of Loon Loon's double. He finds himself all alone. Bottom of leaderboard. Sub 20 antes.
285,000. 285.
Scrapping, fighting, hoping. Nielsen bruised. Jack 10, not the one.
Yeah.
Tan asks for the rest.
Yeah, he kind of. I was a little bit surprised to see Nielsen go with this sizing.
Well, Nielsen's out of there. This is Tan.
Oh, sorry. I mean Zhang go with this sizing because I thought he would just rip it in and not put himself in this type of spot.
Well, but you know what's going on because obviously if all of a sudden you get all in somehow behind you, that lets you sit out and maybe capture, you know, a cash.
Does have a better free roll here with the hearts.
Sure one. Sure one. What? Sure one. Oh no.
Look at the guys. This is such a brutal aspect of hand for hand. You don't want to adulterate the action at the other table. So players are encouraged not to reveal what's going on, and if there are some whispers, keep them low.
You have king queen? King jack? Yeah. King jack?
Because obviously if you're a short stack out at the other table and you were tempted to play a hand, but all of a sudden you realize the shorty at the other table is smothered and behind.
Ace jack.
Then you might be less inclined. So preserving organic action is what we're trying to do in these spots where we press the pause button, but now authorization has come down to get on their backs, and advantage Zhang by about 4% here. Backdoor heart free roll. Uh-oh.
Insurance.
A lovely turn. Can he find a Valentine on the end and haul this 1.7 in? No.
Nice hand.
You too.
Getting expensive out there.
40K ante. Ace King for Davies. This is the hand that we saw him bin on 2 separate occasions when 3-handed, as he and Ren Lin were super short against Sir Watts. When he is willing to enter a pot as the 4th shortest stack in the room, covering Zhang by about 12 antes, we know that the range is going to be credible. And add that to the fact that he's under the gun and putting over half his biscuits in the basket. No takers.
Easy. What do you do if 3 people go all in?
Beat him into the pot.
What if 2 chip leaders go all in?
Pretend I fainted. Wake up in the morning.
You won't wake up. There won't be any waking up.
Zhang engaging Davies in some hypotheticals there.
I've seen a lot of pressure applied with this hand, but with Tan having the chip lead, yeah, Nielsen's been really fearless. Not scared at all of Tan right behind him.
A7 suited.
Really everything on the table for this guy. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all.
Over the top of this Nielsen Open, and obviously this phenomenon is very much the product of both the bubble, Nielsen's reputation, and the fact that Schwen has him covered. He's such a gangster out there, man.
I mean, I'm surprised that Nielsen took a bite there.
When I grow up as a poker player, I want to beat Tan Schwen. I'm not playing.
I could see a little seniors event action.
Are you kidding? People will be getting heart attacks if Tan showed up at the seniors and started
No, I'm saying
blasting
you
at
could.
them
That
like
could
this.
be your version.
I would have a heart attack if I approached the game like Tan.
Yeah, he's absolutely fearless.
There's just some different DNA in the helix.
Extremely fun to watch. And Zhou Shen, it's been pretty quiet, really handcuffed. Now the ace-8 for Tan.
全是一共300是吧
260
I wouldn't be surprised to see another pile.
There it is. Boy, these 10s shrivel up real quick, don't they?
Yeah.
Limp and say goodbye. As the Tan Schwen wrecking ball continues to swing around this metropolis, leaving destruction in its wake.
Yeah, he's really running through these guys right now.
It's cool to watch, man. It really is. Just, there's such a sweetness to the setup here for Tan, and he is getting every ounce of value out of it.
Absolutely. And this show is going to be on air as long as he is here. I mean, even this one, look, you see the pain just folding the queen-6 off. +1.
He wanted to go.
Painful. 如果你倒数第二个我就推了，你倒数第一，我靠。
Now with Schwen not involved, Kuhn surveying his opportunity. Nope. Davies, ace-king. Remember, Kuhn limped aces earlier.
Great spot for Davies. Would imagine he just goes all in again.
He's got 3 folds in front of him. To his left are Michael Zhang and Zhou Chuen. So not quite all in. 800 is the real deal, though, and a third of Zhou Chuen's chips if he wants to continue. And he's perked up here with this Jack-10 offsuit, but he does need to be mindful of the fact that Davies has got to have goods. We know that the Jack-10 performs. Time bank going to get used. This would be a peculiar choice in terms of wheel spinning. Were Zhou Chuen to sail in somehow. He's 5th in chips right now, covers Davies, so that's the good news. But Davies can take a dent. put a dent rather into a stack, take a bite. Two-time banks utilized.
He wants to be in the action. Doesn't like being a spectator. Look at this, Ali. I had a feeling he was coming along.
Plays it as a flat. Pot grows to 1.8. Maybe he thinks with the right board texture here, Davies would step away. This doesn't rate to be the one, though. King of Spades working top pair.
Great flop for Davies.
Yeah.
I mean, such a relief.
This is not supposed to be part of the board that Schwen is involved in with the 8-6. This would read to me a lot more like a Broadway combo if I were Davies, just based on everything that's transpired to this point. The pause, the two-time banks, the willingness to call the 800. Maybe there's some pairs, but they're not going to be down there in the 6 and 8 range. And so Davies very comfortably, I think, can declare this all in.
Indeed, a very comfy shove. Frustrating for Zhou. Gambled there, and Davies, the main beneficiary, moves all the way up to 5th in chips.
That was a huge moment for Seth. And note, by the way, that if he jams, I don't think Schwen thinks about making the call with the Jack-10. But at 800, for some reason, he felt like, okay, let's get in there. So silver linings in terms of bet sizing for Davies as we take a look at the chip counts at the other table, where RVK has plenty of runway between himself and the United States' Phil Ivey. Lun Lun running in third. He was the short stack for a time, as the shorties have been very resilient.
Ivey's going to rip here.
Ace 10 suited.
Kings for Greenwood. We are going to have action here.
He's covered. Looking at the leaderboard right now, Sam is down toward the bottom, second shortest stack. 10 ante separate him and Mike Zhang, though. He doesn't have to take a stand here. For chips, we know it's a call. But on the direct bubble, he could try to wait Zhang out if he wanted to.
Yeah, if Zhang was shorter, perhaps, but this has to go in. And
yeah, it's a begrudging, somewhat reluctant sort of call.
Yeah, in part because you know it's often a situation like this.
And we will await the completion of action at the other table before these guys are authorized to flip them up. And there goes that authorization. 2.2 million chip pot. Nobody more excited to hear about it than Mike Zhang. And you see everybody coming over to see what's going on. Look at Zhou Chuan. Hi, Sam. How you doing? What do you got? Really? Kings? Sam? You know Mike's over there at our table with just 16 antes, right? Look at this. The Kings turning into blockers to one path to victory for the ace-10. Any ace, king, or 8. That's what Ivey's hoping to hit here. And there is the 8. Greenwood now needs to find the 10. 3 left in the deck. Is 1 there? No. And if it wasn't the 8, the ace was going to down the Kings anyway. So Sam Greenwood, second shortest stack with 12 remaining. Kings on the button, up against the larger stacked Ivey. asking for all of it, took his shot, and unfortunately, he ended up with a bullet wound.
Good game, sir. And Phil Ivey, very healthy here, as everyone slides into the money.
That they do. And for Michael Zhang, I would imagine there's a sense of gratification associated with all of the choices that he made to ensure that this moment was one that he had the opportunity to experience. A larger stack than his own, being showered, and guaranteeing Michael and the rest of the crew $84,000. That's a long and lonely walk, one that Greenwood has issued to others, has experienced in the past, and is professional enough to handle. So then, we will fight on 11-handed. We will be swapping a player back and forth so as to ensure that one table doesn't get the advantage of having to play 6-handed versus 5-handed more than the other. Keep an eye on that, as table dynamics can change depending on who gets pulled over. Pay jump, now that we are in the money, won't happen until the gap between 10th and 9th. So it'll be a flat payout here. And we'll see just how greased the wheels of the short stacks will be now that the relief of cashing is upon them. Still a worthwhile endeavor to try to beat Chisley, work your way back up into some playable depth, given that there's $922,000 up top for the eventual winner in this one.
Look at Tan Xuan. Basically twice as many chips as second place at this table.
Do I get reloaded Timex or no?
Yeah, we get. Are we back?
And do I reload the red Timex or no?
Oh, you're in the money now, so I don't know what they do. Yeah.
You know, but because we went hand.
Yeah, it shouldn't be 10 seconds anymore. We should get normal time. Okay. Okay.
But don't I get new red Timex?
500,000.
Now Zhang, happy to get it in. Ace Queen, 84,000 guaranteed. And so is Zhou. Jack 10 didn't work against Davies. He's going to try it out against Zhang.
And you see the immediate effects of the weighted blanket that was the money bubble being lifted off the field. Zhang in, Zhou jamming, King Jack suited. It's not a bounty tournament. No upside to trying to get that double elimination and risking 1.65 to do it with the King Jack suited. Xuan,
Cool.
Ace 10. These guys know.
Oh.
Great gamble spot for Zhou. Flipping.
He's wincing a little bit.
Well, I'm behind actually, but should be ahead versus.
算他一个 A 嘛，很好的。
Here's some feedback being provided with respect to
Oh.
hand choices, and look at this dynamite texture
I can't even backdoor a flush.
for Zhou Xuan.
It's gonna jack or a 10. Go sure.
You have to get running
1.4 million. Top pair, top kicker turns into top two as the turn is clean.
Queen of clubs. The pain.
6,
Oh, you sick puppy.
8. Queen or king, all would have been disaster, and Zhang fades it.
Cheers, guys.
I wonder what the
Too many
flop
outs for Zhao.
And if he thought Will,
He's like 60,
65 or something?
65, yeah. And Tony's like 39, maybe 38.
that Michael was feeling validated by making the money, how much better is he feeling now that he's found this meaty double?
Very much alive.
No blockers, no team.
At least like
Zhao now inching closer to the danger zone.
Yep.
You sure? Yeah, sure. Okay.
It's 10.
It's 10. Anina. Shit, I thought I had chunks. I've got 35 antes. The hell?
Zhang, 3rd place in the 50K short deck in Vietnam, 2nd place in the 100K there.
Alrighty.
Might this be the one, Ali?
Guy's got chops. That much we know. Chuen, 9s. Tan with the 7 deuce of short deck. Kuhn as well, suited variety. Look at Tan actually pausing. This would be so grimy. Oh my. He's going for it.
Is there some kind of bounty on?
This is for the glory. And the 9s are binned. Is he going to show it? No.
I mean,
I thought for sure there was going to be some social overlay there for Tan.
Animal doesn't even do this guy justice. Gangster is the only word.
You know, we used it. There's just a fearlessness to Tan Chuen.
The Jack 6 off.
Oh.
Martin's felt that fearlessness firsthand.
This is a tough assignment for him. And just look, when Chuen actually gets the goods.
The gods giveth ye favor. Gamble, and you shall be rewarded.
2-6.
260. The declaration.
7-6. Same hand.
No takers. Shows 1 ace.
Probably show both.
There it is.
No one shares aces like that.
Notice how the Jack 6 off just casually hits the muck. But the aces go face up.
He's got all the little wily veteran gambler meta.
Aces. Aces. Aces.
Big hand.
With this pile of chips, Ali, the show might be on air for a long time tonight.
No SS. No ace.
You know,
I believe you.
Chuen's like an armored vehicle, like a tank out there coming upon a car park. Some things are going to get squashed. This time he chooses to limp with Queen 6 suited. Davies presented an opportunity, and the Kings do speak up.
A great spot for Seth.
Oh, 6牌的快速。对，
怎么打的？怎么打6个枪？
全部都是小对子。all in all in all in， 真他妈上头。很讨厌短码，打了翻了一下 GTO， 其实都没错，有一把错了。靠。
Tan choosing to limp ace-8 off suit. Same sort of kit in front of Zhang.
Joe going to be all in.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be shocked if Dan looks him up at this point.
I mean, he's got depth to issue spins. This is lean.
If there's anybody who's capable, the ace-8 just too weak. You want to be shoving with it.
Shows the ace, by the way. You know, I've seen that spot where Tom just lifts up a stack, emphatically slams it into the felt, coupled with a Mandarin expletive. You know, you're a bit breathless when it happens. Looks like Mr. P is taking one down.
Stevie, the short stack over here. It's probably going to be time for him.
Yep. Correctly identified. No takers. And Stevie continues to cobble. Walk us through Chidwick's resume thus far here in Jeju, Will.
I mean, Rast and I got a front row seat to just the brutality that was his main event. Got it all in with ace-queen of spades on the direct final table bubble. Versus ace-4 of hearts. Came ace-10-10. Heart for him to bubble. He did get 5th place in the 50K PLO, 10th place in that 100K, 27th in a 40K, 35th in a 25K, and 12th in the opening event. So pretty standard for series for Stevie.
Obviously, it's those big ones that you want to make sure you find the money in, because the prelim events can sometimes pale in terms of cashes in comparison if you want to make it a winning trip. But Chidwick, a man who knows it's a marathon, not a sprint, and that is why it is that he is among the winningest poker players to ever do it. Moon, jacks, jam and take.
And Stevie, 19 million in Triton winnings. One win. It was in the short deck main. The 100K buy-in. Got to go all the way back to Madrid 2022.
Yeah.
For 1.8 million.
RVK, King Jack suited.
An ace-queen of diamonds, and this is a very big shove from RVK. But I think Phil, I mean, very interesting spot. Two of the chip leaders.
This is pretty wild, though, because it's not lost on RVK that Ivy is deep and on his button. Obviously, in the money, this is a different proposition, but we're still talking about 922K up top. There is ICM pressure that needs to be heeded, and Ivy wants to mull it over here.
It's a really gross spot. He is going to call.
He does
it's
click
too good.
call.
I believe this is the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
RVK, second in chips overall. Ivy, fourth in chips overall, as the collision reverberates inside the arena. 6.6 million in the middle. And you wonder how surprised RVK is at seeing this hand call, if at all. 11% advantage for Phil. Jack 10-7, and now disadvantage as Krevelin. Top pair. holds the lead.
Always 50.
Maintains it and extends his edge as Ivy needs to find the queen, king, or ace. Can he do it? No. Tens and sevens.
There. I don't know.
And you saw Ivy looking up the top, saying not much in terms of jumps there. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, he was playing for the win, and the sniper takes out a big target. He's our new chip leader.
Yeah, nervy moments for him, obviously. And we lose the great one. Phil Ivey. So he will be the first to collect the $84,000 payouts. Add that to Ivy's career Triton earnings of $10.6 million. No sixth title in the works for him here, though. 23rd career cash.
What? Okay.
That was Ivy's 4th final table out of 5 cashes here in Jeju, by the way.
Yeah, another great run.
RVK, not to be overlooked. The fallout there, placing him firmly atop the leaderboard, 8.8 million. Tan Chuan second overall, 7.25 million.
Yeah.
Pleased not to have to tussle with RVK at the same table. And the drop off between those two and number 3, Martin Nielsen, is substantial. Not substantial as either of these holdings on a 6692 club board, as it was played as a limp by Zhou Chuan, who checks.
Wow.
And Tan going to have a lot more 6s here than Zhou.
They stacked Ivy apparently.
Word has come down through the Triton Poker Plus app.
Ivy was huge.
Black shark.
And there they go.
Nielsen, the one to provide the update, as Seth Davies
I don't know.
gets his number called.
King Jack suited jam, Renee, and Phil Ivey calls off 3.5 million with Ace Queen suited button.
Yeah, 比我还多。
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's close.
YOLO.
I think it's a call in the money.
Some positive reinforcement
有什么冤家牌？他们打那么大。
being provided by Zhang, who assesses it's a call in the money. As far as he's concerned, for Ivy.
I'm sure he'll feel a lot better when he watches this back.
Well, first off, I'm not sure Phil's watching anything back after he's out of there.
Come on,
Second,
all the greats grind film, Ollie.
I don't think
You don't think Phil Ivey's grinding this film?
that he needs validation from anybody.
Yeah, but knowing that I'm in the booth here, I think he might want to spin it back.
Will, he doesn't know who we are.
He knows who you are.
I'm just kidding. 10-10-9-2 diamonds. Look at this board for Zhou Chuan. Limped 3-way pot.
Open-ended straight flush draw.
Yeah.
Tan has the ace of diamonds.
There's some other things that would contribute to a barrel here beyond the simple reality of that ace of diamonds, but I hear what you're saying, Jaffe. We always hold our breath when the action's on them, don't we? Exhalations to the tune of 110,000.
Does Zhao want to play this? Obviously never folding.
Seems like an all-option sort of affair. He'll take the conservative line for the time being. Flats. Normal circumstances, trips on the board, make us a bit more bashful about pursuing straights and flushes, but the latter obviously would beat a full house here in short deck. Note the queen or jack would also be cozy. Tan checking back, and now
Really awful run out for Zhao as Tan slides into a boat.
yeah, straight comes in, but it's no good.
And this would be pretty thin, but if there's someone capable of going thin, it's this man. No, just going to check it.
Just in case there's a 9 lurking over there. He wouldn't really expect that to be a part of the plan for a Zhou Chuan limp, but nevertheless, he does check back and take it down.
德牌准备搞点架子的，双球。
我搞不到啊。
Every time Tan tables his hand, it's like a magician showing you a trick or something.
Full house.
Backdoor full house.
自己打一枪好了。
I know what you mean.
和老板打一枪。
Tan and Van Krevlin have well over half the chips in play now. And Jack's for Kuhn. He's been waiting for a spot like this. Not going to get any takers, though.
What'd you say?
I think he'll be all right with it. Annie's plus the limp from Xuan. Do just right.
Even the way, look at even the way this guy checks the app, Ellie.
Is he double fisting the app
Double
right now?
fisting the app. Checking both tables simultaneously. What a beast.
那个牌算了，不赌了。
I mean, this is the type of guy that could order dinner and your mouth would drop, I bet.
Xuan?
Yeah.
I would imagine he's not looking at the prices on the menu. I'll tell you that much.
He's not even looking at the menu, Ollie.
Not since Elliot was peddling E.T. around in the 1980s film have I seen a diminutive hoodie of this nature. Loon must have hit the gas valve on the seat. He's low riding out there right now.
Yeah, he really is.
But riding high enough with Ace Jack to put $1 million into the middle, and that presents some awkwardness for Mr. P. I think he wouldn't have minded sliding in.
Yeah, these are the type of hands you want to do the shoving yourself, not call off. But Renee has him pipped. And he can well afford this too.
Obviously, sitting there with the remains of Phil Ivey's chips and the massive overall lead. He does ask for the rest of Loon's stack. Of course, having committed $1 million in there, Loon isn't really in the business of folding. So here it is. Perhaps Loon's last stand.
Okay, again.
Queen, Jack, 7. Both parties connecting here as Van Kavelen still with the advantage. 3.2 million chip pot. It stays that way. And only a hook will save Loon from a 10th place finish. Not there.
Almost.
Good game, sir.
Yep. And Loon, by the way, did what he was supposed to do on the money bubble to work his way into a cash. Unfortunately, no ladder, but $84,000 in zero. There's a big gap between those two numbers.
Why he fold ace queen? If you push, I fold.
And Von Krevlin now up to 11 million. Starting to run away with this a little.
That he is. Meanwhile, back at the other feature, it was 7s full of jacks that have improved to 7s full of queens. Efforting the road traveled. This was a limp from Tan. Check back from Zhou Chuan. Chuan check called. 90,000 on the flop. And forgive me, it's Zhou Chuen who has the boat. Tan was just dancing on the flop. He check called the 90,000, then let out 200,000 on the turn, got called, and here we are with 860 in the middle, and Tan trying to figure out whether or not he's going to be able to get Zhou Chuen's hand into the bin. Not supposed to have quad sevens here. And he does appear to be waving the white flag.
搞个炸弹出来，吓死我了 ！KK 都丢给你，不够。
Probably.
You see Michael Zhang offering his body up to the poker gods, trying to curry good favor.
没有 ，That's the last of them.
Tan has maneuvered like absolutely perfectly in this tournament, has not stepped in it at all.
Okay.
I mean, look, he polished off some chips that maybe others would not have in that particular spot with the King 10 on a 7-7 jackboard, but many
so
of
they
the
would
chips
split
that
the
he's
money if somebody
accumulated will
busted?
have come as a result of that approach. So anytime somebody gets critical of the moments in which maybe there's some blips on our chip graph, understand that the upticks are also tethered to that same sword, which is double-edged.
Absolutely.
I'll take that 10K.
Zhao getting healthy again. And Nielsen now dipping below 3 million. The shortest he's been in a while. Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see him shove in the face of these two limpers.
Neither of whom want to play for 3 million. Important pickup there. $95,000, by the way, on lockup as Lun took the last of the 84K payouts. The jump is 30K from 9th to 8th.
Yeah, kings. I have 4 ties, you know.
Renee looking around and then deciding under the gun to rip.
Come on, aces.
And Stevie, yeah, he's going to go with this, diagnoses the situation correctly as usual.
Dominating, by the way. And also kind of insulating himself from anything that might have otherwise been a caller itself, feeling so motivated to hop in with the pay jump and the fact that this is under the gun +1 call.
What's wrong? You had aces, again? You had aces? I got ace. That's one ace. That's one ace. I thought you said you needed aces. Yeah, I need aces to... Oh.
You change your mind really quick there,
Jack 10-10. Chidwick's advantage remains intact in a 2 million chip pot. Now, RVK swapping out the queens for kings. And no sooner does he do so than that queen rolls off and Chidwick able to hold. And that's a double. That's going to make things more difficult for anybody trying to claim the top prize here in this main event. Chidwick has got a second wristwatch on his mind, perhaps.
Big double for Stevie.
Oh, non-players. Money dump, right?
Well, as the dust settles on that collision, we take a moment to turn your attention to betacr.eu, the all-new exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' action and outcomes in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus when signing up Up to $250 in value there. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today, or at least us here at Triton.
$1.5.
Jason wagging a finger at Tan Xuan's limp.
Check.
6 is the worst pair in short deck.
Okay, forgive me. I thought that Jason had taken us upstairs. I think he was simply advising the depth of his stack when he said 1-5. So then the Queen 7 gets a free pull. Jack 9-9, Jason in front. Look at Tom. Just saying. I got this big stack. I'm first to speak. Your 2 random cards on the button that didn't want to raise pre.
Yeah, but Jason might not be done with this.
He isn't. 90K gets called. Tan knows Kuhn is dangerous. And now he's no good as a queen. Connects with Tan. Note the diamond draw has been acquired. Dustiest available.
And I'd imagine Tan just tries to get to showdown now.
It's a wet texture.
Jason going to turn this into a bluff with the diamond. Already putting Tan in a really gross spot. I mean, we've seen him make some crazy hero calls. The hand against Nielsen stands out in particular. But this is really tough with just Queen 7. Tan is going to let it go.
Yeah. Just kind of tough to navigate that one when you consider what river do I like other than a queen.
Sometimes the silverback gorilla runs
back.
into the saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah, and then a bunch of scientists stumble upon the frozen tundra, find a mosquito and amber, and decide to make a theme park. And we all know how that ends up, Will.
That is Jeju.
No, that is Jurassic.
Oh, I thought that was the Jeju theme park here with the roller coasters.
You know what's crazy? I could see them having a dino park out here.
There might be some dinos
There's
running
some
around. Would you, if you went out into the wilderness, would you be shocked if you saw a velociraptor family?
Absolutely not.
And then Jason Kuhn eating with them.
That part would probably be shocking. I could see Seth out there with like a crossbow.
This does have a Jurassic World feel to it.
I'm saying. For those that don't know what we're talking about, the Shinhwa World Complex does contain a theme park, which is currently closed, but still pumping out eerie music throughout the course of the day. It really is. Anyway.
Been a long trip.
3 players with Queen X, all 3 of them involved. 7s for Zhang on the button. 1-7 busy in Tan's hand.
Zhang, our short stack now.
Check.
Four-way affair, 360 in the middle, 10-9-6. Top pair for Zhou Xuan. Heart draw and the gutter for Tan. Just nines for Kuhn and a gutter for Zhang with the blockers. So let's see. Note that Tan didn't bet it.
Yeah, he's been really unpredictable in these spots.
Sure, very balanced. So we'll take a turn free of charge and one that gives open enders to 3 out of the 4 of these guys. Let's see how that changes things. So far, not at all.
I would imagine Tan will start betting now. It's actually interesting for Jason in position. Does have 2 players still to act.
Lets it go. Zhang out of there as well, and now Zhou Xuan able to close the action with nobody else involved. Will pay the price. Does have the best hand right now. And it stays that way. Board pairing Jack. Speedy check there from Xuan. Not sure what baseline is.
Yeah, and we saw Tan give up the last time he was here against Shaw. Obviously knows he can't win by checking. Yeah, and he's going to go for this.
I mean, he just has air.
From what I've seen, I would expect Shaw to look this up.
Remember, it was checked around on the flop. And pre-flop, Xuan did flat behind Zhou.
Not saying it's an easy call by any means. And look at this, Holly. What do I know? 10.
Listen, I don't blame him. I mean...
No, a lot of hands to beat him. And notice 10 sizing. Not too big there. Could have a lot of different value.
The hearts didn't come in. You're not supposed to have the 7-8. Not sure a 10 bets. There's certainly merits to parsing through all of that. But
it's just been a short deck masterclass from this guy.
All right. Queen blocker also. But you try looking up Tan Xuan in that spot.
Next time. Good. Next time.
Van Krevlin with the ace-10 of spades and with the stacks behind you. This is just going in.
All in.
There's the first piece of the puzzle, 9.9.
Davies with the same hand, but offsuit.
Does he want to be a customer? 1.7 back coming into this one. He's 6th of 9 runners. And he will exercise some patience. RVK, an astounding over 250 antes. The biggest infusion coming courtesy of a massive collision between he and Phil Ivey. King Jack suited, ripped it. Ivey called off with ace-queen suited, and of the discussions that we were privy to thus far in the room, most seem behind it in the money.
And he continues to snipe here. Putting the pressure on these boys, but Mr. P's had enough.
All right, let's see what he's got.
I have to gamble this hand.
Jackson suited?
No.
Ace queen suited.
That's not a trash hand. I'd rather have Jackson suited than whatever you have. You have ace queen suited.
Whoa. I'm pretty sure Davies called that ace queen suited before Mr. P
We're not hand for hand, right? Yeah.
gave him a peek. So they're on their backs.
50-50.
Oh.
Even against this hand.
The coin weighted in favor of Mr. P, but RVK took the worst of it ever so slightly and came out roses against Ivy, and he looks to be doing the same for the time being here as he connects with the king. 2 clubs on board, though. The threats.
I need clubs.
Any club?
Ace is good enough.
Any ace?
Ace, clubs.
Same story. 9
Nine.
would work now as well.
Oh, I didn't see that. Surprise out.
Mr. P picking up an out, but not picking up the necessary help. He does end up with 9s full of queens, and RVK continues to shower folks here in this 50K short deck main. If you thought he was deep before, just get a look at him as we head to a scheduled break. Chip counts coming your way momentarily. Perhaps they owe a hand? Unclear. Still in their seats? Being told that is indeed the case. Time to cinch it if you thought you were going to get that potty break right here.
Oh, wait, if I bust this hand, I get... Oh, I've got to work out this.
Snowman for 10. An ace queen for Jason. Time to go.
Sails in 2/3 of his stack.
Pew pew. Pew pew.
Yes, it is. All right, then, you're now on a 15-minute break. When you come back from the break, I'm gonna take Jason away, right?
All right. Been a pleasure.
Can you take 10? Sorry? Can you take 10 instead?
Over 200 antes for Tan Xuan, and if you think that's impressive, just wait till I give you the entire leaderboard. Coming back to the desk here as the players are both tables now heading to that scheduled break. A little bit of a delayed approach to it for the boys here. Michael Zhang under 20 blinds and has already found a ladder as well as the money. Bubble has burst here in Jeju. Ali Najad alongside Will Jaffe. Renee von Kavelen, take a peek, 11.5 million in front of him. 230 antes with those antes going to 50K, 100K, and he has been kind of the runaway, very similar at this point, Will, to what ultimately ended up yielding our title winner yesterday in terms of the ascent of Mike Watson.
Yeah, I mean, he has just been demolishing the field.
Yeah.
Took out Phil Ivey in a massive pot, really a tournament shifting pot. If he loses that, he's towards the middle bottom. Instead, runaway chip leader, and it's been him and Tan so far. Obviously still plenty of play, but those guys well out ahead of the pack.
Not a ton of activity on the South Korean seismometers, but that exchange in particular did move the needle. So then we will step aside a little less than 10 minutes. We'll come right back here and we'll dive right back in with 8 remaining here in Jeju. Stay close.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just sees the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Kings? Yes, 50-50.
我攞到個現時，冇所謂。我都會
Well,
用
this is what we like to call a pseudo flip. Oh.
Still 50-50.
Still 50-50?
You have 6 out, so it's like 40-40. 4-6.
Wow.
Okay.
And the win bars just flip back and forth and back
Yeah.
and nope,
How
no
much?
fourth there on the river.
Big double for Ren Lin. 7 off the money.
全轮这里 double， 但是没办法哈，生活
New short deck X.
Did you know the pocket kings are the king gagas, Rasty?
Oh, really? There's king gagas?
Yeah, queens are the lady gagas. And Arthur's going to be all in here.
那个大佬，起飞。Yes. Solana going to moon.
Ace
Well,
queen for divorce. I think he's going to give this a spin.
Yeah.
Spinning.
Just going to respond to someone in chat who said if he can only call ace king in kings plus, then shoving any two is profitable. Dvorak shoved with like 5 people behind him.
Well, he's not shoving any two.
By the way, the odds of Ivy, aces, kings, and ace king, he probably has like 4% of the time. But then he's got 4 other people to fade who all have less chips and will call lighter than that. So definitely he's getting called much more often than that. Nothing is as simple as you chat pros like to think.
Big all in here for Arthur. Nothing on the flop. Divorce well ahead now.
A lot of outs.
Yeah, and Arthur picks up a bunch of straight outs now, but Divorce has a flush draw. And that's going to do it. Arthur Yap will be our 18th place finisher.
10 is terrible. 10 if it's 10 diamonds.
Good game, sir.
I expect chance that Paul does not win that pot if he limps. I think Makita, some chance he just limps queens behind, like pretty high actually, goes to the flop and probably ends up losing to 10, who just checks back 10-8 suited on the button. So
TV tables are so big.
Makita going to be all in now. Only about 14 annies, and Tan's definitely going to look him up here.
We need the basketball.
yeah, just go ahead and put Jason all in too. It's only a mil.
How much?
He's actually trying to induce Jason here to maybe get out of line with a weaker ace, I think. That would be my read. Jason has nothing, though, and big flip here from Makita. 6 off the money.
Yeah, the interesting thing about call is like you do let Jason in with some hands like 10-9 suited.
Tan is just not scared to gamble in these spots at all, man. Like he wants to gamble.
Yeah. Like you let Jason in with hands that you kind of don't want him to continue with, that he folds to jams, I think. Very interesting
Dead
play.
flip here. King in the window. Some backdoors working for Makita, though.
Yeah, and you can see the power of those back doors. It's 25% equity.
That's not one of them. Just the 10 now, or we will lose bads. Good game, sir. Great player, bows out in 17th. Not exactly sure how that works logistically, but you ever build like those ships inside of a bottle, Rasty? I can see you doing that.
No, I was never into that.
Too busy doing math in the schoolyard? Were you like the kid inside doing just like equations on the chalkboard while all the other kids were playing?
No, no. No, that wasn't me. I would definitely go out to recess. I like playing sports and hanging out at recess, whatever.
Ren is dominated here. Does not want to see a king.
Oh.
Unless there's a 10 with it. What a flop.
I mean, this SBR, I guess it's just going in on the flop.
Yeah, and Ren's going to be in a great spot to double here. 5 off the money. And remember, he just doubled, so things looking up for Mr. Lin.
All in.
Welcome to my company.
Good luck.
Just needs to fade a jack now.
Another thing noticed just briefly about Ren's kind of, let's call it antics. Like you notice this time as a favorite, he didn't start staying stuff like 50-50 or whatever, because that would maybe be tilting to divorce and people in divorce's shoes. Refrained in this spot. So, yeah, it's definitely has to go for it. All right, Ren's, I mean, this is his chance here. He really can't be folding much of anything.
This might be his last stand.
How much is it?
How much?
I have a pretty bad hand, but I don't think I'm folding.
205.
I mean, getting 250 here.
10-7, please.
I don't know if Daniel can fold much of anything, much less an ace suited ace.
7, natural 8.
50-50.
50-50. I think I'm favorite.
No,
100%.
he's favorite.
Maybe favorite 5%.
100%.
It just goes to show you how bad sixes are in this game, that 10-8 is a favorite versus ace-6.
And welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, continuing coverage of this 50K short deck main. We started the march toward the money bubble. The membrane didn't prove too thick. It burst, and then we did see two 84K payouts, 95K. That is what is on tap, as the 11-player payout portion of the program is now down to 8, and there is a look at those payouts. Apologies, the 95K was collected by Mr. P. That's what took place just prior to us going to the break. Forgot about it already. A lot's been happening in the room. 125,000 then. The on-tap payout, and you can see the jump there of $36,000 between 8th and 7th, but if you just would have stayed with me, I could slip it up and show you the 922K up top. That's what's on everybody's mind. 3.35 million, the total prize pool. Will, you know, who's going to stop this sniper? RVK. Is it only Tan Xuan? Or, I mean, are there others? Let's not take anything away from Nielsen. He, too, is a sniper.
Jason
Chidwick
Kuhn lurks.
Sure. 36 Annies, though, you know, these are challenges. Unclear what kind of approach the boys are going to have. And it's going to be chisely, potentially. As you look at 4th through 8th in terms of chips, you know, I think everyone's got eyes on Mike Zhang for the time being, though. Let's go ahead and snap up that 36K jump.
I mean, Rene is on the roof right now. Barrel is loaded. These guys are running in. Everybody's waiting. Check that out, by the way, that one, yeah. Up there above Ali's head.
At this point, guys, seriously, if you don't have the app, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing? Will's got it. I've got it. This is what we use. We don't charge you for it. Download it. Hop on in as we hop back to the action here in Jeju. This is how it will shake out. 4 and 4. 50K in. 100K on the button. BetACR.eu bringing us that glimpse. And this is really nice for RVK not to be at the same table as Tan Xuan, and conversely for Tan Xuan, even nicer to be all alone.
They have their own private tables here to eat from.
Wow. I'll tell you what, the food on the plate doesn't always go down easy in terms of the guys that they're trying to...
Couple of bones in there.
Snack, yeah, sure.
And Zhang, the littlest morsel here. And these pay jumps are pretty healthy now, Ali. Next player gets 125, but then all the way up to 161, 205. So everybody will be watching. And Zhang is, I mean, really danger zone. 13 Annies. We talk about this with Wrath. This is like the 5 big blind range here. Would not expect him to sail this. Feels like there's a potentially better spot waiting. Yeah, there it goes. And Tan gonna get a walk.
You call if I shove? No.
Inquiries as to whether or not Tan would have been a customer if people would have shoved.
No, green tea. Yeah, thank you.
Just wants a green tea, Ali. Not gonna eat yet. He's got enough food on the table, right?
Listen, he exactly. He's going to be doing plenty of snacking, but just looking for something to wash things down. King 7 off. We do expect that Zhang, if he's going to play, he's going to want to play for all of it more often than not.
Yeah, these are the different gears here. This is not a good spot to put Zhang in. He's very incentivized to gamble, being the heavy short stack. And I would imagine he probably wants to put it in himself with Jack 9 suited.
I don't know. Yeah, okay, you're right, Will. He's been kind of chiselly, though. Thought that perhaps he would take it easy, but you know, I think he also figures.
I mean,
not to
Seth
have
Davies,
traps.
he's got almost a third of the chips of second to last place, so look at this.
Aces for RVK. Path traveled en route to this was a limp from RVK in the cutoff. Chidwick check back King Jack on the button. Queen 8-6 board, diamonds working. And into 300 comes full pot. RVK just hoping that Chidwick is connected meaningfully enough to be a customer, but not so meaningful that it's better than aces. And as we can see, it really isn't the type of kit we anticipate Stevie to want to march on with. Certainly not at this price. And into the bin it goes.
Yeah, Stevie, like these other middling stacks, really incentivized to wait out that pay jump. And this is a common theme with Stevie. I'm not even sure he's ran very well in this tournament, Ali, but finds himself final two tables in the mix yet again.
It is interesting because I feel as though more often than not throughout the course of my career on this side of the operation, it is the product of involvement, deep street poker, you know, turns, rivers, we play them out, that Chidwick carves his way into these FTs. But here, in terms of a theme, I would say that you're right. Now, I'm not suggesting that that hasn't been the path traveled, but just in terms of our observations, feature table coverage, it has felt more like the Unagi, kind of slithery, eeling his way.
Speaking of slithery, Kuhn, you can say the same thing for. Has been hanging around. Nice shove with the 9-8 suited there. A hand that is really fine to go to war with bigger hands when called.
Yep.
And
8,
Kuhn
9,
very
9,
much.
10 Jack.
Kuhn very much in the mix here.
Second biggest stack at this table, but that isn't saying much when you consider the Dutchman. Just shop's open for him.
Yeah, closing in on half the chips in play. The sniper.
You know, I got a text from Henry Kilbane, part of the Booth Brethren. Did join us ever so briefly here. Has moved on to focus on some other things this year. We will miss him, of course, but he's watching out there, and he kind of had taken note of RVK's talents, saying, how can you be this good at short deck? Well, I did push back a little bit, obviously, on the notion that he took the worst of it against not one but two ace-queens for some reasonably big pots, came out on top. That's not the easiest parlay, but the equities run close enough in short deck where we don't fault him for such things, and his stack big enough, obviously, to take those spots. Has been working out for him, though, so far here today. Wind at his back. Nobody can argue with that.
And look at this, just in time for the short stack Zhang. Pocket aces.
$3.95.
Great spot to chip up here on the final table bubble.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yeah. 95.
Ton thinking it over. Nope. Zhang will be all right with that. Aces are good, but they don't dominate in the same way that they will in the long deck counterpart. The boys on the rail grinding that Triton Poker Plus app as well as the guys here at the table. And certainly, Will and I should hope those of you at home. Shout us out, by the way, in the YouTube chat. We're monitoring it. Let us know, do you have the Triton Poker Plus app? What's your favorite part of that app? Are you part of these iPhone-owning zombies in the world, or are you down with the Android crew like yours truly? Samsung, by the way, shout out. We're here in South Korea. Anyway.
You're an Android guy?
Well, don't say it like that. Yeah. I'm not on that Steve Jobs trip. Producer James and I, we carry the torch.
You really are an interesting creature, man.
I like control of my phone. You know what I mean? I'm a Google man.
And one has to wonder, these guys on the rail alley, do they have a piece of someone here? What's going on?
You know, I don't know what kind of markers these characters at this table might have outstanding.
Looking to collect.
We kid, of course.
Nice pickup for Zhou.
Yeah, he wasn't kidding. Ace 10, 4 1/4. Take it down, sir.
It's kind of interesting, right? Like, obviously, Renee and Tan well out in front, but look at these guys lurking. Another sniper, Martin Nielsen in third. Then Jason Kuhn, Seth Davies, Steven Chidwick, Joe Shen.
The lurk is real. And dangerous characters as well. If they can find the spins, they know what to do. That stack envy won't last long.
And we've seen just how disastrous this seat draw has been for Nielsen, with Tan on his direct left.
No, look. Yeah.
Tan going to put the pressure on Michael, and Michael has a hand. He might want to take a stand here.
To pause the clock, right?
Against the shoving range. This is going to be really tempting for him.
7-8. Are you?
Again, really the short stack by a pretty wide margin.
He's going to have to find a spin at some point. Does he feel as though this Queen 10 offsuit performs well enough against the ripping range of Xuan? Here on this final table bubble, he deems yes. So roughly $1 million.
我是中间。
Xuan will play for $2 million. In an effort to burst the final table bubble, we've got one brewing here at the other table as well. They'll get their hand dealt first. So, cutoff, jam into Chidwick, ace queen dig in off of 30 annies, ever so slightly the shortest at this table.
Keep in mind, Ali, Stevie bubbled the final table of the 100K main with ace queen.
Don't you put that out there, Will. King, king, 6. Clean so far. Those ace-queen suiteds, by the way. Phil Ivey and Mr. P both went down to RVK with that hand. And now on the turn, RVK binks an 8 to jump in front. Is he going to shower another ace-queen? The answer is yes.
Oh, Stevie can't catch a break. Another final table. Bubble for Steven Chidwick with ace-queen, the best of it.
Brutal for Chidwick. Does cash, but he will not be a part of the FT, and that FT might get underway six-handed unless Michael Zhang
Maybe I would have folded then. What do you want to talk
can hold on against Han Xuan.
不冲突的。
Mike's gonna
Look at the squints on Zhou Xuan, by the way. I love this. He's like, is that an 8-9? I think it's an 8-9. Is it? Yes.
And what a turn of events for Zhang here. Could slide right into this final table with a healthy double if he can hold.
The late arriving sniper just needs to fade the 8, the 9, and now the 6 as well as the gutter materializes.
Oh, chop.
But none of it comes in. Kings and queens.
9万7.
It's just shy of 2 million. Will go to Michael Zhang, and that's what he's going to bring to this FT.
Huh? 70.
Massive double.
He can get down with it. Going to be north of 40 antes for Zhang as Zhou Chuen and Seth Davies, along with Jason Kuhn, are going to be in that low 30-ish ante range with some jumps upon us. Boy, didn't take long for us to get down to that FT. Another bubble bursting here in Jeju. And obviously we'll be drawing seats. So that's going to be very important in terms of who ends up to the right of RVK and who ends up to the left. I don't know how many opportunities people are going to have to get involved just because they're to the left, but at least on those occasions in which RVK does defer, which I don't know how many of them they're going to be given the chip distribution, that's where you're going to want to find yourself. 13.5 million up at the top for the Dutchie. Seth Davies, the shortest of all stacks, as we play for $922,000. Will, let's hold our thoughts. You and I are going to be back here, I believe, in how long? Okay, Rasty's going to hop in, so you enjoy your break. 25 minutes long is going to be the break as we need to assemble things for this FT. So those of you at home, grab a snack, do what you will. You, my friend, enjoy dinner if that's where you're off to, and then we'll come back and see everybody shortly for the final table of the 50K Short Deck Main after this.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. The button opens, small blind calls, actions on you in the big blind. Which of these hands actually prefers to go multi-way rather than just going heads up against the button? King Queen offsuit, 5-5, 9-8 suited, or 10-5 suited? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
我攞到個現時，冇所謂。我都會
Well,
做
this is what we like to call a pseudo flip. Oh.
Still 50-50. Still 50-50. You have 6 out, so it's right. 40-40. 4-6.
Wow.
Okay.
And the win bars just flip back and forth and back
Yeah.
and nope,
How
no
much?
fourth there on the river.
Big double for Ren Lin. 7 off the money.
穷人这里 double， 但是没办法哈，生活
I
是
New
believe-
short deck X.
Did you know the Pocket Kings are the King Gagas, Rasty?
Oh, really? There's King Gagas?
Yeah, Queens are the Lady Gagas. And Arthur's going to be all in here.
那个大佬，起飞 ，Yes， Solana going to moon。
Ace
Well,
Queen for divorce. I think he's going to give this a spin.
Yeah.
20.
Just going to respond to someone in chat who said if he can only call Ace King in Kings Plus, then shoving any 2 is profitable. Dvorak shoved with like 5 people behind him.
Yeah, he's
The
not
odds of
shoving any
getting-
2 there.
By the way, the odds of Ivy, Aces, Kings, and Ace King, he probably has like 4% of the time. But then he's got 4 other people to fade who all have less chips and will call lighter than that. So definitely he's getting called much more often than that. Nothing is as simple as you chat pros like to think.
Big all in here for Arthur. Nothing on the flop. Divorce well ahead now.
A lot of outs.
Yeah, and Arthur picks up a bunch of straight outs now, but Divorce has a flush draw. And that's going to do it. Arthur Yap will be our 18th place finisher.
10 is terrible. 10 if it's 10 diamonds.
Good game, sir.
I expect chance that Paul does not win that pot if he limps. I think Makita, some chance he just limps queens behind, like pretty high actually, goes to the flop and probably ends up losing to 10, who just checks back 10-8 suited on the button. So
TV tables are so big.
Makita going to be all in now. Only about 14 annies, and 10 is definitely going to look him up here.
We need basketball.
yeah, just go ahead and put Jason all in too. It's only a mil.
How much?
He's actually trying to induce Jason here to maybe get out of line with a weaker ace, I think. That would be my read. Jason has nothing, though, and big flip here for Makita. 6 off the money.
Yeah, the interesting thing about call is like you do let Jason in with some hands like 10-9 suited.
Tan is just not scared to gamble in these spots at all, man. Like he wants to gamble.
Yeah. Like you let Jason in with hands that you kind of don't want him to continue with, that he folds to jams, I think. Very interesting play.
Dead flip here. King in the window. Some backdoors working for Makita, though.
Yeah, and you can see the power of those back doors. It's 25% equity.
That's not one of them. Just the 10 now, or we will lose bads. Good game, sir. Great player, bows out in 17th. Not exactly sure how that works logistically, but you ever build like those ships inside of a bottle, Rasty? I can see you doing that.
No, I was never into that.
Too busy doing math in the schoolyard. Were you like the kid inside doing just like equations on the chalkboard while all the other kids were playing?
No, no. No, that wasn't me. I would definitely go out to recess. I like playing sports and hanging out at recess, whatever.
Ren is dominated here. Does not want to see a king.
Oh.
Unless there's a 10 with it. What a flop.
I mean, this SBR, I guess it's just going in on the flop.
Yeah, and Ren's going to be in a great spot to double here. 5 off the money. And remember, he just doubled, so things looking up for Mr. Lin.
All in.
Welcome to my company.
Good luck.
Just needs to fade a jack now.
Another thing noticed just briefly about Ren's kind of, let's call it antics.
Touchdown,
Like
baby.
you notice this time as a favorite, he didn't start saying stuff like 50-50 or whatever, because that would maybe be tilting to Dvoris and people in Dvoris' shoes. Refrained in this spot. So, yeah, it's definitely has to go for it. All right, Ren's, I mean, this is his chance here. He really can't be folding much of anything.
This might be his last stand.
How much is it?
How much?
I have a pretty bad hand, but I don't think I'm folding.
305.
I mean, getting 250 here.
10-7, please.
I don't know if Daniel can fold much of
Ace-6,
anything, much
that
less
is
an
not too
ace,
bad.
suited ace.
7, natural 8.
50-50.
50-50. I think I'm favorite.
No,
100%.
he's favorite.
Maybe favorite 5%.
100%.
It just goes to show you how bad sixes are in this game, that 10-8 is a favorite versus ace-6.
Oh, wow.
Well, long run, guys.
Okay.
I just got done talking about the long run.
加油加油加油
Well, and the roller coaster is going to come to an end for Ren Lin.
不会，
我不是，因为我这个每次放在这边的。
150.
150.
Wow, Lun Loon with the same hand, ace queen. What's he going to decide to do here?
All in?
Yeah.
There's a really nice find from Loon Loon.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping that Dvoris has one of his weaker raise folds, but Dvoris is in a tough spot here. He can't afford to make this call in the sense of he won't be out, but he'll be really short if he calls and loses.
1.39.
Yeah.
Ace queen?
Yeah.
Cool.
Good for both.
You have diamond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have diamonds?
I have 2 flush draws.
Yeah, that may or may not be a problem. Appears to be a potential problem.
Loon Loon looking for another spade.
Okay.
Cool.
Chop it up, boys. 19, 13th place. Another good hand for him, and yeah, it's going in again.
2 in a row, big pickups.
Yeah, but this one is not going to get through. Jason laying in wait with the ace-king.
Big spot for Kuhn here.
Yeah, big spot for both players. Kuhn will shoot all the way up to, I believe, 5th in chips if he can hold. Great start so far. Even better turn. Just needs to fade a black queen.
Ace or a 6 chop. Nope.
Good game, man.
Good game, sir. The Malaysian going to hit the rail in 15th. And Kuhn very healthy now. Looking for that 11th Triton title.
So easy.
So easy.
Also player of the year.
Aces for RVK, and he's got redemption on his mind.
275.
And would happily claim it from anybody, not just Ivy. $275 to go. Jack 10 suited for Dvoris. He comes in 54 and he's deep.
This could be trouble.
All in.
There's those 2 words. And we know he'll be beaten into the pot by RVK, who looks up at the kind of hand he really doesn't want to be scrapping with. 36% equity for the Jack 10. Spade coverage somewhat relevant. Flushes seldom occur, just in case. Jack 8-8. Dvoris hunting a hook for the time being in a 3.3 million chip pot that needs to go his way. Now he picks up the gut shot on the turn. 6 outs in total. But that's not one of them. 8's full of aces for the Dutchman.
What? Do I have a, oh, fuck, I don't have a straight. I thought I had a straight. Okay.
Wow. To make things even more brutal, Dvoris thought he was a winner there until he looked up and realized that there is no 9 on the board. So the GGs are issued, and boy, it didn't take long for RVK's roller coaster ride to hit the upswing. Dvoris leaving behind 13 as we are 2 away from the money here in the 50K main.
Phil's just going to rip here with the King 10 suited.
Loon.
And Loon has the ace king.
He's going to be in here.
All in.
All in.
No reason to stall, as if somebody else were to bust on this hand. The 2 of them would share the 84K min cash. Hence the quick call.
Ivy looking to burst the bubble.
And the Loon lets cash the main dream. We will hold the action there while we wait for developments at the other table. Nielsen limped 6s. Schwen staying in line with King Queen. He understands the current state of affairs. Zhang gets a free pull at Queen 7-7. Schwen. Best hand.
Great flop for 10. Zhang definitely will have the most sevens here.
$50K bet. This is raggedy board texture for short deck. Nielsen, I mean, surely even his level of ambition, we can step away, but you know he's got so much fight in him. That's not Hollywooding. He wants to do things out there.
No, I said the same thing about Tan. A lot of these times, these guys, they have a spot, they're tanking. Tan always looks like he's ready to go.
Yep.
Big spot here for Loon Loon.
So, authorization to reveal the holdings, and Loon will see that he's about a 3-2 favorite. In a 1.6 million chip pot on the direct money bubble. Can we find 84,000 across 11 players? It would take a bad beat for Loon Loon to get there. Ace, Queen, 8. Gut shot for Ivy. Spades work. Members of the other feature coming over to soak it up.
Great turn for Loon Loon.
Anything but a jack. And he will find the double through Ivy. And he's done it. Loon Loon's such a character. Well,
yeah, he really is. Great player, too.
On form. You know, you talk about him being a great player. First,
just two animals in the wild, engaging in battle.
Yeah, that was generally you got to go to Rwandan mountainside to find silverbacks colliding like that. Look at Kuhn, willing to just sit it out with the queens.
Dang. Again, the short stack. This might be it.
Yeah, courtesy of Loon Loon's double. He finds himself all alone. Bottom of leaderboard. Sub 20 antes.
285,000. 285.
Scrapping, fighting, hoping. Nielsen bruised. Jack 10, not the one.
Yeah.
Tan asks for the rest.
Yeah, he kind of. I was a little bit surprised to see Nielsen go with this sizing.
Well, Nielsen's out of there. This is Tan.
Oh, sorry. I mean Zhang go with this sizing because I thought he would just rip it in and not put himself in this type of spot.
Well, but you know what's going on because obviously if all of a sudden you get all in somehow behind you, that lets you sit out and maybe capture, you know, a cash.
Does have a better free roll here with the hearts.
Sure one. Sure one. What? Sure one. Oh no.
Look at the guys. This is such a brutal aspect of hand for hand. You don't want to adulterate the action at the other table. So players are encouraged not to reveal what's going on, and if there are some whispers, keep them low.
You have king queen? King jack? Yeah. King jack?
Because obviously if you're a short stack out at the other table and you were tempted to play a hand, but all of a sudden you realize the shorty at the other table is smothered and behind.
Ace jack.
Then you might be less inclined. So preserving organic action is what we're trying to do in these spots where we press the pause button, but now authorization has come down to get on their backs, and advantage Zhang by about 4% here. Backdoor heart free roll.
买不买？买不买？
Uh-oh.
买不买 ？Insurance.
A lovely turn. Can he find a Valentine on the end and haul this 1.7 in? No.
有那么难吗？也难的。
Running in third, he was the short stack for it. Welcome back to the break desk here at the Triton Super High Roller Series Jeju Landing Casino on the island, South Korea. Rasty back here with me, Ali Najad, and we've got ourselves an FT. Rast, I know you were on break just now, soaking up a little bit of what's been going on. The story, the theme, it all speaks for itself. If you peek into the Triton Poker Plus app, you'll see the wrecking ball that is the Dutchman, a sniper in the short deck streets with $13.5 million in front of him and a lot of runway between himself and Tan Xuan. Of course, we talk about Rene van Gevelen, the Dutchie, RVK, as we refer to him, the only two players, by the way, above the 4.3 million average stack. And for me, Rast, I want you to unpack that cluster between Zhang all the way down to Davies and what you anticipate we're going to observe here at this 50K, 100K level.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I haven't got a chance to look at the payouts yet, but there's that whole cluster there that's pretty short and they're all very close. So there is a lot of incentive for one of them to wait. And I mean, I think the person who has the most incentive to wait would be Martin Nielsen, since he actually has about 3 million. He's just above that cut of stacks that are, 1.5 to 2. I don't see there being that big a difference between those bottom 4 stacks. I mean, I think they're all going to be acting relatively the same, all things considered. And then, to me, the thing that's going to be the most interesting at this final table, because obviously they're going to have a lot of pressure, is really going to be how does Tan act in second? Because he's really shown a propensity to go for it at times. And so I think some people in his spot might play it conservative and really try to ladder to get, podium, top 3, but maybe not Tan.
Yeah, I mean, he's super active, a spin artist, not afraid to throw some ICM into the bin, but obviously mindful of what's afoot as well. So then, let's send it down to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who's standing by with the final table intros.
67 entries this short deck main event. We are down to a final table of 7. They're going to compete for $922,000. Check out and watch the trophy and the glory. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1, from China, with 1.3 million, please welcome Tuan Zhou.
Zhou Chuan, Triton track record 2.1 million plus in career earnings. This is his 5th cash as he hunts his 2nd title, already won here in Jeju.
In seat number 2, from the US, 1.5 million, please welcome Seth Davies.
Davies needs no intro, but he has no titles. This is his 23rd career Triton cash, over 7 million in earnings. Many consider him one of the best who have been denied that opportunity yet. Let's see if he can make it happen here.
Seat number 3 from the US, 1.7 million, please welcome Jason Kuhn.
Clean living for Jason Kuhn as he's looking sharp. $26.5 million Triton earner over the course of his career, 45th cash, 10 titles under his belt.
Seat number 5 from the Netherlands, our chip leader with 14 million, please welcome Rene van Gevelen.
As awesome as Rene has looked here in this one, he's only 1 for 5 in terms of Triton cashes coming into this, his 6th ever short deck event.
Our seat number 6 from the UK with 2 million, please put your hand together for Michael Zhang.
Zhang really did nicely to find his way both into the money and into some ladders, and now here into this FT as the 5-time Triton casher, including this one, hunts his first ever Triton title.
Seat number 7 from China with 6.9 million, please welcome Tan Xuan.
Tan A legend of the high-stakes cash games can work his way around a tournament field as well, hunting his second title here, his 15th cash, $8 million in Triton earnings coming in.
And last but not least, from Denmark with 2.9 million, please put your hand together for Martin Nielsen.
Nielsen rested at the top of the leaderboard in this event for the bulk of the run, has yet to pick up a Triton cash prior to this one, has broken the seal. Just how deeply, that remains to be seen.
The button has been drawn to seed number 2. We still have 35 minutes remaining of 50,000 ante, 100,000 button ante. I wish you all the very best of luck. Yannick, shuffle up and deal, please.
All right, Rasty. There's the landscape one more time as we're set to get the cards in the air. 2 Chinese participants, 2 Americans, the Dutchman, the Dane, the Briton. 35 minutes left in the level. It's all brought to you by betacr.eu. We'll get a look at the payouts, or maybe we won't. $161,000. That's what's on tap as Stephen Chidwick, final table bubbled. The jump up to 6th is $44,000. 56,000 after that between 6th and 5th. 922 up top. Here we go. 2 10s.
Just want to shout out Jason Kuhn's walkout. That was funny. As someone now who watches quite a few of them here in the booth,
right?
It's always nice to see when guys, you know, do something a little bit extra than the stone stare, not even at the camera, turn walk. I mean, I know it's a big moment, but it's fun when guys have fun with it. It does add to the production a little bit, I feel like.
I would agree. You know, it's an opportunity to show a little bit more personality than understandably you might be afforded at a final table.
MasterCard Balenciaga, dude.
He shoved.
Which
Looks
one?
like Nielsen.
Tan or Martin? Martin
has ripped.
Oh, okay.
Stakes have gone up here. 50K ante. 7 of them at the table, so 8 antes in the pot.
yeah.
So if my math is correct, that's 400,000 in there.
Ton limping and folding. Note, by the way, that he is 2 seats to the left of RVK, Rasty. That's very helpful in terms of his opportunities to enter pots. He'll be able to do so with more clarity.
Well, you know, I think one of the things I've been learning here in the booth is that position in short deck doesn't seem nearly as valuable in some of these tournament ICM spots. Sometimes it's nicer to be the first one in the pot.
Walk us through that logic.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's say RVK just decides to start going all in and just piping on these guys because of ICM. You know, when you're in position, yeah, I mean, if you wake up with aces or kings or maybe ace-king, you get to call, but then the rest of the time you just fold everything. And you're under even more ICM pressure than the shorter stacks, really. So sometimes in short deck it seems to be nice just to be the first person all in, because then the people after you end up playing tighter. And sure, you're risking, but the upside is you just pick up all the antes when nobody wakes up with anything.
Up to 400, says RVK. Kuhn's going to wake up with aces here on the button.
Yeah, and don't imagine he'll be slow playing them. It's not really a thing in short deck.
Extreme ICM or money bubble situations.
And I'm
or
wrong.
even that even that
Yeah.
three-handed stuff that Seth Davies was doing with Ren Lin out there at yesterday's 25K FT when Watson was making them jockey for second. You know, there are some things to kind of be observed as sevens or the developments for RVK on the Queen 8-7 rainbow board. Go on, Raz.
I'm just going to humbly submit that when Kuhn does this, my analysis was wrong.
Okay.
I'm going to take Kuhn's opinion here. And you know what? He kept an ace-7, which is drawing dead. So maybe his thinking is that when Renee opens min UTG there, he just has ace-X a bunch. And he's going to fold a lot of those versus a jam. So why don't we keep those in specifically when we have aces? And if that's his thinking, he's spot on. Just has to fade a 7 to lose and a 6 for a chop.
Yep.
I have nuts.
3.5 million, and the 8 on the river will secure a lovely start to the 11th title bid for Jason Kuhn here at this FT.
So Kuhn just taught us all an interesting spot to slow play, which doesn't seem like a thing nearly as much pre-flop, at least in short deck, but I guess it has its moments. And what a start for Jason Kuhn. He's now up in third, just a little bit over Martin.
Now, before the FT got underway, I was out there, saw the boys taking their places, and I took note of this shirt, and I asked Jason, is that vegan? The button down? And he said, no, this is the real thing. I said, I'm not offended. I feel like that would make me really hot if I was wearing a leather shirt out there under the lights. A black one, no less, but, you know. He looks good out there.
I think it depends on the situation, but in many of those final table spots, the lights aren't that hot.
Pressure will freaking raise core temperature a little bit sometimes. Not maybe for the likes of Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, I don't know. You're Jason Kuhn. You've won 10 Triton titles.
Right. This is a walk in the park.
This is a decent one, but it's only a 50K buy-in. He's not sweating it, trust me.
Did you ever think that we would get to a place in poker where we would say something such as that? You see Tan, by the way, limping these kings. Let's see. Jason, fresh off of this double, 3.5 million in front of him. Now, third in chips behind Tan and RVK, respectively. He will flat. Let's see. What's that side card for RVK on the button? Whatever it is, it's got him motivated. Could be a suited 9, Rast. Could also be a queen, maybe. Another ace. Who knows?
A king.
Blocked, but yes.
I mean...
Aces, of course, blocked as well, courtesy of Jason's ace-7.
Yeah, it could be aces. Let's see how Tan decides to play this. Yeah, I'm not surprised that he's kind of going for it here, given, I mean, were you in the booth with me earlier when he limped re-raised the queen-9 suited, or was that Will?
No, and I heard about that hand.
Yeah, I mean, he just limped re-raised, it was 250, this exact same situation, and he just made it $1 million. So, very similar spot with queen-9 suited.
Jason bows out, and now we get to play the guessing game. RVK, this is a lot of chips on request, and he will let it go. So take out ace, 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 king, I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't think he's folding ace, king there. Especially now he probably knows about the queen-9 at this point.
May or may not.
Yeah. Well, it's been long enough, but yeah, maybe he doesn't have intel.
So here's the adjusted landscape after the Jason Kuhn double through RVK, and in turn Tan Xuan taking a little nibble out of the Dutchman. Runway narrowed considerably between 1 and 2. Decent development for Kuhn, although he has to tussle with being to the direct right of RVK, and then a couple more seats over you got Tan Xuan, so the challenges are real. As he hunts a deeper finish in 7th. Ace 6 suited. Not interested. Ace 9 suited, though, and let's see.
Feels like a comfy spot to jam.
800,000.
And so this is the pseudo jam.
Davies. More than half a stack in there. RVK surveys. Queen Jack suited performs reasonably well. And from the cutoff, he will dismiss the button and put the other 530 on request from Seth.
Same hand
Ready
I
to
lost a
spin.
giant pot to you earlier in the tournament. See if I can win this time.
哦，这个老外怎么多少个毛？
3 million chip pot. I believe, Seth, I lost a giant pot to you early in this tournament. Let's see if I can win this time.
I think Seth is in worse shape than this coin flip because an ace, the ace deuce was folded, a 9 was folded. I don't know about how many queens or jacks.
I like it.
Okay.
Fair flop.
Take that.
Spade draw. Broadway gutty. 40% is Davies now. Down from that 49, which may have been a figure that didn't take into account some of that which was already mucked. The turn is blank as Davies falls to a 3-1 dog with 1 to come.
GG, bro.
And on the river. GG. As Davies
head.
again rest. Denied a title, but this is his 7th cash in 13 events here in Jeju, and some of those runs have been deep for Seth.
输也没事，他输也是 chip 里的。
Back-to-back final tables as he was 3rd in the 25K short deck, 3rd in the 50K turbo bounty. 3rd final table overall here in Jeju. He will, however, collect that $161,000 prize.
He definitely won some money here.
Yeah. We're going to fight on. 6 left, 205,000 on tap payout, but no Seth Davies. Came in relatively lean.
His biggest score was the 50K no limit turbo bounty. He won 418 for 3rd. So, you know, small cash in the 100K main. Could have covered 2 bullets if he was in. So yeah, he was up in the black this trip, almost for sure. Would have had to like 5 bullet the 150K or something to start putting that in jeopardy. RVK is relentless. Now, he has been getting hands with an ace in them, but he takes it every time.
Let's see whether or not Michael Zhang wants to take the ace-king as Zhou Chuan's limp leaned upon.
Feels inevitable.
2nd shortest stack is Zhang's.
1.3 million.
Coverage by about 8 annies over Zhou. He announces 1.2 million.
Okay. Teens.
590 behind.
This is not the road that RVK wanted to travel. For just another 600, though, he finds himself making the call and now playing a very inflated pot with just 590 left to bet.
It's hard to imagine a board Zhang can fold.
And now with the gut shot straight draw, RVK is going to rip. So Michael recognizing that you can't make this kind of investment pre-flop, only to step away from it unimproved on the flop.
Flip.
Yeah.
Not
gonna
a
drop anyway.
flip, but certainly chunky equity for the dominated ace of RVK with 2 to come as he hunts an 8 or a 9 to bring us to 5-handed action, and there is the 9.
Wow.
Pairs the side card, outs to a chop if the 8 roll off. Clean winners are the kings, and instead it's a queen. And the RVK Demolition Derby continues here in this 50K short deck main. The man who late arrived has just been slapping his way through this field. Zhang definitely outperformed expectations, perhaps, as he worked his way into a far healthier cash than perhaps he anticipated on the money bubble when he was a shorty. And managed to avoid elimination, allowing Sam Greenwood to be the bubble boy on that pay bubble. And here he is, not far removed from the departure of Seth Davies. We lose another one into the hands of RVK. Sixth place, 205,000.
They're just flying out of here, aren't they, Ali?
That they are.
I mean, how many hands has it been? Has it been 5 hands?
$261,000, the on-tap payout. And we're seeing sort of the short stacks finding their spots, getting it in there. Zhou Xuan now all alone with that designation. 26 antes, nobody keeping him company toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Here's Kuhn, ace-9 suited, the equivalent of ace-5 suited in long deck. He's just going to rip it in front of RVK.
Yeah, this hand kind of the power of getting to go all in first, right? Sort of the why it's nice sometimes to be out of position. If RVK rips in front of him, that ace-9 is just going in the muck, right? If you're Kuhn, so.
No question.
There's 100K less in the pot to win, though. Now that there's only 5 of them, that's 300K instead of 400K in the pot. So just something to remember. In short deck, as the players fly out and there's less at the table, there's less money in the pot. Which isn't true anymore for the other games because they got that big blind ante.
Five.
Ace Jack suited.
5.
Tan.
His phone is ringing.
Announces 550,000. No takers.
Everyone at the table has made $100,000 simply by surviving the RVK hurricane that happened at the outset of this. 5th place, 261. 7th place was 161.
Do we classify it a category short hurricane? How do we? What's the scale?
I mean, it was definitely a 5.
No, deuces through 5s are not in the deck. Rast, we can't do that. We have to. It's
so
6 through
even
10,
the
maybe.
hurricanes, 6 through 10, category 10, for sure.
Ace 10 for sure. Zhou Xuan.
No gamble for me,
9
buddy.
can't be a customer. It is wild, you know, because we've seen some wrecking balls in Hold'em at FTs in terms of big, clear stack. And like ICM pressure, just going to work. But it doesn't really ever feel as fruitful as it is in a setup such as this for RVK. I mean, you can really snap up chips in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, what Watson was able to do at that FT was just... I don't think you really ever see that in No Limit Hold'em. I mean, to just that level of... I mean, there was a stretch of the tournament of like 20 pots or something where Watson just moved all in 17 of them and won.
It's like being on permanent power pellets in Pac-Man.
Yeah.
The ghosts are just blue. They're running around. You're snacking on them. Meanwhile, three-way affair here, courtesy of the Tan Ace Queen suited limp, which turns into a better top pair than Joe Chuen's limp behind him. RVK with dust. No, by the way, the Queen 6 offsuit, not looking to put any pressure because there's some acknowledgement that a stack such as Tan's, which runs number 2 under the gun, limping, there'll be some traps involved. The range should be rather narrow.
Yeah, and they're quite deep. I mean, Tan, who's second, he has like half as many chips as Renee, just a hair over, and he has 155 antes. So, just to even contrast this with the table Watson won, everybody was much shallower at that table, so Renee can't just rip all in. I mean, going all in for 155 antes is a lot. Like, you might pick it up pretty often, but at that point, the risk to reward isn't really worth it for the few times Tan does wake up with aces. And maybe he even calls with kings or ace-king, who knows.
Risks afoot here for Joe Chuen, who has found the case ace on the turn. Little does he know, he's crushed by this ace-queen. As the 250K bet call on the flop now turns into just 270. Stack to pot ratio, or rather bet to pot ratio here, different. Sizing lowered.
This is just a terrible spot for Zhou Chen. I mean, his hand, he has one of the best hands he can have. I mean, technically he can have ace-8 and 8s, but a better kicker than a 10, and he's probably ripping pre. I mean, ace-queen for sure. Oh, there it is.
The 10 rolls off on the end to give Zhou the full house. This was 3 outs to a clean winner. Just 785 back. There's just no world in which Chuen is going to be able to get away from this ace-queen, and that's not what's on his mind. We can remove queen-jack from the equation.
I think so, yes.
We're blocking it anyhow. Don't know whether or not pocket 8s or pocket kings would have played as a limp behind, and so Tan, as soon as he gets called on the river, knows that ace-queen has got itself some issues.
Yeah, ace-queen doesn't want to get snapped there.
Right.
Like, you want your man to think about it for a little bit.
Sure.
Right? You know, ace-jack or worse, right? And those hands will think about it because they're starting to borderline on bluff catching. But, I mean, that card saved Zhou there.
Oh, he's out of here.
Yeah, he calls.
Maybe there's
if it's
some
like,
chop.
I mean, if it's like a 6 or a 9 or something like that on the river, he's calling. His hand is super under-repped, and it's not like Tan isn't capable of bluffing.
Right,
I mean,
that
you
much we know.
Yeah, so...
I'll tell you what, look at the tech. Put me on the list, by the way, for those elbows. Do you see the stance there? No wonder Nielsen's been wire-to-wire massage. That's the good right there. That's
yeah, she's going to work, leaving no stone unturned.
I'm leaving no disc unadjusted in the spinal column.
It's gone fold call, right?
king suited. Now, fresh off the double, that which Joe limps with.
Will Kuhn walk into it, or will he avoid it?
$475.
What's your answer, Rast?
Well, one would assume that this is raise fold. Oh my goodness.
Ace king suited behind Kuhn. RVK can lay the hammer down, and it could get a little bit weird for Zhou Xuan fresh off of this double.
Yeah.
He comes into this pot 60 annies deep in front of Nielsen,
1.6.
who's 3 annies shy as the shortest of stacks. Kuhn is 7 annies in front of Zhou Xuan, and now we begin the awkwardness courtesy of a 3-bet to 1.6.
You know, I don't think Zhou Shen is going to fold this. I mean, I saw him take one off for half of Seth's stack with Jack 10 off. And there's some ICM, but let's see what he does. It is ace-king suited.
Ollie.
Yeah.
And he wants to take a spin. Things are made easy for Kuhn. And he would love for RVK to somehow be delivering a death blow to that newly doubled stack. Instead, it'll be a chop 88% of the time here.
Almost shoved.
Yeah, that's Kuhn just said he almost shoved. That's what I meant by walk into it. If he jams there, it's, well, I guess he would have flopped an open ender. Let's see.
Queen 10-6. This one's going to be a chop unless the backdoor spade comes through. No.
Well, Kuhn would have won.
Yeah, you're right. That 9. I mean, obviously, Jason doesn't need to be too frustrated because it's not as though the behavior from RVK was somehow out of line and left him forced to fold. This is just two hands running into each other. But you know what I'm talking about, Rast? Where a guy just somehow decides.
Oh, and he still calls.
And then I would have tripled up. That would have been dope.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Tried to play it safe, just in case some crazy shit was happening.
Yeah, Kuhn triples. But I mean, he would have gotten it in bad.
I was going to say, you've been there where all of a sudden, for some inexplicable reason, and maybe it would have been big stack, but a guy like RVK just decides it's RBF time. And by that, I mean random berserk factor. And then you end up having to fold, and you look up, and the guy had napkins, and you're going, really, man? I could have won this one. No. Meanwhile, 2 king queens and a king jack walk into a pot. But Rasty, go on. You were going to...
Yeah, no, I just, I was going to drop it, but even if he raised, even if there was no RBF to his left, the ace-king that had limped was going to chip on him.
Right.
And I'd imagine he's still folding that, I think. Yeah, I don't think he's just going to call it off with the king-jack.
435 from Tan in the cutoff. We talk a lot about these king queens, blocker effects and whatnot, but Joe will concede.
Pretty big laydown.
You try playing one out of position against that dude right there, Rast. I mean, I'm sure you're fit for it, but you get where I'm coming from.
No, I just, Joe is showing a propensity to get in there and gamble, and he let that one go.
But here's the thing. He's not a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
And for that matter, neither is Tan, right? You can get lulled into a sense that this guy's just maniacal, and he's shown that at times, but there is reason along with rhyme in Tan's seat. He knows.
And Joe's seat. Both have gears, clearly.
Yep. $450 Says RVK. This one seems a little bit more attached to the big stack ICM pressure opportunities. No takers. I just realized something, Rest. And it's a little deflating to my ego.
Care to share, Ali, or was this?
Yeah. Just going to wait for it to populate the screen, and then you'll know what I'm referring to. As RVK populates the pot with 450,000. I would lose to this massage therapist in arm wrestling. And that's her left arm.
That's okay, buddy. I mean, could work on that at the gym.
You're not wrong, Rest. It sounds like it requires work and discipline. A couple of things that, you know, come after sleep for me. King Jack in a good way here on the button. Little does Kuhn know it, as he is chewing on this spot. Another 350 of his 2.7 back if he wants to proceed, which he does not. And you know he wants to fight, Rast. He's well aware of the range luxuries that RVK stack is going to have.
Yeah, we saw 2 button passes just now. 10-9 off from Zhou, and now Kuhn with King Jack off. Both of them passed.
Well, make sure that you don't pass on the World Series of Poker main event qualifiers. The road to Vegas can be traveled at GG Poker. You can qualify for our very own Triton Super High Roller Series events as well. From just $1, April 1st through June 6th, we can send you to the desert out in the States, courtesy of our good friends over at GG Poker. Pay them a visit today for more details. Jack 9 suited, under the gun. 10 antes to skate.
Yeah, it seems like these guys really don't want to play contested pots post-flop, right? Because they're both somewhat natural spots to continue. You're calling, you're closing the action, both times in position, but both times fold. I wonder if RVK is going to kind of take the inverse and play a contested pot in position. I mean, they're pretty deep, so it seems pretty natural. Yeah. And this is the difficulty of raising his button, is the exact type of spot that you just passed when you were in position on the inverse. You've now gotten into out of position.
Both players make a pair and a straight draw. Advantages for Tan are quite clear. And note, by the way, is the second biggest spot opening into the only larger stack than yours on the button. We would assume narrow range, tight sort of upper crust part of the deck. Tan, Jack 9 suited.
Yeah, no, it's a solid playable hand. I mean, I think on this flop, RVK might just snap get out. Yeah, I mean, bottom pair, you know, the worst gutter possible against. I mean, listen, Tan has a solid range. Jack 9 suited is a good hand. His range is smashing that board.
Right.
Right? I mean, you know, just straights, sets, 2 pairs, open-enders.
All happening.
You know, you might get bluffed by the ace-9 or ace-8 suited, and, you know, guess you just have to live with that.
Ton on the button. This is the stack that can do the most damage to us, but it's also one on which we can apply so much pressure. This is respectful. How much limp trap do you feel like RVK is going to have in this spot? Some?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I'm sure he's going to do it at some frequency, but I would guess the limp is overall pretty weak, right? He's probably most of his strong hands he'll raise. Maybe he'll find a couple that do it, and maybe there's a particular one, whether it's aces or kings, because you want to unblock the ace or something like that, that does it at a high frequency. But it's probably a few good ones and a few more dusty ones.
Under pair to the board for Tan, and with a check to him, he's going to ask a little question of RVK. 150 into 350 and take it down, sir. This is quite a bet there from Tan, but the street on which to do your, you know.
I help you, you help me.
Did I hear that right? I help you, you help me?
Yeah.
Negotiating perhaps some cooperation, openly and in jest, of course.
You go up next level.
Although to every joke, they say there's a little bit of truth. Best.
Tan is fun to watch. He's
still 50?
So creative, but it all kind of makes sense.
That's the thing. You know, I remember many, many moons ago, randomly playing small stakes, heads up, limit hold'em against the great Chris Vitch, mixed game legend.
Yeah.
You played with him in the PPC, Poker Players Championship, back in
Sure,
Vegas.
I've
By the way, for
played
those
with
who
him
don't
in
know,
a number of mixed tournaments actually here
Yeah.
or there, but yeah, no, keep going.
for those that don't know, by the way, the man sitting across from me in the booth, a 3-time winner of that 50K Poker Players Championship. So we see RVK shooting it up with this Queen-7 suited, Tan mulling over Ace-10. But the point to be made was he was actually filming one of these coaching instructional types of videos under the screen name Death Donkey, and didn't know that he was doing so. And we tussled, and I was really kind of experimenting with some approaches. And when he made the video, he said, I was up against a maniac, but I was up against a thinking maniac. And I think in particular, that specific player profile can really give us fits out there, and I think it's one that fits with Tan Xuan very much.
1-8.
And here we are. 1.8. 3-betting the big stack out here. You agree with sort of that characterization of Tan, Rast?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
Does get it through. I got to tell you, even though RVK is the big stack and the storyline is supposed to be, you know, he just gets to punish, he doesn't love Tan on his direct left at all.
No, Tan's not playing nice.
No, he's playing naughty. He'll buy his own Christmas gifts.
Yeah. If it was up to RVK, he'd get just a lump of coal in his stocking. But it's not up to RVK, is it?
Not if Tan has anything to do with it. Going to play these 7s as a limp. Queen 10 suited for Nielsen.
How's he going to play the kings here? Annie just went up 60. He has like, what is that? Just over 45 Annies.
$800 of his 2.9.
Sevens is going to get out of there.
Sure. This is a lot on request of the remaining 2.3 is Tan on the installment plan. And Nielsen will concede. That's a nice little pickup for the two kings.
Yeah. Martin had kind of a little bit stronger hand than you might think. I mean, not that Queen 10 suited soup, but it's a robust, like high suited type hand. Probably a little annoying to just have to give that up to a raise where some of the time that's going to be light.
Agree with you on that.
Yeah, 10, you know, probably not too attached to the sevens. RVK has an ace and the chip lead.
$500,000 from under the gun. Suited one gapper. Look at Tan.
This would be kind of a bold flat here.
Well, it'd be an even bolder 3-bet.
Yeah.
That one would have a very difficult time ranging if they were to find the flop. I don't know that ace-6 offsuit would have been the candidate, but pressure behind Tan.
And now Kuhn has ace-jack off instead of king-jack. So let's see. Yeah, he's just shipping it.
RVK must step away. Ace-9 suited now for Nielsen. We know he's on 2 buy-ins. His first buy-in got polished off in a hurry. Second one, he never really seemed to look back. He held the chip lead in this event for a good stretch before RVK emerged. And RVK, by the way, conceded the chip lead coming into today. Was down kind of midfield for a time before grinding his way back up. Zhou Chuan wants a count with this king-queen.
This feels like a lot to call with king-queen off here. Again, calling off being so much harder.
Okay.
You know, right now RBK is just raising, but maybe he feels like not quite enough on the risk reward. But let's say stacks don't change and it's the exact same, and the next level or maybe the level after that, it's going to come the point where those opens are going to start turning into open shoves. And then it's actually much harder. Like, Kuhn might fold ace-jack off there instead of re-shoving, right? So.
There's the landscape. Nielsen trying not to lose contact with that cluster in the middle, Ras. That would be very harmful to him if he became the lone dangler. And for that matter, it would become harmful to the midfield players in that cluster as well, as they could get the shackles thrown on by RVK here with 261 on lockup and that pay jump of $69,000 between 5th and 4th.
Certainly, Ali.
Rip City for ace king suited. Joe, queens, right over the top. Seven's an easy fold. King
Wow,
10, king
two
8 suited
kings
also.
there.
Yeah. Out removal for Nielsen, who is covered.
My sevens. My sevens are going to win this hand.
Jason with an ambitiously bold prediction. Two clubs on this paired flop. Add flush draws to the pull at an ace or a king. As you pointed out, Rasty, two of those kings are in the bin.
A couple of the really big ones. Big
One more
draws today.
6 added to
Yeah,
the
6 is a
outs.
fun way to win it.
I did that in WSOP. Runner, 6-6.
Clubs on the river for
It
Nielsen.
was a sick hand against Chris Brewer. All in pre. For huge pot. Ace king versus kings. Flop. It's actually not runner. 6-6-6. Turn 6. River king.
Wow.
Just for the needle.
Nielsen never even flinched, by the way. Obviously, most would realize that they were at risk. He was just like, keep that massage going. Don't worry. We're going to find it. And indeed he did. And you saw the impact. Joe Chuen, just 10 antes.
4-2.
Joe stuck his neck out. Gambled for a stack.
Were you surprised to see him do that with two queens against the under the gun open?
A little bit, I think. But like I said, maybe not surprised that Joe made the decision. I'm telling you, my read on him is that he's
Crazy.
slightly on the gamble side.
Sure.
Green tea.
Orange juice, please. All right, back in action.
Queen 9 suited now for Joe. Wounded duck. Next hand will be a double ante. Does he want to leverage position to make this look stronger than it is? No.
He passes.
Ace 7 suited for Kuhn.
Kuhn too. I mean, can't blame him. Joe being so short, tons of ICM pressure.
Yep.
Till something happens with him.
Mission now. Unless the deck really forces a collision for Kuhn and the like behind RVK is very much to await outcomes for Joe.
Let's see what Don does. I mean, the thing is, you just put these raises out there, and for him, it's like, oh, okay. You're going to put all that money in there with a hand you're folding to a 3-bet? I mean, I guess maybe I 3-bet you. Like, he's probably just snap folding this if RVK ships it. Now, I get it. It's risking a lot. But, yeah, he's just like, fine, you're going to raise weak hands. I'll just 3-bet you with weak hands. He's such an animal. I love it.
But it's like weird because we say animal and yet we know what the thought process is.
No, it's kind of a good thought process
Yeah.
in a way, and it's taking advantage of what RVK is doing. It's like a great adjustment. I mean,
And an unanticipated thing for RVK to be grappling with, and you wonder how long it'll take before he realizes that Tan's not necessarily going to abide by the code of the ICM streets right now out there.
well, who said he's not? If you 5-bet all in, maybe you win.
That's a good point.
Right? Like, Tan's not going to call it off with ace-10 there. He's just, it's like, okay, he's just taking the adjustment game to the next level and crushing RVK. It's kind of beautiful. I mean, he's an animal, though. It takes guts to do. You don't see guys do it very often, but he's executing perfectly. RVK is just like, I get to open all the time because I'm the chip leader. And Tan's like, well, okay, if he's going to open all the time but then fold, I just, 3-bet him and just win. I have an ace blocker, great, 3-bet. And then RVK just folds. So, RVK, let's see if he makes the readjustment. He hasn't done it yet because he just keeps opening into him. But the readjustment would be either you just open shove, you limp, or you play tighter.
Cut some loose here. And it's the thought on everyone's mind, isn't it? As we see a laugh from Tan and company. Jacks for Joe. That which he is going to take a stand with here. 1.25 million chip pot. King 10 with 39% equity, roughly a 3-2 favorite. Are the hooks. Queen 8-7. Just a king to fade for the time being.
Yeah, pretty great flop for Zhou Chen.
Tens. Add those to the mix. As disaster outcomes for Joe. Can you find the double? Yeah. Jacks, hold on.
Or, by the way, there's a fourth adjustment if you're RVK.
Okay.
Right? We have raise less, limp, open jam yourself, or keep raising, but then consider a light 5-bet jam versus, light 4-bet jam versus the 3-bet. That would be the other one.
I like a light 4-bet jam. I like a light 4-bet jelly. All types of 4-bets, rest. I'm here for them.
Little PBJ.
Sure.
Peanut butter and jam.
Gonna play tighter now.
Very careful. Must be very careful.
The declarations here. I'm going to play tighter now. I must be careful. This is a minefield little 5-pack that we're feasting our eyes in here. Certainly hope you're enjoying it as much as Rast and I here in the booth. If you are, click like. Click subscribe in the YouTube channel.
That's me.
Call. Two limps in front of 9s. Now operating off of 1.3, set mining. The order of the day. Kuhn with ace-8 offsuit. Could take a free one.
Could.
And he will. Nope, by the way, nobody has a bigger ace. Fairly fortunate. King, king, queen. Nielsen holds the deck here. Hence, lack of quality all around him. Martin lying in wait, 3 checks in front of Kuhn. He has to imagine a good bit of interactivity with that board out of someone lurking there. And I'll take the over on good bit. As we can see, the king's full continues to have this by the throat. Nobody with a diamond draw.
See if he springs into life now. Check raise just feels ambitious. You know, bet for value. A whole bunch of hands that we can get value from now. And, you know, flush draws are out, which, again, can beat you. You don't have a lockdown the same way you do in long deck with a flush draw out there.
Button's good. Only 4. I say only 4.
No, I had the math.
125K.
King.
Understandable lack of callers.
I would love an all-in.
I can't even give you change.
Ace queen suited for Tan. The plate is a limp up front. Feel like we've seen him skew toward this approach more so than the raising, but he's also so balanced.
Yeah, he really mixes it up. Limps some weak hands, but he's limping a strong one. He's open raised. A mixture. Wow, and RVK is just coming after him here. That's not going to work, but is Tan going to call or is he going to re-raise?
$720K. As the finger wag on this occasion belongs to RVK. Tan, though, has the real deal, unlike RVK on the occasions before him. Nevertheless, he's not looking to blast off here as big stack collisions on the horizon.
Oh, ace in the window. Wow, king 6 offsuit is... I mean, trying to figure out ways that it can beat ace-queen by making the better hand is going to be tough, but...
That it is.
It is short deck, so somehow it has 14%. It feels like it should be less.
Yeah. Equities are very much from outer space sometimes.
But maybe he can win by bluffing. It's not going to work right now, but there could be some runouts that ace-queen starts to get iffy. Tan's had a pretty good feel for him so far, though. Just been 3-betting him when he's been light. Just called here. Have to imagine he's somewhat comfortable trapping.
I mean, look, Tan didn't come this far to just step away from the c-bet.
Oh, no, surely not. I wonder what cards he's going to barrel. I mean, this could be one of them. I mean, I guess you have a gutter to the 8, which makes a 4-card straight to a jack. Like, it's not really that great of a card.
And when you're talking about you wonder which cards he's going to barrel, you're referring, of course, to the man on the screen here, RVK, in terms of a turn.
Yes. So it is his only out to win. It's an 8, which, I mean, you'll take it if you're him and you get called, but it's a pretty dicey one because some hands with jacks in them continue here. You know, Tan's never folding ace-jack to a barrel. Yeah, so he gives up and...
We'll take the free pull at an 8. Instead, it's a queen, and now an even more difficult proposition to try to get Tan Xuan off this holding Might have been tough regardless, but obviously he's going to be a bit more adhesive with top 2 pair than he would have with 1 pair.
Yeah, Ton has to decide at this point. I mean, 8-6 or 8-Jack would have bet the turn, so the Queen's only filling in King-Jack. He'll take his chances that RVK doesn't have King-Jack. So now it's, do I get more money by checking because my opponent has zilch and will bluff, or do I get more by betting myself? It's a pretty tough call here, because if RVK had a better hand than Ace-Queen on the turn, he's probably betting it. And we hit the Queen ourselves on the river. So a check does kind of make sense, but, you know, could we get value by betting? Could he have a hand like Ace-8? Wow, I like this check. It makes sense to me. He really thinks that RVK has a lot of bananas in his range, such as the hand he has, and that's the best way to get value.
But also it would be so savage. Not that he's not up to the task if he were to come out swinging and get even deeper pressure put on him. I win promptly declared after the give up on the river.
I mean, Ton is definitely thinking real deep.
Yeah, he chews on the spots, and he does so in a way I think that lines up Rasty with a lot of the considerations that you're taking into account out there, and perhaps even beyond, which is saying something, because I know you go deep, but his short deck experience perhaps unrivaled, even by the likes of RVK, a short deck sniper. Those are 2 of the more honed minds.
You know what? RVK just keeps coming after him. Maybe at some point you just let it go with the King-6 offsuit. You know?
If he all in?
If he all in on river?
Slap.
Snap call.
Oh.
Yeah. I believe him. I believe him too.
Of course.
Yeah, I believe him too.
Snap call.
Ton's like the honey badger. Rast, he don't give a F.
It just doesn't make a ton of sense that the, like I said, the only real hand it would make sense at that point would be a King-Jack that didn't barrel turn.
Right.
Right? So,
well, in terms of hands,
like hands that are beating him, Ace-Queen. So, you know, queens, we're blocking queens.
Yeah.
No, queens makes sense, but you're blocking it. So
speaking of queens, Rast, jam, and presumed take for Nielsen. But go on. Yeah, there's just not a lot that added up as that board developed and the action was considered.
Maybe
pair?
Pair call?
Ton actually has the chip lead by a couple 100,000 now. So. Tana showed, you know, the other route. And this is what I was saying when we were, you know, the lead into the final table, like something to look for. There's plenty of guys who, with half as many chips as the chip leader, basically just let the chip leader run the show. You try to podium, slide your way in, take your spots here or there. Ton did not take that route, and now is tied with the chip leader, essentially. Actually has 200K more. He definitely fought for some spots.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't have a hand, really, any of the times he 3-bet RVK. You know, ace-10 off, okay. You know, ace blocker, whatever. But,
you know what this was, Rast? We all went to elementary school. Nobody dropped out before that. Maybe even junior high is probably where we saw this.
Where's this going, Ollie?
There was somebody out there who was always trying to take your lunch money. Then they ran into Tan Xuan, and he let them know, I'm not the one.
Yeah.
Okay? I know you're out here doing it, buddy, but today, I'm taking a stand. And by the way, it's not just today that Tan's been taking those stands, and to great effect, as I would imagine a lot of his career earnings in the cash game streets have been the product of exactly this approach, which has proven very effective here in this 50K short deck main event final table.
He's 750.
7-5.
RVK hasn't
Limped.
stopped
7-5.
trying to get in just dance here. In spite of the dynamic landscape shift, you know, 2-10s, we understand it. But look at the finger wagging that persists. And now he is the leader that covers RVK.
I mean, he's just all about the meta. He's like, RVK hasn't limped yet.
What?
He hasn't limped yet. How can he have a hand right now? If he had a hand, he'd raise.
All right.
He's just been raised a couple times. I've 3-bet him. Now he's limping.
But he's only flatting that raise, not limp trapping. So here we go. King, queen, 7. Ooh. 10 high flush draw up against second pair. Quick check. As this one gets played in slightly different fashion.
You'd imagine Tan doesn't have the type of hand that you'd start blasting with. I mean, second pair, bad kicker, 3 flush board. You can win at showdown, yet your hand doesn't have a lot of ways to improve, and now is drawing dead actually. RVK gonna go check bet river or start betting now? You know, you'd think a lot of hands with a bigger club than a 10. If you're Tan, there's only 2, Jack and Ace.
Right.
Probably bet. If you're Tan, you're in position, you're pretty aggressive, it's deep. How many ace of clubs hands is he checking?
You know what's weird though? He's so balanced, Rast. You know, he's that guy.
I'm not saying he can't have it.
Yeah.
But if I'm RVK here, I do feel pretty good about my 10.
Oh, I'm not questioning that, but note that he's treading lightly because he is covered and he's up against the animal. Queens and 9s.
And look at this.
Ton barrels. How big?
No, it's small.
Okay.
He's doing what we like to call in the booth setting the price. Watch this. Bet. It was a less than third pot. RVK probably just calls here. Tan knows what's up, probably checks back the river. Just like, okay, you got a club. It's all good. We could see maybe he multi-streets this. He knows he's bluffing, but probably he just set the price. As opposed to right with queen 9, does he look him up on the river with 2 pair? Right, you're beating 1 pair hands.
Pardon the focus on the negative space as the 8 rolls off on the end, but not since I've seen sommeliers.
Watch this check back.
And wine aficionados swish their way through a nice bottle. Have I seen that sort of consumption of a beverage? I'm talking about Kuhn, of course, in the background. But yes, there it is. He sets the price on the turn and then decides to shut it down on the river.
He's just, I mean, listen, I get it. RVK's a sniper, but I'm looking at the cards, you know, as all of you who are listening, and it just feels like Tan's kind of playing the sniper like a fiddle right now.
I wouldn't disagree with you, by the way, and I don't think that that's lost on RVK. He knows he has his hands full in that seat.
Right, that turn goes check, check. RVK's not betting 30% of the pot on the river with the third nut flush.
No, and I don't know, by the way, whether or not the check, check then reduces the likelihood when he faces a larger size does Tan on the end of him losing those chips in the form of some strange
he might
bluff
fold.
catch. Yeah.
But now it's a spot where Tan is guessing.
Correct.
And he's just like, why don't I take the guesswork out of it, win the pot when I actually have the best hand. You know,
It's a treat to watch this guy operate, Rast, you know? He does it a bit different than the average bear.
Which makes it fun. That's why it's a treat.
Yes. But I mean, not in that, oh, this is a maniac, so we revel in it and we're being self-indulgent. He's just nice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's cool in the sense that it just shows you the sort of different approaches that are still available profitably to short deck players. Nielsen knows the profitability of ace-king suited, and Tan knows when a hand's no good. 520 departed with.
No, I agree, and that was really well put, Ollie. It's not in the sense of, okay, this guy's just blasting and doing ridiculous things, but it's fun. No, it's, I mean, a lot of these plays, are like you said. I mean, they're on the aggressive side. I mean, for sure, he's aggro, but a lot of it just really makes sense. I mean, it's like he's already adjusted to what RVK is doing and just aggressively taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
Right, and you just, I don't know, you know, we've been doing short deck a couple days here, or other forms of poker where this is happening, and you just really don't see that too often. Like the guy in second just come at the guy in first.
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and it required these two gentlemen to bring it to us. I'm sure there's some other candidates as well, but the short deck aspect and the two operators that sit on the two big stacks. And you know, if you think we're delighted, consider Joe Chuen with 15 Annies feeling very much like he might find a ladder.
Yeah, right.
He's like, hey guys, nobody look at me. Don't worry about what's going on over here.
Chinese.
Yeah, the shorter stacks they're even more incentivized to take it easy, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, but maybe not with kings.
Let's see. Kuhn, Button, Schwen, Villain.
This one I'd have to imagine he piles in, yeah. You might get some bad ace stuff to fold. You know, like ace 7 off. No slow play this time.
Nice one.
Good lay down.
哎呀，都是枪口啊。
Kings face up. Queen Jack was always performing poorly.
I had it.
Kuhn with a respectful show. Triton.
Kuhn looks like he's dressed for every other stack's funeral. He's looking to eulogize some people out there. Currently, second shortest in the room. A little chip infusion.
I got kings over here. Just, you know, keep focusing your anger on RVK, Ton. We're all good.
Jack 6 off, the equivalent of 7 deuce. And politely passing over his ante is Kuhn to RVK. He seems like he's a little bit exhausted out there. Not just physical observations. He doesn't seem worse for the wear, but he's like, really? Is this what I'm going to have to deal with at this FT? You know, I think he had different ideas about how this might go down.
Well, you know, I don't want to presume too much. He definitely might be thinking that. He also could just be thinking, man, this guy gets a lot of hands. I just want to submit that that's a possibility as well. Like, maybe he doesn't know that he's just been 3-balling him with air.
I think he's got a little bit of sniff, but I hear what you're saying because, you know, if someone else was performing in that manner, maybe we assign a lot of hands more so.
Yeah.
But, you know, scouting reports are somewhat in. Nielsen, 6.3 in.
SS.
Ace King off, the responsible kit.
Careful. Up.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, it was half-half.
Well, if you want to get a taste of the action at any given Triton Super High Roller Series, the best place to do so is at PokerStake.com. Just take a look at what a $100 stake job would have yielded on Michael Zhang. The returns can be handsome. Winnings guaranteed. No fees, no rake, no transaction charges. Why would you take a piece on any other platform? PokerStake.com. Scan the QR code or head over to the website today and get involved. Also, if you think you have a gambling problem, call 1-800. I don't even know. What's the number on the trifold? You know, the one that every rewards loyalty desk in Vegas. 1-800-GAMBLER? I think it might be 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen, Ali, just give him your other burner and put him in your game in Vegas. Okay.
Established scientific.
Yeah, if you have a gambling problem, my game is perfect for you.
Lucky, yeah.
Cool.
Every time I get a massage.
We all have gambling problems in my game. We got lots of problems beyond just gambling, by the way. Krevlin's problem is named Tan Xuan to his direct left. Stays the course, but now is doing some limping. Has reclaimed the chip lead quite mightily from Tan. Jack-7 offsuit played as a limp behind. I mean, these are the ideas that Tan has that I confess, Rasty, I don't know that you and I would necessarily. He wants to get in there with the big boss stack. That's not generally the disposition of the second biggest stack in the room, but he's a hunter.
Yeah, he just, I mean, what's he, there's 5 people left, right?
Yep.
So he's getting 7 to 1. Only one person left behind him to fade. I think he just figures odds are too good.
Let's play some pots.
Let's play post flop with these guys.
Top pair for RVK. Gutter to the nuts for Xuan if the 8 were to roll off. 2 overs and a gutter for Nielsen, whose king-queen was content to check back. Now on the flop, he wants to chew.
Doesn't have a diamond. He does have a clean draw to the nuts with 3 non-diamond jacks. Then obviously flushes are hard to make. Oh wow, look, just check fold, top pair. So,
well, remember when the button does check back, this range, this part of the deck is sort of more assigned.
oh certainly, and the queen, part of the queen 10, a little bit harder to improve perhaps. So just gonna bow out. He did choose a large bet size as well. Wow, is Tan gonna continue here? Whew. Oh, this is ballsy.
1.9, the check raise. I'll take the over on that adjective. If only you could see Rast's eyes here in the booth right now.
It's gonna work. Look at this. What a beast. This guy is a beast.
Key 7 of diamonds, obviously.
Yeah.
The jack also interfering with maybe some of those draws that might have hung tough in other circumstances. Rast.
Do like me. Instead of 2 phones, just...
You know how people set up trail cameras
I know.
because they want to verify whether or not Bigfoot exists?
Yeah.
You know, is the unicorn a real thing? Is Sasquatch out there? Is the Loch Ness a real monster? Yeah. Yeah. And it's all wrapped up in that Balenciaga hoodie to the left of RVK. Tan Xuan, we got a hero on our hands.
What?
I mean, he found a good size, made it big enough. The 2 overs and a gutty, let it go.
You know, earlier...
He found a way to win that pot against Queen 10 and King Queen, baby.
I was talking about how I would love to play in a cash game with Tan Xuan just because he is the ingredient that you add that just spices things up. I'm going to rescind that. You know, I like a little heat, little spice. I don't know if I'm ready for the Carolina Reaper. This little ghost chili here, he could leave your eyes watering. $650 to go, says RVK.
That's all in. Oh. All right.
Xuan out of the way, and it looks like Joe Xuan has finally
I like your hand more.
decided to take his stand. RVK disappointed to share the 9.
I think it's gonna be like you're flop a straight.
1.5 million chip pot. Joe.
My deck
be
reads
patient
are
no longer.
insanely strong too. Like
I hope so.
Yeah.
Waited patiently for what he was hoping would be some sort of violent explosion between RVK and Tan Xuan. It didn't materialize, but his 9s with a queen kicker are in front, soundly, looking to fade a jack for the time being. Queens up, and now the gutter, that which needs to be faded. 4 10s, keep him away from this river, says Joe Xuan. compliance from the deck. The wound not deep for RVK. Still healthy chip lead.
I also had Queen Jack, so I just felt like you were going to make it straight.
Oh,
aces.
Red aces for a man who doesn't need this much kit to enter pots. That much we've learned. And this is where we're begging for Tan Xuan to get fancy. Maybe not begging, Rast, because obviously vulnerability in short deck in terms of equities running close. But
just snap fold.
Yeah.
Hates to see that. 9-7 off.
You win.
Nuts.
No takers.
Yeah.
Nuts announced. Ton. Looks engaged. So what do we owe it?
It's a little delay on the card showing. There we go.
Queen 10 suited.
75 75 75加75
Tan
75
fearlessly
Why don't you
just
know?
raising into RVK's button. Oh,
Queen, queen.
this is gonna go in.
Yeah. Just a flat, though.
I think the idea being if it went jam call behind him, then he's out, right? Sort of the same as the normal.
No interference. And presumably no flop where Zhou Chuan, especially with the equity spots in short deck, where he would fold. Look at Tan, just no diamond on board. A dusty queen high. 4% equity. 1.8 million in the middle. I mean, Zhou shouldn't be in a hurry to get chips forward if he doesn't have something, right? Can we ever check this? A hand this bad?
I mean, I think he's just got to put it in here.
Well, look what he's done, though. Just 350 of the 710 has been bet. This looks milky, and it's weird. Look at the blender that this sizing has created. Rast?
Well, I mean, it's also a sizing that can bet fold, if you're just being honest.
Yeah, sure.
Part of the reason why you the reason why you, wow, he folded, that's crazy.
Toji.
I mean, I know the ace is scary, but, you know.
10 10
Wow.
This dude's nasty.
call all in all in 你刚才才10几个盲注大哥，你还不推掉？
I wonder how much Mandarin these short deck snipers picked up, because obviously it's a game that flourishes in the Far East, and many
我觉得你试试勾勾这一排嘛。
of its sharps
Yeah.
and
Probably
VIPs are
picked up a
Chinese
few
descent.
words here or there, at least.
那个没得扣的，只能 all in 的。
Ace King now for Kuhn.
All in.
Rips it.
Bigger than you?
Both my cards were bigger than that card.
Maybe I haven't. No. Maybe I can.
1,
2, 3.
I got shorted, yeah?
160.
He owes me 160. Yeah. Thank you, Tan.
Love that.
160.
You know, I feel like there's a lesson in that last hand with the queen 10 and the queens.
Somebody look out for me.
Like, if you're gonna
I think I forgot.
do the kind of put in half your chips because maybe if some other people go all in, you're gonna
On my
fold.
chip.
I mean, but with a good hand, I mean, you should be really careful when you decide to fold it after the flop comes out.
Okay.
You know? Because, I mean, obviously, look, you're not in good shape against an ace. Assumingly you have 2 outs twice in short deck, which, you know, probably 15% equity or whatever it is. But all the other times, like, he has just some Broadway hand, all of which is available, a lower pair, and yeah, you just, maybe he folds, maybe not. But yeah, I don't know. Just think you can't overthink it in those spots. Or if so, just go all in pre-flop then. Because, like, what are the odds that 2 people go all in behind you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's very
limited.
low. It's
Limited.
very low. And so you might as well just go on all in yourself if you're going to fold sometimes post.
Because the intention of flatting pre is not to give yourself an opportunity to fold post. It's specifically for that pre-flop action that you talked about, which is so infrequent. And then the hazard is if you're not ready to put the rest of it in, you can get exploited,
Yeah.
as we saw happen there. Meanwhile, the remains.
But it was a cool find by Ton, going half his stack there. That was like a nice little bet size. He's folding to the shove. Yeah.
So the eventuality is Chuen, King 10 offsuit, all in against Nielsen.
Oh.
Ace.
Double paired board here, and it is only a 10. It would be the bad card for Chuen.
Ace, queen, 9.
Nielsen holds the gutter.
8没用，别慌。
8 doesn't work.
This guy can't be killed.
Too late.
Yeah.
啊，10你输。
630.
这个皮蛋掉的太友好了啊！
That one won't be felt too deeply.
我说了嘛，你
He's
是这个时候比较好运的。
resilient over there.
大的地方用不到有啥用？
啊？
小的都是领先的，领住了。
Oh, and Annie has gone up 80K now.
Mm-hmm. King, queen. Ton deliberates. Comes with 750. Jack 9 suited. Joe will look to reclaim some of those chips that he gave away with Queen on that ace high paired flop against the Queen 10, which had just 4% equity. Now flops himself a gutter and a diamond draw. Not sure there's going to be any desire to walk away with 1.7 plus in the middle. Chuen, second pair.
All in.
And the gut shot, all in.
Call. All right.
The rest comes forward.
What's he got? Jack. Oh, diamonds.
Note how useful that Queen of Diamonds is in terms of blocker effects for Tan.
Yeah, he can win on diamond run. Now it's obviously very difficult. Oh.
Jack rolls off. Schwen now makes Broadway, so only 4 outs. It's got to be the flush. Right color, wrong suit. And with that, Tan Schwen has vanquished Zhou Chuan. Cannibalism in the Chinese delegation. But you know Tan takes no prisoners. Chuan, by the way, as we say goodbye to him, in 5th place. Gives us an opportunity to touch on his festival thus far, which has been a fruitful one across multiple disciplines. He won the 25K PLO, 13th in the 30K PLO, and here he is collecting the 5th place payout here in the short deck main. $261,000. 330 on lockup now, and look at Tan, Pocket King surging neck and neck now with RVK. Just one ante separating them.
Yeah, well played by Zhou Chen. He strikes me as someone who's very comfortable as the hammer. Not quite as comfortable as the nail. Oh, Kuhn ran into it this time.
Ace 7 suited.
Yes. Flip.
Knows it's a flip, though.
Yes, please.
More or less, yeah.
More or less, yeah.
Surprisingly high 42% win chance.
Just flop a wheel. 6, 8, 9.
Oh,
that'll work.
6.23 million in the middle. Ace Jack 9. Top pair for Kuhn.
Queen K.
That's fair.
Fair declared.
Oh.
River.
Have fun.
The Queen. Schwen making Broadway. Just like that. Jason Kuhn did secure that ladder, but one hand removed from the elimination of Zhou Chuan. He too falls and will be denied a bid for a 11th Triton title. And he will be adding a tidy $330,000 to his career Triton earnings. Ever the ambassador and ever the competitor, Jason Kuhn. 45th career Triton cash. His 4th here in Jeju with just one event left on the docket.
And if history keeps repeating itself, we should play 3-handed for a while, and then it'll go bam, bam, and we have a winner. Because what 7-handed we started, 2 people knocked out within a couple hands. Then we just played 5-handed for quite a while. 2 knocked out in rapid succession again, and here we are.
$780 to go, says Tan. Clear chip leader. After busting 2 successive players, 9-7 suited. The responsible holding. Ace-6 suited now for Nielsen. He's going to play this one as a limp. He is the clear shorty out there. 61 antes in front of him. Obviously a bit of a shift in terms of landscape for RVK here. Check back from Tan. Martin loves to see it. Flops himself a gut shot. The 7-7-9 board. Checks it over. Tan with the check back. And in it comes, the 8. But note how wet this card is. Tan, flush draw, open ender. 400 in the middle. Nielsen. Sneaky little check with the 9 high straight.
So how does Nielsen want to play it here? After Tan checks back the flop, he has to feel pretty good about his straight. Like, how often does Tan check back 3 7s? You know, maybe we're losing to 6-10. Do 6-10 and 10 jack bet. He's going to play it as a bluff catcher instead of a check raise, it looks like, but probably could have check raised as well.
Flats the 180, and in comes a 6. 4-liner on board. A 10 would be a problem for Nielsen at this point.
Pretty sure Martin's going to check, yeah. And now does Tan want to bet? I mean, a 6 would presumably have 0 showdown. I mean, he has the Queen of Hearts too, as a terrible card to have if a 6 even had showdown. You're blocking flush draws.
Check back from Tan. Content to let that relatively modest pot slide through his fingers.
Hmm?
176 antes in front of Tan Xuan, clear chip leader with roughly 14 million in front of him. There it is, 134 in front of RVK. That's good for 11 million. And Nielsen up a click, 5.3 million and change, with 3 remaining here in this short deck main event. Guaranteed payout of $428,000 for the lot. Just look at the jump though, Rasty. Up to second, this is healthy. $227,000.
Yeah, big jumps.
Yeah, Nielsen's going to be fighting for it. That much we know. And I don't think these guys are going to be particularly eager to... You know what? I'm making assumptions. But the go hard at one another theme that RVK and Tan Xuan had before, the ICM is maybe really no longer negligible to the extent it seems to have been glossed over on some occasions.
Yes, certainly.
Limp call. Ace, Jack, King 8. Nielsen, King 9.
Is that 225? Yeah, the jumps in a lot of these tournaments from third to second are very healthy. Really makes it valuable to get this final ladder.
A couple of gut shots on the 10-7-6 rainbow board here. After Nielsen checked back the button, 480 in the middle. Nine slides in to give the unwelcome pair to Nielsen and the much more welcome 10 high straight to Tan. Bernie does have 2 overs and a gutter. Doubtful to be too interested.
King 9 might be good enough to show down now. You are blocking turn 2 pairs.
$275 as Nielsen thinks that this button would be able to represent this board texture in a 3-way limp pot. And a nice find from Tan, by the way, to check and induce.
I mean, he's just making a lot of good decisions. He post flop, right? I mean, he's probably gonna get the max on this.
Tend to agree.
I'm not sure he gets called if he bets the turn, and now we got Martin to bet, and will Martin bet again? The king now a relevant blocker. King jack is the nuts. Nope.
So no added profits as Nielsen took one swing on the turn there. And Schwen continues to extend his lead over RVK. Terrific landscape for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's just cruising right now. It really feels
that he is.
That he's going to win this. I mean, I know there's luck involved, but I mean, yeah, he's just making a bunch of great decisions.
No doubt about it.
Has almost half the chips in play, not quite.
Glimpse at the landscape there, brought to you by GG Poker as we continue to keep a finger on the pulse of all of the shifts. Each pot so meaningful, especially if you're Martin Nielsen hunting that huge pay jump.
Martin has the ace-8 off. We've just seen a lot of aggressive actions with it. Will this be another one? Yes, it will, and it's going to have to get through kings.
Count being asked for by RVK.
6-1.
Schwen limp. In part enticing Martin, who senses some width to the range there and some added chips for collection. Pouncing somewhat ill-timed. And this is healthy. I mean, not quite half, but a good chunk of RVK stack. But I don't see a world in which with 2 kings he's going to walk away, right? We can realize the pay jump. It's a lot of hand. He's more concerned about whether or not Tan is trapping here, is he not?
Who? RVK?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he has kings. He's not going anywhere. It's just, yeah, he's probably concerned. But he doesn't really have a... I guess his decision is whether he calls or he goes all in.
Okay, twins.
But, yeah, this was... He was just doing a good acting job, looking concerned. That's all. I mean, the money was going in.
Here we go. 9, 9, 10. Kings comfortably in front in a 10 million chip pot that RVK can taste. Needs to fade the ace. Now needs to fade a 7 as well.
7.
As Nielsen's hopes of continuing here rest upon 7 lone outs. And there's one of them. Never a doubt, says Martin.
What?
Pretty incredible how well he manages to perform. And that is so key for Martin Nielsen. And just look what it has done, Rast. It puts Nielsen now second in chips with 124 antes. RVK, a bit of role reversal as he'll be the man with the 71 antes.
Yeah. Yeah, RVK now in last place. True story. Not too long ago was the chip leader.
Mm-hmm. Martin showing his tenacity and his resilience. I'm not going anywhere for the time being. As this is foreign territory for RVK, Rast, most of our observations of him have come chip lead, far and away, neck and neck, second in chips, but a lone shorty. Different situation for him. The approach, cut off limp with ace-6 suited. Ton allows him to take the flop with this king-8. Swing and a miss for Schwen. 2 hearts, 2 nines, and an ace. Good stuff for RVK. You imagining collisions with Tan from this point forward, let alone with Martin? He's just going to be fairly passive, patient.
Sorry, Tan?
No, RVK. Deferent even?
I mean, I don't think so. You know, he's last in chips. I'm not sure if you're him, you can really count on. I mean, Martin and Tan have over 100 antes each. Like, everybody's pretty deep now. So, and there's less antes in the pot because there's only 3-handed. Like, the pot only starts with 4 antes now. So, we might see more pots like this where it's limp, there's no raise. We're going to see, I think we're going to see less like all-ins.
After the bet and call of 200K, well, forgive me, was check, check on the flop, then bet call of 200K. We arrive at the river with the king, Having connected with Shren, a little bit too much showdown value. Maybe he had the gut shot in the king high. Now, see him wondering, what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, this would be pretty thin. You're hoping to get called by a pocket pair, maybe a 7, but could also get check raised.
He knows not every spot is appropriate to blast out of. But he does take a shot for 265,000, and RVK was ready for that sizing. He said value, Rast.
Yeah, no, that was a value bet. Surely it was a small bet. He's hoping to get called by a pocket pair or a 7. It was thin, no doubt, but
up to 80 annies is RVK. As a result, Schwen's lead over him better than 2-1, but the relevant stack in second of Nielsen now trails Tan by 51 antes, let's call it.
okay. Another pocket kings.
Limp from RVK. Tan limps behind. On the button, surely. We're going to try to call the herd.
Yeah, charge him.
All in.
Wow, all in. These guys are really jamming a lot of antes here.
Risky business. I love that the massage therapist is grinding the tournament clock too. She's looking up who's got what, where's the stacks, what are the payouts. By the way, worthy of note, Nielsen does need to finish second or better in order to pay this massage tab, which began yesterday. I tease. But he's really, I mean, maybe that's the key, Rasty. Maybe you got to get out there in the massage streets and really, you know. Who
Yeah,
knows?
I'll think about that one.
Who knows these things?
I'll think about it. Get out there, do some massaging.
No. Recipient, not, you know.
Oh. I mean, I would like to get out there and be the recipient of a massage, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Have they already updated the player points with Kuhn? Do you know?
Don't believe so.
Never figure out how to get there on the app. Okay. Our producer, James, says no, not yet. So I'll stop my futile attempt to find. Oh, there it is. Ivan Liao, Player of the Year.
Note Tan trapping. Limping the two kings. RVK with a dusty one. And now it's king's full for Tan after it goes check, check on the ace-ace 10 board.
Kuhn got third. I mean, sorry, fifth. Excuse me. Plus there's some main event bonus, something. He's behind by 365 points. Anyways, back to the hand. Oh, this hand is over.
That it is. Like the way Tan is so balanced, though.
He
He'll
trapped
show up
with, yeah, he
yeah,
trapped with the
but
king's
he'll
break.
show up with just about anything in any spot. You just can't put your finger on him, and that is so useful in any form of poker, Ras, not just short deck.
You asleep?
Nielsen, 10-9 off. Plays it as a limp. No trapping here. RVK, Queen Jack.
Yeah, all three players with solid playable hands.
Sevens. Checking back on the button as RVK's Queen Jack did come along. 480 in the middle. Open ender for Nielsen versus top pair.
Does RVK want to bet this top pair?
We shall soon see.
Yeah. After Martin up front checked, and one would think Ton is out here. This is a pretty bad board for sevens. He does like to get creative post flop, but yeah, this one feels like maybe it's too much.
这么多三边不来我。
Three-way pot. What are you even looking for?
Break.
Yeah.
So with Schwen out of the way, Nielsen will peel, bringing the pot to 800. Board pairs on the turn, giving RVK trips. Note that the queen no longer works for Nielsen. 2 sevens in the muck already. Obstructions to his draw. $600, says RVK, quite comfortably, and Nielsen, who's always looking comfortable with that permanent massage from wire to wire, looking to book a table for 2 heads up with Tan Xuan, but not if RVK has anything to do with it. As he takes that one down, 6.5, narrowing the gap between himself and Nielsen. But it has been the Tan Xuan show in this frame. Annie will be going to 100K. Button, 200K, as we will be bringing you back to the desk here at the Landing Casino, Jeju Shinhwa World. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. I'm about ready to give up my post to Will Jaffe. It's going to be about a 10-minute break for the viewers, but that was a very cool orbit with a lot for us to sink our teeth into, Rasty. Short deck. It's a lot more interesting than I think some people give it credit for, and as we've gotten down to the nitty-gritty here at the FT, it's been on display in many forms.
Yeah, certainly, Ali. I mean, I think we really got to see a lot of interesting plays that were good, aggressive, tough by Tan Xuan. So let's give him some props.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I would anticipate we're going to be seeing a lot more of that, especially as he commands the chip lead here in this 50K short deck main. So then, about 10 minutes time, you'll come back, and maybe, just maybe, we'll crown that title winner sooner than later. Only those 3 know. No spoilers, of course. We have no idea. We're on a delay, just like you guys. So then keep it close. Continuing coverage from Jeju after this.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros. cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
To be the first person all in, because then the people after you end up playing tighter. And sure, you're risking, but the upside is you just pick up all the antes when nobody wakes up with anything.
Up to 400, says RVK. Kuhn's going to wake up with aces here on the button.
Yeah, and don't imagine he'll be slow playing them. It's not really a thing in short deck.
Extreme ICM or money bubble situations.
And I'm wrong.
Or even that
Yeah.
three-handed stuff that Seth Davies was doing with Ren Lin out there at yesterday's 25K FT when Watson was making them jockey for second. There are some things to kind of be observed as sevens or the developments for RVK on the Queen 8-7 rainbow board. Go on, Raz.
I'm just going to humbly submit that when Kuhn does this, my analysis was wrong.
Okay.
I'm going to take Kuhn's opinion here. And you know what? He kept an ace-7, which is drawing dead. So maybe his thinking is that when Renee opens min UTG there, he just has ace-X a bunch. And he's going to fold a lot of those versus a jam. So why don't we keep those in specifically when we have aces? And if that's his thinking, he's spot on. Just has to fade a 7 to lose and a 6 for a chop.
Yep.
I have nuts.
3.5 million, and the 8 on the river will secure a lovely start to the 11th title bid for Jason Kuhn here at this FT.
So Kuhn just taught us all an interesting spot to slow play, which doesn't seem like a thing nearly as much pre-flop, at least in short deck, but
6 suited. Not interested. Ace 9 suited, though, and let's see.
Feels like a comfy spot to jam.
800,000.
So this is the pseudo jam.
Davies. More than half a stack in there. RVK surveys. Queen Jack suited performs reasonably well. And from the cutoff, he will dismiss the button and put the other 530 on request from Seth.
Same hand
Ready
I
to
lost a
spin.
giant pot to you with earlier in the tournament. See if I can win this time.
哦，这个老外怎么多少个盲？
3 million chip pot. I believe, Seth, I lost a giant pot to you early in this tournament. Let's see if I can win this time.
I think Seth is in worse shape than this coin flip because the ace deuce was folded, a 9 was folded. I don't know about how many queens or jacks.
I like it.
Okay.
Pretty fair flop. Take that.
Spade draw. Broadway gutty. 40% is Davies now. Down from that 49, which may have been a figure that didn't take into account some of that which was already mucked. The turn is blank as Davies falls to a 3-1 dog with 1 to come.
GG, bro.
And on the river, GG. As Davies
Let's head.
again rest. Denied a title, but this is his 7th cash in 13 events here in Jeju, and some of those runs have been deep for Seth.
输也没事，再输也是 chip 里的。
Back-to-back final tables as he was 3rd in the 25K short deck, 3rd in the 50K turbo bounty. 3rd final table overall here in Jeju. He will, however, collect that $161,000 prize.
He definitely wants some money here.
Yeah. We're going to fight on. 6 left, 205,000 on tap payout.
418 for 3rd. So, you know, small cash in the 100K main. Could have covered 2 bullets if he was in. So yeah, he was up in the black this trip, almost for sure. Would have had to like 5 bullet the 150K or something to start putting that in jeopardy. RVK is relentless. Now, he has been getting hands with an ace in them, but he takes it every time.
Let's see whether or not Michael Zhang wants to take the ace-king as Zhou Chuan's limp leaned upon.
Feels inevitable.
2nd shortest stack is Zhang's.
1.3 million.
Coverage by about 8 annies over Zhou. Ounce is 1.2 million.
Okay. Teens.
590 behind.
This is not the road that RVK wanted to travel. For just another 600, though, he finds himself making the call and now playing a very inflated pot with just 590 left to bet.
It's hard to imagine a board Zhang can fold.
And now with the gut shot straight draw, RVK is going to rip. So, Michael, recognizing that you can't make this kind of investment pre-flop, only to step away from it unimproved on the flop.
Flip. Yeah.
Not
Gonna
a
drop
flip,
anyway.
but certainly chunky equity for the dominated ace of RVK with 2 to come. As he hunts an 8 or a 9, to bring us to five-handed action, and there is the 9.
Wow.
Pairs the side call.
And then there were 3. 2 short deck snipers, and I'm just going to say it, in my opinion, the best short deck player in the world, Tan Xuan. I've seen enough. I've watched the coverage. I mean, this has just been ridiculous, the show that this guy has put on, wire to wire. And yeah, I mean, I'm Will Jaffe, Brian Rast, main event here, short deck, $50,000 buy-in, Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju, and that's all I got, Brian.
I mean, I think that's enough, Will. You know, I mean, it's true. Tan Xuan was just shredding people up in this frame. You know, it's been the Tan Xuan show. There's really not that much more to say.
Yeah, with the departure of Jason Kuhn in 4th, will not get a 11th Triton title. So new blood will be spilled. Tan has won. Both of these snipers looking for their first Triton title. And you see the stacks now. Everybody healthy, but, you know, Xuan has kind of sort of started to break away from the pack here.
I mean, listen, these guys have a lot of antes. You know, 139, 98, 65. This is pretty deep. So, I mean, despite that, there's been a couple open jams three-handed, which is surprising because when it's three-handed, there's only 4 antes out there, right? When we started 7-handed, that was 8 antes. So that's half as much in the pot every pot, relatively speaking, in terms of number of antes. Obviously, the ante size has gone up. There's been a few level changes, but yeah.
And it seems like RVK, who was kind of a runaway chip leader at some points, I mean, it just feels like Tan Xuan has just been putting him in the blender over and over again. And I wonder if RVK is maybe a little hesitant now because he keeps just running into it with him.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm really curious. It's a little different now because everybody else kind of has busted, so it's not really that same spot. But, you know, if he looks back at the tape and sees what happened and is like, okay, wow, interesting. Yeah, he did just clear out of the way because I was the chip leader.
He really didn't. I mean, some of these hands, he just took a stand. Rene still very healthy here as we get back to play, and looks like Nielsen has picked up that massage. He's done a nice job hanging around. Big payouts here, but these are the really big jumps here, right? I mean, over 200,000 and then almost 300,000 from 2nd to 3rd and 1st, and we got action already. RVK is going to be all in here. And, I mean, we're going to see an all-in first hand?
Yeah, I mean, Queens is going to call, right? I mean, this is why it's weird. These guys are open ripping here for a lot of antes. I mean, he has 65 antes.
Yeah, I can't imagine Martin is going to fold these queens. He does cover, has about 3 million back even if he loses. There it is.
看到你了，过来给我加油，马上拿冠军。
Martin going to be a slight favorite to knock out RVK. Came into the final table with a nice little chip lead.
Yeah, look how close King-Queen suited is to Queens.
Flip.
19 suited.
Yeah, I mean, having the 1 overcard, ability to make a lot more straights and flushes, and you're only 3% less. Oh. Well, that's not the flop you're looking for. Terrible
Diamond
flop.
would be a sweat.
He's a sick one.
There it is, diamond for the sweat.
Not calling for a 3rd one, though. Just wants the sweat. There it is.
Wow, and that's going to do it. Start of the day, chip leader RVK out in 3rd place here. Martin Nielsen, chip leader going into heads up. That was very quick, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we needed to bring you in the booth more often. You just get this moving.
That's not my fault.
Is it one more pot and we're done?
And it's interesting. RVK has been really composed all tournament. You can kind of see the emotions let out there. Definitely frustrated with that result. Came in with a healthy chip lead. Ran into the buzzsaw that is Tan Xuan. Ended up getting taken out by his fellow sniper, Martin Nielsen. Good game to RVK here in third place. And we are heads up. A lot of money up top. These guys will not be chopping. A lot of antes. See the payouts there.
Yeah, they're really deep. I mean, look, 138 antes effective. And, I mean, the ante just went up, so they have 33 more minutes before the next.
Yeah, I mean, crazy action here.
This could actually take a while.
It could just be over in one hand, too.
Yeah.
It's been a super entertaining tournament. You know, from the start, we talked about this, like, when we started, there was like 2 tables, 14 players. It felt a little bit like, who's going to enter this? Did everybody leave? And now, heads up for $1 million. And I felt a lot of, like, actual emotion attached to the tournament from a lot of players. Even Jason Kuhn, I felt like he was really invested in it. It seemed like as the tournament revved up, everybody sort of kind of the intensity ratcheted up, and now here we are, heads up.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's, I pointed this out at the beginning of the day as well. It's like, I mean, Stevie didn't make a deep run, but yesterday, no hoodie. Day 2, final day, hoodie came up. So, guys ratchet up the intensity as it goes. They know what's up. Been here, done that.
You guys ratchet up the intensity. Use that app up there if you haven't already. Scan it. QR code. But yeah, I mean, look, I would say that I'm expecting a lot from Tan Xuan heads up, but he plays full ring like it's heads up to begin with. So I don't even know what more this guy has left in the tank. He's made so many incredible plays just in the 2 days we've been watching.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good heads up match because, I mean, we've already seen Tan Xuan, but let's not forget, and I think you were in the booth with me for this, I mean, Martin Nielsen knows how to get down and dirty as well. Didn't he have the overcall float with 6-8 on 10-9 king? You were in for that, right?
Yeah.
And then bet turn when check 2, just drawing stone dead. But, yeah, I mean, he's got moves. So this guy,
he's got moves, yeah.
And he pulls the trigger, and it's not just like basic, raising a lot stuff. No, he's down in the weeds making advanced plays. So
yeah, well, let's get into heads up. These guys are playing for $922,000 up top. See the pay jump there. Heads up for the Triton trophy. Also that Jacob and Co watch, and just the Tan has 1 Triton title, and this will be Martin's first. I mean, what a way to come in here. You come in for the short deck events. Now you're heads up in the main with the chip lead. But it's not going to be an easy path.
No, it's not. And now, listen, Triton title, Jacob and Co watch, $267,000. Let's go.
Yeah, should be a good sweat. Stacked final table. Also, Stevie bubbling the final table in, I mean, what we've seen from Stevie, just running horrific.
Race.
So we're looking at a 5x, right? I guess let's think about this kind of small blind, big blind. The big blind or double antes, 200K. He came for 5x that, so 1 million. Large raise size. 8-7 offs out.
Martin going to take down the first pot, you see.
Tan wants clear visuals on his man.
You cannot see my chips.
His chips.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yes.
You're gonna fall over. I can try. No, I think Tan wants them here. He cannot see it.
Okay, it's okay. Now it's okay now. It's okay now.
Yeah, Tan just wanted a clear view of his opponent there. Trophy, Jacob watch getting in the way.
Could be the chips. Who knows? Maybe it's how Martin touches the chips in his cards, or who knows what kind of reads Tan's getting.
Also, I noticed Martin had the Faroe Islands flag earlier. It switched to a Denmark flag.
Interesting. So all our Faroe Islands research just out the window. It was all a mistake. There's no one from the Faroe Islands playing poker here at Triton, at least. King 10 suited.
Yeah, I would assume this gets raised here by Tan.
I mean, they're pretty deep, so...
Yeah, you'd hate to put in the raise and get limp raised.
Yeah, and I guess he...
This has been pretty consistent. He's been very comfortable going to the flop. That seems like it's his happy place. I would guess Martin has a bit of a range advantage.
Yeah, I think so.
Just limping stronger hands. Tan has kind of disguised the strength of his hand here.
Tan tends to be pretty balanced in these spots. But, I mean, he almost certainly doesn't have kings.
You see Martin can only hit a 9 now to win. Tan Xuan, a lot of short deck success here at Triton. One title in the 100K short deck in London in 2019. I think Martin had to tag that masseuse out. The first one just too many hours massaging him.
Yeah, it's a different masseuse, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that, but now that you say it, I guess that's right. Yeah, maybe she got tired. I doubt he elected to change masseuses.
No, usually, you know, when you're running
Yeah,
good, like
yeah.
you keep the masseuse, you know, until the end. Hands might have got tired. Who knows? Just speculating here.
When she's like, "Hey, Martin, you know, I'm getting tired. I think I need to quit." Is that the moment Martin needs to have a tough conversation? Like, listen.
No, you just switch masseuses.
You just
The real
switch.
question is, that one's got him here for the most part. If he wins with this one, who gets the bigger tip?
I mean, you're assuming he already paid and tipped the first one, so probably the second one, relatively speaking.
Open-ended, straight flush draw for Tan. How does he want to play it?
They're pretty deep. He has a lot of 6x, but he just calls.
Martin's still ahead. This board should favor Martin. And he's been very conscious. He obviously plays a lot of short deck. Been very conscious of range. They keep firing.
Tan has enough equity to call open-ended straight flush draw, but might decide to play it as a raise here. I mean, a raise gets hands like 8x to fold. 6x, maybe not. Probably not, actually.
Yeah, he's just going to call. See a river. See, he's still a favorite here with this big draw.
Ooh.
And what a river. Makes sevens full and checks, and Martin's going to be happy to get the showdown.
You have 8.
You know what, Will? In my head, I kept that whole pot. I thought that Tan was the button.
Yeah. I was wondering why you had said he has a 6. I'm like, although he
Yeah.
could, you know.
Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Day 14 or so.
Rassie's getting a little lost in the sauce here, but
but we're gonna stay strong. I'm gonna.
He can power up. He's got like a green tea or something.
Yeah. Inject some caffeine and we'll keep it popping.
Very even now. Basically identical stacks. And yeah, this feels like it could take a while. All those all-ins for a lot of antes. These guys seem pretty content, although, yeah, like Tan just limping this ace-king of spades, and we're just going to keep seeing flops here.
Yeah, that one, pretty sure we would have heard some noise from him if Martin raises the button.
Look at this. Martin flops trips. Tan in bad shape.
But yeah, Martin doesn't. But yeah, that one would have been a limp re-raise, almost certainly.
Yes, which Tan has done a bunch. I would imagine Tan's always peeling here.
Yeah, to such a small size, it would see. Yeah, peel seems very natural, maybe even mandatory. Backdoor spades. Oh, and that's. It does give him a way to win, but it's very likely to be a terrible card for Tan Xuan.
Yeah, that is a disastrous turn. He's definitely going to think he's good. Martin, we've already seen Tan hero Martin correctly. The good news for him is this pot's relatively small because it was just limped and checked.
Yeah, this is
hard to see him doing anything other than calling here.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. This is just a call. Easy call, it seems like. But Tan's very good about taking his time, both when he has a real decision and when he, is just kind of pretending like he has a real decision. Good and balanced like that. Now, that's a card that gives him a chance to fold, in my opinion. Not saying he would, not saying he should, but if he checks, Martin makes a healthy bet. I mean, it's really hard to think you're beating too much value. Maybe like King 10 that didn't raise pre, or King Jack that didn't raise pre. But other than that,
that's about it, though.
That's about it. And 3 9s is there. And now 2 straights got there, right? Ace 7 and 7-10.
Yeah, so if Martin was semi-bluffing with those hands, he's now ahead. Let's see how much he wants to bet here.
And so this is going to be a tough fold, but maybe he can consider it. Possibly make a...
Look, his instincts have been great.
Yeah. I feel like in a heads-up spot, the standard here is probably call, right? We randomly have a pretty strong bluff catcher.
One of the things I've noticed about these guys in these Triton events, they don't make decisions quickly in these spots.
Yeah.
I think a lot of even strong players, you're most likely calling here. Tan might most likely calling, but once you flick that chip in, you can't take it back, and he's going to take his time.
After heroing him correctly earlier, if he folds here, that's some Jedi shiz nizzle.
Definitely some of that. Tan's instincts have been spot on this whole tournament. This will be a really tough fold. Heads up, though. Yeah.
Oh,
there
yeah.
it goes.
And I mean, it's a pretty standard call.
Nice pot there for Martin.
Think maybe have.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible he's beating not much, but a few value hands, like a king with a worse kicker. You know?
Yeah, it just feels unlikely that, Martin has like king queen there.
No, king queen, no, because he's probably raising pre. But, what about like king 10, king 8, king 6? Some of those hands.
King 8 he's not beating, though.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, it's 9, yeah.
King 9's
but
a boat.
Does king 8 really value bet there?
It starts to get that's what I'm saying. It's getting dicey for that size.
That's part of why it's a tough spot, though, is when you are beating some value, it gets even trickier.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. I'm not saying definitively he's beating value, but it's like you could maybe talk yourself into beating value. Specifically king 10.
Martin now. Again, these players conscious of range. I'm not surprised to see Martin bet. I think Tan is probably always just calling here. Gut shot in position. This bet size is interesting.
Yeah, it's quite big, huh? But it sort of makes sense in the sense of Tan should be quite capped on this. Like, Tan can't have aces, probably doesn't have ace jack or jacks. Oh my.
Now he's got the nuts. What a turn. Nielsen drawing dead.
Yeah, when you get called here, cards like this that fill in gutters, it starts to get tricky to play. Let's see what Nielsen comes with. Comes with check.
Yeah, now I would assume Tan bets, although you never know. And if he does, what bluffs is Martin beating?
Yeah, you can eat the bottom gut shots for sure. So hands like 7-8, 7-9, and 8-9. Other than that, it's hard to say. Does Tan peel one pair hands? Like 6x might just fold the flop, right? So probably does.
Tan goes for a milky sizing. Basically half pot. And now this is immediately a tricky spot for Martin. Made even more difficult by how crazy Tan can be. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see Martin peel here.
This is tough because it's like, what rivers are you looking for? Kind of calling him to keep him honest here. But when the river bet comes, like, what are you calling? This is not going to be an easy river for Martin. And it seems like Tan almost certainly is going to bet. I mean, yes, the board paired, so technically Tan can be beat. But, it's hard to give our opponent, like, let's say a set when here, heads up, unraised. He bets flop, but then just checks a queen. Like, our opponent has to have exactly king 10, right? I mean, that doesn't, not saying it's impossible, but, I think Tan's still going to bet his hand. And then Martin does have a question, though. Like, does he call? Does he fold? Does he check raise bluff?
Let's see what Tan comes with here.
How about
He's going to bet real big, 2.5 million.
I mean,
I think for Martin, like you said, all options are still on the table.
yeah, this feels like a pretty crazy call in some respects. I almost think if we're Martin, one of the hands.
Wow. This.
I'm not sure you want to have an 8 in your hand.
This is just pure, honestly, image, I think, this call.
Yeah.
I think Tan has earned this call with his image throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
That was essentially a snap call there against that pot size bet. Martin going to watch all those chips go over.
He just didn't believe him.
No.
He just looked across and is like, I just don't believe him.
I mean, I can't blame him. Now Tan, nice little chip lead.
I have an ace. I don't care about my kicker. This man is bluffing. And Tan, he was not bluffing.
Tan Schwen.
I mean, it's not an unreasonable call against a guy who's definitely capable.
Yeah, Martin still very healthy, but going to need to recover all the momentum with Tan now.
That's when, I mean, at least so far at this final table, it's like Tan's that guy who you're like, oh, this guy's a maniac. He's way too aggressive. He's out there. I'm gonna trap him. Then all of a sudden, call him down at the river, and he's just got it.
Yep.
And I feel like that's the hallmark, especially like back in the day before the solvers, when you started to figure out someone was just really good. It's like, oh, it's like they're aggressive. It's they're winning all these pots, and all of a sudden they play a huge one and just like show someone the nuts.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, okay. And
yeah.
I mean, yeah, once in a while the person might just be running like God, but we could see at this final table, Tan wasn't running like God. I mean, he was taking down quite a few pots without the goods.
Rail starting to get occupied for Tan Schwen. They can start to sense this as he gets closer to victory. Both players have the same hand. Tan, you see, with a slight free roll just because he has the backdoor flush draw. Now this will be a chop, assuming one player doesn't bet the other one off their hand.
It seems pretty unlikely, but yeah, especially here, they're going check on the turn.
Now I'm pretty sure this one is going to be a chop. Case ace. Both players thinking the same thing. How much money can I get from this guy right now?
I mean, I think Tan has to be deciding whether he's just going to call or just rip it, right? I mean, he's only losing if Martin has quad jacks and decided to c-bet flop, check back turn, bet river, which seems pretty unlikely. Like, if you're Martin with quad jacks, you have to think your opponent, well, it's possible.
Yeah, he's just going to rip.
But not likely, yeah.
And Martin going to double check. now Martin has to worry about the quads.
Yeah, this Tan's line is very believable for quad jacks.
This is crazy.
Limp called pre, just check called flop, and now check rip river.
Yeah, now Martin really has to think about this because this is almost certainly not a bluff.
No, I mean, it's either he's chopping or Tan has quads.
But it's a 6 spot because you know at best it's a chop.
Yeah.
There's no way Martin is winning this whole pot, and he knows that.
So, yeah,
I'm
he
not
has to
folding
put...
to one combo.
Yeah, he does make the correct call.
Yeah, chop.
You have ace?
I'm shooting. Sorry. You offsuit.
I thought you had quads for a second. No.
Maybe quads.
Yeah, could have quads.
Free roll. I'm free roll.
Maybe I have quads.
No. Quads 10 bad. No quads.
He says quads turn bet.
Yeah. Tan knows his man.
Yeah.
Obviously, these players want to be extra careful. They've played for 2 full days. They're now heads up. Don't want to make a silly mistake. You see Tan just continuing to limp here. And this is stone bottom of range for Martin. Does flop the best hand though. How a gutter for Schwen.
Does Tan think that betting will get a jack to fold? If so, there's some reason to maybe do it, but otherwise, let's just check it down.
You see, it's a little thing, but part of what Tan is doing is he doesn't want to check too quickly and let Martin know, you know what I mean, that he has an easy value bet. He wants to make him think he's considering all his options.
Yeah, no, he's very good with timing, for sure. I've picked that up.
But Martin is also, honestly, like he really has maneuvered very well. I'm not surprised to see him heads up here with Tan. Knows his jack is good.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice value bet here.
He also bet full pot. Tan might not think he's willing to do that with such a weak hand. Could see him leveling himself into a call. No, he's, again, back and forth.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
If you want to get heads up in a Triton event, check out GTO. Take a quick break from the action. Now is a great time to check out GTO Wizard's new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. The free interactive ebook is full of quizzes and short lessons. Help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes per day. Check it out, dailydoseofgto.com. Become a human solver like Brian Rast. Start learning poker for free. Imagine the insights you need to make high pressure optimal decisions.
I will say, though, that if 10s are folding to pot on the river, not sure it makes that much sense to choose that size with a jack. Unless jacks are folding the chop.
Tan now going to start bluffing with a weak, basically the bottom of range, queen 6 off.
Yeah, Martin definitely not going to fold this. See if he kind of turns it into a play to take it down. Oh, whoa.
Tan Xuan, just the power of aggression.
That feels like a big fold heads up, kind of.
It was, and I mean, I think that Martin just didn't like his options, didn't want to call a big bet out of position, didn't want to reship, you know?
Yeah. Well, you could 3-bet there without shoving. I mean, they're so deep. I mean, he can make it like 3.5 million. I mean,
I'm saying I think he just wanted to
just move on.
Yeah, and here, though, big hand for Martin.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to play in position more. Yeah, doesn't want to play big pots
Look,
out of
ace
position.
10's a good hand, heads up, but out of position versus this guy. This will be going upstairs. And we know Tan likes to see flops.
This is a pretty low 2-gapper, though, but will he?
Come on, man. He's not folding.
All right. This is a kind of an interesting. Neither player flopped a pair. Tan is out of position, though, with pretty close to the nut low.
Does have a gutter. Now turns a pair, and Martin turns a nut flush draw.
That's really not one of the cards Martin was looking for.
No, total brick. Tan 7's still good.
Would think that as the dealer who raised, you really can't have very many 6s at all.
7.
Good.
Tan's starting to pull away a little here. Martin's still very healthy, about 120 antes, 180 for Tan. Martin going to come out with the raise now.
Out of position, quite a bit bigger. feels like a tough one for Tan to win at Showdown.
Pretty huge range advantage for Nielsen. He's going to bet big.
Yeah. Just mash it with open-ended. 9 can't take this kind of heat.
And I kind of just love this out of position against Tan. Let's just not give this guy any chance to outplay us.
Million. You want come? Don't worry. Snow, snow.好，好久不见。
In position, maybe the 800?
That's why he's here.
One would presume Tan's just calling this one.
Tan extremely comfortable post flop. Very bad flop for him.
Yeah, this is a tricky one for Tan. He can't have the nuts.
Yeah, it's one of those spots, I mean, he can't love the flop, but just never folding.
No, definitely not folding. But I don't think he gets too many check raises. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to do it too much here. Ooh, little diamond.
Neither player's going to like that card. It's actually a very good card for Tan, though, all things considered.
Yeah, if his hand gets bad enough, at some point he might actually bluff with it, and then he might be able to win.
Yeah.
So, you know, like if an 8 comes on the river, for example.
Martin is going to bet here. And this is just like a weird merge.
Yeah, I agree.
It almost feels like he's trying to get Tan to fold a weak queen or something, potentially.
Yeah.
Martin has been very unpredictable, too.
And again, I don't think Tan's going to do anything other than fold, but he just takes his time.
Martin Nielsen now back in front.
Table is so big.
Huh?
What? The table is so big.
Yeah.
Hard
Very
to reach
good.
the chips.
First word problems, Rasty. Guy's heads up, getting a massage. Playing for almost $1 million. The chips are too far away, though.
Bonus? Huh? Bonus?
Let us know where you guys are sweating from in the chat. It's almost midnight here in Jeju. That ante has gone up to 250,000.
Or 125.
Oh, on the button, 250, yeah. Martin flops the best again.
Yeah, the stacks are almost even. Tan's still the chip leader, but it's close. Here, his hand benefits by clearing out, but shouldn't necessarily be a board that's favors him too much with the 6 and the 7.
Oh.
Martin going nowhere.
It's murky waters. Quite the card for Martin. Picks up a gutter and a spade draw. I mean, I think at this point, don't really. This seems like a natural just give up with Tan. He doesn't really like giving up, though.
No, he really doesn't. I was going to say, I don't think Tan has any natural give-ups in his range. Going to keep on firing.
This is interesting because I don't really understand what this bet is supposed to do unless you bluff the river. Because it's so small. Like,
what called on the flop that's going to fold?
Yeah, okay. Well, Martin is just going to go ahead and turn his hand into a bluff right here.
I mean, and we've seen Martin do this. He's taken some really aggressive lines. He's actually had the best hand when he's done it. But he's just decided, I want to start putting pressure on this guy.
He's blocking the straight. He's got a spade. His hand makes a lot of sense to do it with.
Ooh.
Martin Nielsen does take the chip lead with that pot.
Lucky.
Lucky. So is he saying Martin's lucky because he made a hand, or he's lucky because he got raised and didn't bluff?
I think he's saying Martin's lucky.
Okay. He's like,
I don't think he was bragging about his own luck there. That would be my read. Let us know what you think, though.
Maybe he's like, I'm lucky. I was going to bluff the river. I mean, you've surely heard people say that. I've heard people give that needle all the time. And, well, back in the day, playing like no limit, guys would like, wow, thanks for raising. I was going to bluff the river or whatever.
Oh, yeah. We've all heard that one.
Yeah. You just call. I'm bluffing.
Yeah, we've all heard that one.
That always struck me as a really dumb comment if you're just being genuine. Oh, here we go. Nothing dumb about flopping the straight. for Martin Nielsen.
Yeah, Martin flops the nizzles here. What a spot. Schwen going to bet right into him.
And given that Martin has been bluff raising, at some point it definitely makes sense for him to fast play this as well. I mean, he doesn't have to, but...
yeah, with as aggressive as he's played, you might as well throw this in the raise range. Looks like he's going to do it.
And I wonder if Taun's...
No, he just makes the discipline fold. That's actually kind of impressive just because Martin's been running over him a little. But Tan knows better.
I will say that was the fastest he folded, though.
望出来.
He didn't take his usual, like, 20 seconds that time.
And Tan, I mean, for being like a stone cold killer at the table, he's also like has the image of like a fun gambler. You know what I mean? Like I usually don't see both in the same player.
Service.
Cappuccino also, please.
Can we get Rasta green tea back here too?
Yeah, it's mine's out.
Service.
Service. All right, some dusty ones here for the boys.
Dusters into gold for Tan. He's going to take it down. We haven't really seen many big hands heads up. Pre-flop, that is.
No, neither one of them is really getting after it pre-flop. Martin going considerably bigger out of position than when he's in position and with his opens.
Pretty tricky spot for Schwen here. Really don't want that 7. But might he be thinking about a semi-bluff?
Just lets it go.
Martin Nielsen putting his foot on the gas here. And Schwen looking for another short deck trophy for the mantelpiece. He comes with the big raise here with the 10-9 off, and he'll take it down. Really feels like it's anyone's game here, Rusty.
I definitely agree. Seems like they've kind of settled into some patterns. Their general approach. Tan is playing a little bit more small ball, and seems like Martin's kind of getting after it. Right? Some big raises, some big opens, big bets.
Yeah, for sure. Basically,
I wouldn't be surprised if... I mean, they're still pretty deep, but in terms of getting it all in, it almost seems like more likely that it gets all in because Martin's betting.
Yeah.
Right? Just based on the way this is going.
Martin's been upping the variance. Tan, really trying to see flops. Does Martin want to start bluffing here?
Seems pretty reasonable. He says not yet.
Tan still has the best hand.
It's hard to bluff when you're just getting such a nice massage, head sinking into the chair. He's almost falling asleep.
Schwein gonna boat up on the river. The 6 is a better card for Nielsen, though.
Yeah, after the double check, though, you got to think maybe my opponent has some showdown. So this bet logically seems to make sense to me. But Martin actually doesn't have showdown. He was double checking open-ended straight draw, which is a kind of curious little way to mix it up.
Back and forth we go. There comes that green tea for Tan.
Oh, green tea.
Martin says, like, keep it up top. I'm falling asleep over here. Back to the shoulders.
Yeah.
And look at this. We haven't seen many hands. These are pretty big hands for heads up.
Yeah, Martin, he out of position here. He's been coming with a big...
But he's also been very unpredictable. You see him just
here
limping.
we go. Yeah, well, this one's too big. I think he wants to get the limp re-raise in.
Yeah, and I would imagine, I mean, look, Tan has check back. He likes to see flops. He does it again, Brian. You can't trap this guy.
Oh, wow, and he whiffed this.
I mean, this could have easily gone, you know, Tan raises, Martin re-raises, Tan calls, and
Yeah.
that's the full with a lot of chips in the pot, but...
Yeah, Tan makes it 800,000. Martin makes it, you know, 2.8 million. 10 calls and just folds to a c-bet.
Tan just very careful, very comfortable navigating the flop. Does turn a pair, though. This could get him in a little trouble.
Yeah, given the way Martin's played this, wouldn't be shocked if he goes ahead and bets pot or something here. Yeah.
There it is.
A lot of like pairs and gutters. We really want to charge them. Tan's hand kind of sucks versus bet size because, yeah, you have a 10. Is it good? I mean, my opponent's really repping better than that for value, and you don't have a lot of ways to improve to win. It's kind of an annoying spot. It's also annoying to fold a hand as good as a 10.
Yeah, that's why the bet size is really good from Martin. Just puts you in a bad spot.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Runner, 2 pair for Tan Xuan. Pretty awful river for Martin.
Yes. Yeah, diamonds come in. Another straight. The double gutter, not queen 9. See, Tan's thinking about it. My opponent has an ace. I'm ahead. You know, the other question is my opponent going to call me with an ace here? Maybe he thinks I have a hand like 7-8, 6-9.
Yeah, he's going to check it down.
Yeah.
Kind of knew he won, but...
Yeah, I mean, not only is my opponent going to call me, is my opponent going to check raise me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Martin has seemed quite capable.
Yeah, for sure. I think against potentially a weaker player you're less afraid of, you're more comfortable.
Yeah, betting real thin there.
Heads up here for almost $1 million. Triton main event bracelet and Jacob and Co watch. Tan's been very unpredictable, but the one consistency I've seen from him is he really likes to see flops. Not this one, though. Martin has him pretty much dead. This is a flop that is better for his range. Martin's got a great hand to bluff catch with.
Yeah, top pair certainly going nowhere. Okay. An ace. That's a real interesting card because it gives Tan outs to improve with a straight. Because previously 7-8 was just dust. And it gives him some scare cards against, you know, what are some of the most likely hands my opponent's calling me with on the flop? It's Queen and Jack X, right? So I could have some Ace X hands that are now winning that would want to bet.
Yeah, I think Tan is really likely to barrel here.
Yeah.
Already, the spot just pretty gross for Martin.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows this is a card that's better for Tan's range, and because of that, Tan might bluff some. Still annoying, though.
Very annoying, very uncomfortable, but Martin has been pretty locked in.
Yeah, and he's not done yet.
Let's see a river.
Oh, my.
And Tan rivers the straight. I know that might not make sense, but the ace plays as a 5. What a river.
So now, I think if we're Tan, we just bet. And just hope that Martin kind of finds a call.
Up.
He's gonna bet $2 million.
Yeah.
Remember, Martin's already paid him off once.
Yeah, pretty quickly the other hand. And here we are again on a river, and Tan has it for a big bet.
What bluffs does Tan have here?
I mean, maybe some kind of weird heart hands, like King X of hearts. Really kind of any heart hand, even one that made a pair of 9s on the end.
Yeah, he's getting paid here, man. Wow.
I win.
You always win.
Yeah.
3, I win.
Tan Xuan. You,
5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 3 3 得了 who
Sorry, I don't speak Chinese.
let I teach you.
Not
It-
that well.
wow, big pot there. Now you see it, almost a 2-1 chip lead for Tan Xuan. What a river.
Yeah.
And he just got Martin in this mode. Martin just does not want to fold to him.
I mean, listen, I have no idea how good Tan is, you know, but I'll tell you what, at this final table, he seems really good. Because he just
look, I have an idea.
He doesn't have it, and he's bluffing, and they fold, and then all of a sudden on the river he has it, and they call him. It's just magical.
I'll tell you how good he is. He's the best in the world, Rasty.
Yeah.
Tan Xuan,
like
2-1 chip lead now. Looking to close out this, get his second Triton title. Major momentum going in his favor. Still anyone's game, but very unfortunate there because I do think Tan probably would have bluffed some rivers.
Yeah, I
And
think so.
Martin wasn't folding.
Yeah, Martin makes some thin calls, maybe like a 7, like he pairs the 7, but it's never good, and so he's like blocking 2 pairs, so he just, you know.
Yeah, I mean Martin called 2 million on a 9. He was calling on a 7.
Yeah,
obviously calling on an 8.
$100.
Wow, Tan taking the worst hand in short deck, turning it into a bluff here. The Jack-6 offsuit.
did it in position with the Queen-6 suited earlier. Now the Jack-6.
This is the 7 deuce of short deck.
Oh yeah, he's in position again. When he's in position, he's raising big with bananas. And he's gonna win this. I mean, just
yeah,
c-bet and win.
Certainly feels like it. Pretty god-awful flop for Martin. 10 with a major range advantage.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised to see him go for this. I would imagine he's going for a delayed c-bet.
Yeah. Oh.
But Martin does slide into the best hand now.
I mean, you're still not loving the 8 versus a delayed c-bet, but he can call now.
Also, the masseuse hitting a pressure point, Martin.
calling the flop would have been a little absurd.
I mean, and this is why that I believe Tan is going to go for a delayed c-bet here, and it's going to put Martin in an awful spot. Part of the reason this is so effective is because you really don't expect it as a bluff. Most bluffs would just continue the flop here in Tan's shoes. But Martin has not folded to him yet. And this is what you talked about. These guys, when they're in this zone, when they don't have it, they get the fold. When they have it, they get paid.
It's been magical.
Okay,
yeah.
Huh? 9-9.
I mean, he pretty much had him on the right hand. 8-9 actually, but yeah, basically.
Close enough.
You have an ace?
Maybe. Maybe 4 is hearts, maybe.
Maybe hearts.
It really feels like Martin does not have much of a chance right now unless the deck just slaps him in the face.
Yeah, it's crazy how that shifted real quick because obviously Tan's been playing great the whole tournament, but they were neck and neck. It felt like anyone's game, and now Tan's starting to run away with this. Also, I mean, those elbows digging into Martin's back can't be making his decisions any easier.
Yeah.
You saw him, like, wince visibly. Might be time to...
So good that it hurts. I mean,
might be time, yeah, but is this really the time you want the full pressure Swedish massage?
No. Yeah, no, definitely stronger than Swedish.
Well, he's going to take it. Yeah, he's going to keep pumping it up here. Needs to win a pot.
挺住，加油！你像个哑巴一样的，啊！我说你怎么像个哑巴一样？
Tan Xuan, the short deck master, versus Martin Nielsen, the sniper.
Tan is decked out with anti-sniper gear. All right. He's got the Air Force keyed in on speed dial to take out the towers with flybys.
Yeah, he's got the sniper cornered in here, doesn't he? He's ready to send in the airstrike.
Yeah.
But the sniper's dug out in his hole, Brian. He's not going to go down without a fight.
Listen, he's no longer a sniper. He's got to go. He's got to turn into a tank. That's his chance at winning this one. Team tank, right? Sniping isn't going to work, but if he just ups the variance.
He's trying to up the variance.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing his job. See those antes going up, 150,000 and 300,000 now.
妈的，叫一天。
The antis is wrong, right?
Oh, this looks dangerous here. Annie just went up as well.
Huge spot for Martin. He's been upping the variance. I asked, the way he's been playing, I think it's going to be really hard for Tan to get away from this.
Yeah, in position, he has been going smaller. They just upped it, so maybe 1.2.
Yeah, but he's done this with like 10-6 offsuit, you know. Tan, who's... Yeah, look, he just rips it on him. And
Wrong. Wrong.
Huge spot here. Martin Nielsen, decent favorite to double up. Tan Xuan, if he can get lucky, he can win this title right now.
丁丁，丁丁 ，A 勾同花，他比我大一丢丢。Go go 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 go. Yeah.
Oh, what a flop.
Yeah, what a flop.
红桃六。
Tan. Hearts too.
Yeah. Nielsen needs a 10 or a king.
Yeah,
that's going to do it.
Yeah, we don't even need a river. He's got the nuts.
Not flush for Tan Xuan.
Very lucky. 谢谢沙巴哥。
And with that, we have our 50K short deck main event champion, Tan Xuan, will take home $922,000.
I mean, he really sliced and diced up this final table. Just making all the right moves at the right times. Got folds. when he got called at the end, he had it.
And this is the first time all tournament I've actually seen him get lucky.
Yeah.
It's like all been hard work. That is your 50K short deck main event winner, Tan Xuan. I mean, just an absolute masterclass. And let's give Martin Nielsen a lot of credit. Like, he played great all tournament, got himself in the spot, up the variance, got it in good.
Yeah.
You know, for a 2-1 chip lead. This could have easily been his.
Yeah, he could be a 2-1 chip lead right now, playing for the win.
But this felt, you know, a little bit preordained to me.
It did. I remember thinking an hour ago or whatever it was, I said to you, it just feels like Tan's going to win this.
That's really what it felt like to me,
Yeah.
kind of wire to wire. Just, he's never looked back. Played great. Stack final table. Takes out 2 snipers on his way to his second Triton title. And yeah, I mean, look, credit to these guys. A lot of credit to Martin Nielsen, but in the end, Tan Xuan just too much.
I mean, listen, he showed something a little different this tournament. When he was second at the very beginning, RVK had a big chip lead. He just took it to him in position, right? 3-bet him light a couple different times, just wasn't going to let him run over everyone and try to slide into second, and showed some different ideas there than maybe what some other players would have done, and used it, rode it to the victory.
Yeah, he really played for the win. I mean, there's absolutely no denying that. He was not trying to ladder up whatsoever. Came after the chip lead. It pays off. Tan Xuan, let's send it down to Ali, who I think has some words with our champion. Congratulations, sir.
Well, there was a number of late arrivals here in Jeju. We called them snipers. Tan Xuan's been here a while, but he looked every bit the sniper. Tan, this was your 10th career Triton final table. 8 of them have come in short deck. Second career Triton title. His first came London 2019, but this one oh so sweet as it was a main event victory. $922,000 richer. And my first question, as Win from Triton is here to help translate, is when and where did you first experience short deck?
你在哪里第一次打短牌的呢？
I played 7 years ago. In 蒙地卡罗，那个黑山叫什么？
Monte Carlo？
不是，黑山。
黑山。Montenegro。
Montenegro. Yeah.
What is it about your style of poker, which was so exciting to watch throughout this final table, that allows you to be so successful?
你打短牌，你是怎样的打的方式会让你那么成功呢？
I'm a loose player. I like the fear of the bluff.
投机.
Yeah, 投机. Chinese 投机. I like 投机.
I like stealing chickens. That's what it means, literally. Last question, though, because it was amazing to watch you navigate this. How tough was this final table in terms of short deck?
刚才你打的那个单挑，你会觉得有很难吗？还是你觉得运气会也是有帮到底这样？
I feel the lucky is very important, but my experience is better than him.
Well, your experience has earned you a number of things, not just $922,000, but Tan, this beautiful Triton Epic X watch. Yeah, this is yours. Only goes to main event winners. Enjoy that. And that's not all I've got for you. Luca Vivaldi's coming with something right behind you over here. Notice it's extra large, and that's because you earned it here. Ladies and gentlemen, Tan Xuan, your $50,000 Jeju Short Deck main event champion.